Hey guys, how's it going? Matt from Foul Ball Productions here. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope that you're doing well. I'm doing phenomenally. Thank you so much. I do apologize for being late. Cold Era and Michael Hickson. My mistake. There was a little internet snafu at the building I live in. There was a little power flicker, and I think it stopped the building router and had to restart. So I was late because I was scrambling around trying to come up with a solution. But here I am, and here we all are. It's the MFer Cocktail Lounge. Thank you so much for joining us. It's the unofficial FNT follow-up show where we have a few drinks, have a few laughs, just ultimately a good, clean time. Not a lot of profanity. Not a lot of dirty talk.
Not an excessive amount of profanity, just a normal.
Save that for the other streams.
It's not the full 2 fingers. It's usually just 1 finger. So
Yeah, we don't do the stink, just the pink.
We're talking about the drink
just
level,
the pink, not the stink.
Not the stink. That's a bridge too far.
We draw the line at the stink, okay, guys.
You know what? Save that for those
may I say,
vulgar shows.
May I say, foul ball and screwball powers unite?
Yeah. So. Welcome, rock fan Jed and Red Shirt. But Jed, what's going on? Are we
New
not pop
channel,
culture
brother?
archivists? Okay.
Yes. So
well,
I named it Screwball Society.
So that was you that followed me on Twitter. I assume.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I was trying. People are like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Dude, it's Jed." Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Like,
well, what happened to Pop Culture Archivists?
It's still there. We're just gonna do I want to get Chrissy and a bunch of other people on. We can't do it on the Archivist, man. I can't. It's not made for that. So I was just like, hey, I want to, and we can't talk politics over there. It's weird. It's a thing.
I see what you're saying.
I got this from Jeremy too. Like, you know how he diversified? He put the sports on one thing, and then he has his own channel, and then he has Geeks and Gamers. Yeah, and so I took his lesson. I was like, okay, we're just going to move everything over there that I want to do over there, keep the pop culture and stuff over here. So that's good.
That's a healthy way to go about it, I'd say.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Well,
hell,
I thought you would get a kick out of the name too. So I was like,
I love it. I love it. Screwball.
And I think Red Shirt will know what that picture is. Maybe.
It looks familiar. I can't place it.
It looks familiar. It's an old cartoon.
Yeah, Red Shirt should know this picture.
Is it a Looney Tunes?
This is a little late. I think this is a little later than the cartoons I watched. It looks like the art style of Ren and Stimpy.
Mm-hmm.
It is Bob Clampett.
Oh.
This is Bob Clampett?
Yeah,
oh my God!
That's the fox. That's the fox.
Okay,
with his eyes bulging out and everything.
Yep.
So
yeah, it kind of looks like the dog from Earthworm Jim when he would start the vacuum cleaner and then he would start to freak out.
Yeah.
So,
Clampett. Yeah, he's right. Clampett is the guy who invented that bug-eyed total take, that horrified or surprised or fearful take, and it's become it's almost overused now. Yeah.
I kind of did that in homage of you too, Red Shirt. You love that shit too.
There you go.
Oh, I love Clampett. He's the man.
What is this? So is that from a show or what's the?
That's from a cartoon. Yeah.
What?
That's from old Warner Brothers.
That's old school Warner Brothers.
Which Fox? Like what character is that?
Red I'll let Red Shirt. He is the brother.
I don't know. I don't remember the exact character. I mean,
Red Hood, Riding Hood, or son. I don't.
Oh yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Okay,
that cartoon got banned. Too.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of them have been by now.
Yeah, a lot of cartoons got banned.
Well, Little Red Riding Hood is allegorical for many other things. So
yes, it is.
What's it allegorical for? What are you laughing about? What's allegorical for?
Oh, it represents a completely different event, and the characters, the Wolf and Red Riding Hood, are not supposed to be in the woods going to Grandma's house. They're somewhere else doing something else. That's an allegory.
There's lots of allegory in it. Yeah.
And
the name Little Red Riding Hood.
Okay, so Tex Avery, when he moved over to MGM, did a series with a character called Red, not Red Riding Hood, just Red. She was like a Rosie the Riveter during World War II. Yeah. And the wolf is decked out, in wolf clothing for the day, which is a zoot suit. And he goes to a nightclub, and Red comes out. He's been following her. She comes out. She's the featured act. She does this sexy dance and sings this song, and the wolf is just going crazy in the audience.
She was Jessica Rabbit before Jessica Rabbit even existed.
That's basically. It. She was the prototype for Jessica Rabbit. Yes.
Even the name Little Red Riding Hood could have meant something else.
Sentient Dodo, stop changing your avatar. You changed it again? It's so hard to keep up with you. That's
Matt,
a picture of Matt's last day reacting morning.
Matt, can you add my new name in there too? Like put my mod back, please.
What's that?
Avatars are always in and out with dildo. It's just
what is it?
I think I have it.
It's light that it's dark. Then it's light that it's dark. Then it's light that it's dark. Then it's light.
Yeah, he does change it all the time.
Light dark.
Wait, what are you talking? What do you want to share? What are you talking about?
Oh no, I'm just. I gotta find. Oh, I gotta add you. Damn it! I started everything new, and I've been for the last day or two adding everything. So just. I gotta add you. Comics was the only channel I had on because I had to do that last night.
Hey, that's okay, brother man. Don't worry about that. That's cool. Don't worry about it.
Well, you're gonna be the second channel, so be happy, dude.
Pat just grabbing some road sodas, and that's cool with me. It's cool with me, man.
Gin and tonic.
That's what cool guys do.
Cool
guys grab road sodas.
But it was like Tex Avery and Bob Clampett that they were badasses back in the day, man.
They were.
So that's from like the 40s.
30s and 40s, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Red Shirt was a teenager then, so.
Yeah, he had a full head of hair, and he was a badass.
I had a full head of hair, just learning to drive.
Yeah, your glory days.
Great, man.
Yeah.
Glory days.
Absolutely.
Cruising.
Just cruising in your Studebaker.
Studebaker.
That's right.
Listening to the Banger Sisters, or no, what are those sisters? What are they called?
The Pointer Sisters. No.
Yeah.
No, earlier than that too. Oh God.
Yeah.
The ink spots or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
That's one.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see the remedial history classes are going to go be the first videos on my channel. All right.
I mean, those references are tough for me to conjure this, just like that, like on the top of my head from 80 years ago.
The whole family would gather around his Studebaker to listen to the baseball match on AM radio.
Absolutely.
Hey,
yes.
Listen to the Brooklyn Dodgers play
the
New York Giants.
That's right.
Yeah, I know, right? So that name right
there,
play the
Washington
Matt,
Senators.
Yeah.
It's a different time.
Can you mod that name?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned Jessica Rabbit. I don't know if you guys heard this, but Jessica Rabbit was
saw that.
Did you hear about this? She was taken off of the Disney ride, I guess.
No. She's still on there. They covered her up.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's in a trench coat and a hat now. That's it.
Jesus Christ.
So while I am very much one of these people who I think that they are 100% taking away sexuality where it existed and putting it where it never did, and part of their master plan to destroy. However, I will say, in a theme park that is geared mostly towards children, is it really 100% appropriate for an ultra-sexualized rabbit character? You know what I mean? Like female, is that appropriate anyway?
No more than appropriate than twerking. Twerking, trans, whatever, drag queens reading stories in libraries.
Have you seen how many people twerk at Disney World and Disneyland on the fountains and everything?
I know.
Come on.
Don't drink out of those fountains.
Yeah. Don't put your hand in those fountains. You'll get sick.
Drink out of a fountain? Where the hell do you go for vacation?
No. I've actually seen people drink out of the fountains at Walt Disney World and Disneyland and Universal. I'm not joking.
Yes, I have to. Yes.
Yeah. It's not something you want to see. No,
it's
bad. It's bad.
So they put her they put her in a trench coat, I guess, to desexualize her, but also to empower women, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's right, because covering them up empowers them.
Well, yeah, she reminds me of Inspector Clouseau now. That means she's a powerful woman.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
does that mean who framed Roger Rabbit? Does that mean that movie was for kids? Because I didn't really think it was for kids.
I don't think it was.
What's it rated? I mean, I saw it when I was a kid, though.
Yeah, but it wasn't really. It's one of these movies that works on two levels. I mean, it's
a
definitely
PG movie.
It's for the kids and the adults.
and it's for the adults. Yeah.
But
Well-
okay, this is a pet. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
No, I'm just saying it's rated PG. It had a cartoon bunny in it. Now, while you can argue it's not necessarily made for kids, kids are naturally going to want to see it. I mean, he's a silly, goofy cartoon bunny. I mean, it's like that thing how like Terminator 2 isn't geared towards kids, but I mean, isn't it though? You know, like I wanted to see it.
The thing is that a kid going to the beach with his parents sees bathing suits that are as or more revealing than what Jessica wears.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. So my point is going to be this. I mean, because this is one of my bête noirs about animation. The original cartoons that Warner Brothers did, we were just talking about Tex Avery and Bob Clampett. They wrote their cartoons to make their teams laugh, their staffs laugh. Everybody at Termite Terrace was supposed to be laughing at the cartoon. If they did, it was a good cartoon. They shipped it out. It was sent to theaters to be shown to general audiences before they had coming attractions. It was intended to work on two levels, one for the kids, one for the adults. There is a famous line where there's one of the earliest Tweety Bird cartoons. He's still pink. They censored that, by the way.
Yeah.
The Hayes board said, wait a minute, he's pink. That means he's nude. You have to put feathers on him. So they had to paint him yellow.
And they had Laurel and Hardy in him too, like Stan and Ollie.
In this one, they had Abbott and Costello as two cats.
Abbott and Costello, and then they had another one too. Yeah.
Right. But in this one, there's a joke I wanted to mention because it goes right over the heads of the kids. I remember when I first got the joke. I've seen it multiple times since I was a kid. So the two cats, a short, fat one, that would be Costello. Tall, skinny one with a hoarse voice, that would be Bud Abbott. They're trying to get Tweety off a branch way up in a tree. And at one point, they get a ladder, they put it against the branch, and Abbott's telling Costello, go get it. Go get the bird. Climb the ladder and get the bird. So he climbs up, and the camera is looking over the top of the nest. You can see Tweety, all cute, curled up. And here comes the cat, and he looks down, and his eyes bulge a couple of times. And from below, as he's getting ready to reach, the other cat says, get the bird. Give me the bird. Give me the bird. And Costello pauses, looks straight into the camera, and goes, if the Hayes board would let me, I'd give him the bird.
It is.
Yeah, I think we covered that actually on this show one night.
I think that's okay. No, I apologize for telling the story twice.
No, it's fine. I remember that. I remember it was very like, whoa, that's like right in your face.
Yes, it was. And it went over the heads of the kids. The adults roared with laughter.
Right.
The kids don't know. The adults were roaring with laughter. The kids were they were laughing at the whistle.
Yeah. I just wonder. I don't know if that's the same kind of parallel. Like, well, that's like a Pixar joke, right? Like those jokes that are kind of like the kids they couldn't possibly get, and it's for the adults. I mean, Jessica Rabbit though, like I don't know if that's quite the same thing because like she's so ultra sexualized, like she's got like insanely like ridiculous curves and her tits are all out.
She was just drawn that way. It's not her fault.
Hey, Richard, can you get a picture of the old ones and show
the old one? Let me find the old one. Let me find a picture of
Red Riding Hood. Get Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, but the Muppets were brilliant at this too. All the Muppet shows and movies have lots of sexual innuendo and jokes aimed at adults.
Oh, they do.
Right.
All the way through.
Pixar movies are good at that too.
Okay, in the original Muppet Show, they had a green door joke. What Fozzie was standing outside the green door, and he goes, "I wonder what's in there." Like,
Well, Muppet Treasure
got it.
Island, Treasure Island, where Miss Piggy's talking to Tim Curry, Long John Silver, and she goes, Long John Silver.
Still though, these are not like this in-your-face sexuality of Jessica Rabbit is not the same thing. Like those are all you'd have to be alive. Those you'd have to have references. You'd have to have like context. You don't need context to see these fat titties. You know what I mean? Like there is something about it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. And I'm also not saying that Roger Rabbit wasn't necessarily like an adult film, but like, you know me, I'm not obviously not on board with woke culture, but like, was it ever appropriate for a ride aimed at children for there to be like fat, big old tits and a booty like in their, like, was that ever appropriate?
Yes,
like,
it was, and it still is.
Yeah, I agree with 70s. Kids got to learn about titties at some time.
That's right. It's wholesome. Well, they start their life staring right at them
you
all day,
start
every
your
day.
life with them. Come on. Like,
Sentient Dildo thinks, he says, in his opinion, they didn't go far enough. Where's her empowering burqa? And I agree.
Why not just bury her in some substance that covers her completely, and that would be the most empowering.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, so what'd you just share, Red Shirt? What is this?
I just shared Tex Avery's Swing Shift Cinderella, the character named Red.
Yeah.
That's the way he dressed her in 1941 or 3.
That's
for its day.
Great artwork. Great artwork.
It's great artwork. It was all hand-drawn dancing, and that's a burlesque outfit.
Yeah,
for
it
the
is.
Day.
And this was in the theaters.
Yeah, she's like a flapper girl, or like one of those like
more risque than a flapper.
Like a rock, she's like a rockette. She's like a rockette.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's burlesque. Okay, burlesque then was considered what a strip club is now.
Yeah, it is. So
okay, that's a stripper of the 1940s, right there.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's still not. I'm not saying. Look, all I'm saying is there anything to this, like to the Jessica Rabbit thing? I'm not saying like we have to agree with every time, because the thing that annoys me is the empowering part. But it's like, is this the kind of thing that like, should we die on this hill? Like I don't know. Like, does this really matter?
Oh, we shouldn't die on it. No, I mean, if they altered the movie, that would be different.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if they went back and got rid of it,
that's
movie,
going to be next 70s. So yeah,
possibly. I agree with Michael Hickson in the chat who talked about her flashing it. They should have it automated so that every 5 minutes she goes like this. just for the dads. Yeah.
Exactly.
Through college, that's funny.
She's paying.
Hey, sugar, you want to see my
She's paying her way through finishing school.
Yeah.
She's finished school a few times.
Yeah, for a seamstress internship or something.
In the band.
We got to get a little Mae West. Why don't you come up and see me sometime?
Yeah, it's funny when you see this, though, given that it's so Puritan, when you consider the amount of absolute degenerate filth that's thrown at children all day, every day, elsewhere, under the guise of progressivism. And I say degenerate filth because I just couldn't think of any other words to describe it. Some people may not see it as that, but there's sex and sexuality and often of varying kinds, if I could put it that way, thrown at them all day, every day. And this is what they choose to cover up.
Yeah, but like I said, Mae West, I don't know if anybody knows. Well, I know her Red Shirt in the 70s, and I do. Mae West back in the day, they called her, oof. She was an evil rebel. She was,
come up and see me.
Yeah, they literally called her a hooker most times.
Oh yeah.
So.
She reveled in it. I mean, her attitude.
Yeah, she's like, hey boys,
no such thing as bad publicity. Yeah.
Bingo. She was like, one of her most famous quotes is, "I believe marriage is an institution, but I'm not ready for an institution."
It's funny.
You know what? She sounds like a commie to me, Red Shirt. Trying to get rid of our institutions, trying to get rid of the things that make the West the West. I don't like it. Commie Mae West.
Boobs are integral to this.
More like May East.
I disown Matt because he does not like tits, okay? Like, I'm disowning him right now.
Love tits.
Would the CCP version be Mao East?
Look, I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm not saying it necessarily is. I mean, I was a big fan of Jessica Rabbit when I was younger. I just don't know if it's necessarily like the biggest deal that they're getting rid of it. It's got to be a little weird at times. Like
Matt, I will say this: it starts with one thing, then it's another. We've seen this over the last.
We know that for sure.
Yeah. It starts with one thing, then it's another thing, then it's another thing, then it's another thing to see how far they can push it. They've been doing that.
I agree, but if we jump every single time, it makes it much easier for them to discredit us, right? If they're like, see, they want this sexual stuff for kids or whatever the hell, however they'd spin it, you know what I mean? Like, I think like thinking about it and wondering and really having the conversation before we decide that this is a problem is wise as well. You know,
go ahead.
We don't want to make it easy for them to dismiss us, is what I'm saying.
I agree, and I think
they're not even listening to us, Matt. They don't care about it.
But I think that if you want to die on a hill of what's going into the schools, not what's going into theme parks.
Agreed.
Yeah, that too.
Yes.
I agree with Richard.
You know
on
what?
that one.
Pat S makes a good point though. He says maybe a drag queen can dress up as Jessica and read books to 9-year-olds in public, so then they wouldn't miss out on the full outfit. Yeah, then it would be fine.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
that would be super empowering. That would be great. Yeah, that'd be okay for kids. That's not a problem. Yeah.
Now, where do we find a non-woke drag queen? We got to suborn the system.
There's probably quite a few, actually.
I know.
Rockfan would know. He spent a lot of time with drag queens. He knows all
British
about
ones. Yeah, Lily Savage was a British drag queen. I can't remember the name of the actor. He doesn't appear in drag now very often, but he's quite based. Yeah, not all of them are.
Eddie Izzard? I don't know if
Eddie Izzard is. Yeah, he's a transvestite.
He's a transvestite.
He just likes dressing up in women's clothes, and he's done a whole comedy routine about how I still like women.
That's right.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you guys?
I just like dressing like them.
Did I ever tell you guys the time I wore a dress?
Well, you've been a table. You've been a lampshade.
There's more.
Go, okay.
Do tell, Matt. Do tell,
Matt. Everybody, let Matt know.
Is somebody recording this?
Yeah. I'll get Wake down to come back and get this later.
Wake down.
I'll get him to come back and get this later. So go ahead, Matt.
All right.
Proceed.
So this is a true story. So there was this. I booked this commercial. It was for a product that was I guess an automatic. Just reading the chat. It was an automatic nail polish applier for women or something like that. Like they'd stick their hand in and it would just like do it all 5 fingers or whatever.
Remove their fingers. Yeah.
I'm actually texting him right now.
Yeah, I know. So I booked the role, and the role is it's this boyfriend who like gets busted like. I guess trying on the nail polish thing, and he's like wearing a dress, and he's just curious. The line is she opens the door, and I'm sitting there like wearing a dress and like trying on her nail polish thing, and he goes, "I was just curious," and then he looks down and he's like, "About a lot of things," and like that's the joke. So for a whole day on set, I had to wear like a skimpy little black cocktail dress.
And people are still being treated for the psychological trauma to this day.
It looked
PTSD
ridiculous.
Is a real thing.
I was worried that it would like it would feminize me. It was the utter opposite. It made me look so jacked because it was like it would cut my arm, so I looked huge.
God!
And also it was so thin. Like my dick was like. You could see. You could like. It was on display. It was like it was like framed.
We could tell what religion you were.
You need to answer
Exactly.
Sentient Dildo's comment though.
Did it make me feel pretty? It did because all the chicks on set really seemed kind of into it. So yeah, in that regard,
that's the way to get the girls, is it? Dress as one of them.
I guess so. Soul Assassin, quite a career I had. Yeah, I wish I had. I never got a copy of it. And I asked a bunch of times, like to use it on my comedy reel or whatever, and I never did get a copy of it. So
it's out there somewhere.
Yeah, what they say about what they do to men in Hollywood, it's true. They do try to emasculate them at every turn. So yeah, I wore a dress in a commercial. Yeah, isn't else's Pixar? It didn't happen. If I had it, I would. I don't.
You could have appeared in a Queen music video. I mean, that's I want to break free. I want to break free. They all dress as women.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I did because it's funny. It's like another funny way to tease
Yeah, we
me.
would have had more dirt on his ass.
What's that?
You got me beat there. The most embarrassing costume I ever wore involved tights.
Okay, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Tights and stage and amateur dramatics, but
Yeah,
that's what it was. Yeah, that's precisely what it was.
I did it for Robin Hood, so
Well, I'd have preferred a kilt. The problem was they gave you tights. They didn't give you a frickin' codpiece.
Yeah, you gotta have.
And you could tell what religion I was.
Yeah, you gotta have a codpiece if you're wearing tights. Because I played Robin Hood in theater, so I know.
Extra large codpiece, just to show off.
Hey, Canadian Spider-Man, what's up, brother?
Always.
Yeah.
I'm just googling the He's
googling code pieces now.
Yeah, he's googling cod pieces
is this it?
and tights.
Wait a second, is this it? Hold on, I might have found it.
Oh,
you guys just talk amongst yourselves. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to see.
I don't know.
I found it.
Shrinkage.
I fucking found it.
You found it. Oh, God.
Oh my God.
Come on then.
God damn it! Why did I bring this up?
Come on then.
Because Matt, you are one of these people that like the abuse. You're submissive. Like, let's be honest.
He's a bit of a masochist, isn't he?
I can't believe I found it.
I
think he's both. Yeah.
He's a sadomasochist.
No.
He's a sadomasochist into bestiality. He loves flogging a dead horse.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
That's the reason why he likes spanking Breeze flat out. Okay. So.
I can't believe I found it.
Come on.
I was hoping this one got lost to time, but no, it didn't.
No, got you. Brought it up. You're bringing it up now, brother. Let's go.
Get your screenshots ready.
All right. It's just a single minute long, so we can just play the whole thing.
Screenshots at the ready.
Oh, Wake Down's going to be like, oh, yeah, brother.
I get clips, he says.
I even texted him in the Discord, and his Discord
there?
in the private one, he's not there.
He's not here?
I'm trying to get a hold of him.
Well, we can't. You know what? If Wake Down's not here, we can't play it. You know,
he can go back.
You tease.
Okay. Yeah. No. You can do it.
It's just.
Don't tease us like this.
No.
The anticipation is killing us.
Punk Waddle, I just like the attention.
And the anticipation.
You got to do the Tim Curry line, Matt.
All I can see is blackness, darkness.
Well, that's Matt's asshole.
It's a close-up. No, that's a close-up of the dress.
This is Sentient Dildo's webcam.
Yeah. That's when he goes fully in.
Are we gonna?
All right.
Come
on.
Let's
go, Matt.
Play the whole thing. Yay.
Okay, that's enough. Oh yeah, you have changed quite a bit. You look quite good.
Wow, you have changed, like he said.
This check was pretty hot.
There we go.
Isn't she supposed to be making sandwiches and shit? Like,
Mad Martigan would hate this video. There's too many women in it.
Oh yeah, it's all women.
This chick was cute. She's Israeli.
Are you sure you actually were in this?
Yeah.
Honey, I was just curious.
Isn't that your line all the time, Matt? Like,
He was bi-curious. Actually, that was pretty good. You're not as bad an actor as we all think.
Thanks.
You're not as bad as we all imagine. It's quite good, actually. Yeah. But yeah, you didn't actually. It didn't make you look feminine. It made you look like a guy wearing a woman's clothing. Yeah, you still look like a guy. So.
Yeah. So
well
you're
played,
welcome.
sir.
Thanks. Yeah.
And did you get to keep the nail machine? Did you get to keep that?
I don't even think it exists. I think it was like a prototype they imagined would exist.
Right.
I was like, it seems too magic. I don't think that's a type of technology that.
And did you get to hang out with the girl though? Did you get to hang out with the actress?
On set? I mean, she looked at my dick
did you
a few
bang her?
times.
Did you like give her some?
No, I did not. She was
You
married.
didn't
The casting couch was
bagger?
not included in this one. No.
She had that like. What the fuck was her face like?
Michael
He was a good
Hickson.
actor, too.
Michael Hickson sent me $20 with an applause. Thank you very much, Michael
And as
Hickson.
Brightest Day said, you had your legs crossed the entire
He
time.
did. He's like little
Yeah.
Chrissy, and he's like, "Oh my god, my nails!" and like,
I was experimenting. I was
You're
trying
gonna have to
new
keep a
things.
copy of that now. You're gonna have to download
Yeah.
it and keep it. Good for you,
I
buddy.
just did this in bold caps in his. Listen to it. I did this in bold caps in his Discord. Wait down. You need to be here. Laugh out loud. Laugh.
And how much did you have to pay to take part in that advert then?
I got paid for that one. I got paid,
Oh, you got paid, okay.
Unlike
Not a lot,
the movie,
but I got paid.
He got paid. Like.
Yeah, you got paid in nail polish. Lifetime supply. How many adverts did you do? I mean,
yes.
how many adverts did you do in the end?
I think that about does it for embarrassing things I've done.
Advert-wise, I mean,
Oh
did
no,
you do
you
quite a lot
still
of
got
adverts?
more. Like he likes
I
to
don't know.
like spread them out so he can like drop a little nugget for us every now and then.
Yeah, I don't know. That one
He's
just
got
came
a
back to me. I
whole
was
back catalog of shit there that he's just like
yeah, just
I
holding
was
out
a-
on you guys.
he was like, I was a table, then I was a lampshade, now I was a pretty girl with my cross legs with nail in the dress,
Well, to be fair, I was a guy who was curious about being a girl.
Okay.
So that's different.
I'm
Much different.
calling next. You're gonna find out Matt was a furry at one time. I'm calling this one, okay?
So, paid at the cost of my self-respect. Yeah, there was a lot of that. That was my. The thing is, they beat you down so much that doing something like that, you're almost grateful. You got work as an actor, so it's like, oh, terrific! I get to go on set and do this. Yeah. Yep. That was my.
So one day
I think
you
the
will.
hashtag should have gone to Romania really does ring true. The
Hey,
more we
you
get into
should have
this,
gone to Romania, dude. You would have been like Ron Jeremy, dude. Like,
well, that guy's in jail, so I don't want to be.
Ron Jeremy's in jail.
Probably more like Jeremy Ron than
Well,
Ron Jeremy. But
somebody that wasn't Ron Jeremy then, okay? Like, could you see Matt in his like porn star picture, like that one
Ew.
glamour shot he's in? But he's just like,
Well, Pat, it's funny you say that about the Cinemax. That's the whole should have gone to Romania thing. Is it would have been softcore, and at the time I was too good for it. I was too good to play a male role, making out with a woman, and now I decided to be a table, and then wear a dress, and yep.
Yep.
And did you do the table thing as a method actor? I mean, did you really get into the? Did you spend like weeks off set?
Just
being
imagine your right arm as a wooden leg. Like, yes, this is what it feels like. I can really feel the oak in my bowl, in my
Bent
soul.
over while he's at the table getting smacked in the ass,
The method,
you know?
the method. It's the,
Yeah.
you
I
suffer
want
for
it
your
to
art.
look real. Make it red for me. No, I don't like it. Just hit me. Like,
Oh boy. Soul Assassin says, "Too good to play a male role. Mads would be disappointed in you." Yeah.
yeah.
Mads is disappointed in everybody, so it's.
I was going to say that.
Look at Dildo. Matt loved playing a table. He's really a
He's really
natural on all fours.
It just came to me. It was just so easy. It was like I didn't have to act.
Wait,
Just,
we don't want to hear that it just came,
just
to
came
you,
to him.
okay? I don't want to hear that because that's a whole nother issue, okay, Matt?
Gosh, I can't believe I found that. I can't believe that's online somewhere. That's crazy.
It hasn't taken long for us to descend into smut tonight.
Oh, the minute I popped in
quick.
here, it went downhill. Like,
yeah. Oh well.
Yep.
It's
foul
good,
ball and screwball powers unite. Like,
should have probably saved that for like the end of the show. You know, I should have like had that as like the
4
finale.
hours from now.
Yeah. Now it's just like
the
how do we
teaser,
get?
Just get a wasted
The
Nick
thing,
Visor
yeah,
to
yeah.
join
well, you
in.
can show it. You can show it again if Wakedown comes over, and then he can trap
I
on
would
you. And
really.
then
prefer
wait, if
not.
comics comes
that
over,
again.
and if culture comes over, so they can see it too. So.
They can rewatch it anytime they want, I suppose. Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm not gonna do that again.
Like, no, not doing that again live.
Oh wait if Tom comes over and he sees that that's gonna be a
fuck,
real.
you know what?
Oh,
I
you
forgot
can't.
to send
No. You can't show that to Tom live.
Tom would Tom's reaction would be like, oh my, would be priceless.
I forgot that I didn't send the link to Tom or Comics tonight. I have to do that right now.
Okay. Soul Assassin said, from table to an address, the Brie Larson path.
Maybe that's why I like her, because she's so wooden and I kind of identify with that, you know. We're on the same level. We're on the same page. Yeah. Well, all right. How do we... Jed wants me to play it again. He wasn't done fapping.
He wasn't done.
He didn't get enough. Oh, geez. All right. Well, I guess we'll talk about Star Wars now. I don't know how to segue out of that.
Or we can talk about Doctor Who. Star Wars or Doctor Who. So
I mean, Red Shirt. Are you a Doctor Who fan?
I was.
And I think Rock fan is, right? I mean, he just stepped out for a minute, but he'll be right back.
Yeah, I believe he is. I mean, so the short story is that the man who rebooted Doctor Who is going to take over again as showrunner, and I'm blanking on the name. He's got a triple barrel name.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the showrunner.
Islington Girl just
right.
sent me a super sticker real quick. Just like to acknowledge that. Thank you very much. It's that sweating emoji. It's looking off in the distance, like that awkward monkey.
It's Russell T. Davies, isn't it? Russell T.
Yeah,
Davies?
Russell T.
Yes,
Davies.
Russell T. Davies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Thank you,
Russell T.
Islington Girl.
Davies is the guy.
Thank you.
He's the guy who brought Doctor Who back from occasional movie and sort of semi-oblivion for most people who weren't already inveterate fans. There was a Doctor Who in that time, and he was a very good one from what I'm told, but I've never seen any of it.
The Paul McGann.
Oh,
guy.
yeah.
Yes.
Which I liked, and he never got a fair shot. Yeah, he was good.
Well,
No, he
here's
didn't.
my thing, 70s. I'm going to say this, and I said this. What if they bring Paul McGann back? I was on Noel's show today, and I've already spouted out a bunch of this. It was on for like 3 or 4 hour show today. And I was like, what if they bring Paul McGann back? Jodie regenerates and they kind of like push all that crap to the side, and then Paul McGann comes back. Like, because he really deserves his shot to be a full-on Doctor.
He does, and I believe that the only way they can save this show, because to me it's dead now, the only way they can save it is by completely eradicating the last 3 or 4 years, 5 years, as if it had never happened. Like completely retcon it out of existence. That's the only way. They can't live with that period, because it retconned the entire past of the show. So they cannot live with that. It has to happen.
I saw that.
Like, wait, are we really done with cross-dressing?
No, we're coming back.
No,
else is there to say?
that's going to be brought back. That's going to be brought back up when VW.
We're saving our ammunition for later. Okay.
Yeah.
The point I want
revisit it at hour 6 or something.
Yeah, right. The point I want to make, though, is that yes, that 5 years ago started with Peter Capaldi, and that's the problem. Because Stephen Moffat was showrunner for Capaldi's run, And Moffat's first season with Capaldi was not terrible. It wasn't great. It took a long time to bring the Doctor up to speed. But Capaldi was a great actor, probably one of the best actors ever to play Doctor Who, and should have been. I mean, when people talk about who's your favorite Doctor Who, he should have been in the top 3.
Absolutely.
I will say this. I will say this, Red Shirt. He was as close as my favorite, my doctor, Tom Baker. He was as close as you're ever going to get to Tom Baker. Tom Baker is at the top of the Doctor thing.
If you'd asked me 10, 15 years ago of a guy that I could picture playing Doctor Who, I would have thought of Capaldi. Absolutely. Just perfect for the role.
Yes, and the problem is the reason Capaldi's later seasons were progressively worse and worse and worse is because I believe Moffat was ordered by the BBC brass to insert things into the stories that he didn't want to because he didn't in the first season, and they forced him to. So my point is, you can bring back the greatest showrunner of the last 10, 15 years for Doctor Who, which they have, Russell T Davies, and people will argue with me about that, and that's fine. But he's the guy who rebooted it. He created the rebooted Doctor Who.
Yeah, he created
out of Oblivion.
Yeah.
Yes. So you've got the guy who rebooted it in the first place. If anybody can reboot it, he can. But he's got to be allowed to do it. And I'm not sure the BBC will allow him to do it.
The BBC will not allow him to do it. I'll say that right now. I promise you they will not be allowed to do it. He won't be allowed to do what he wants.
It's 70s. That's the reason why I was happy, but I was depressed at the same time. Because I know how the BBC is right now, man. Like...
Yes, and if he is not allowed to retcon the entire past 5 years, then it's a complete waste of time.
Yeah, we're gonna know.
Probably is a waste of time.
We're gonna know pretty soon. You know
what can they really do? Like, how can you as a company, as a media company, be like, everything we did for the past 5 years was bad.
They won't.
And you can't. You cannot. You need that's why they do hard reboots, because that's the only way they can move on without acknowledging that it was all garbage.
And progressive media never admit they're wrong. These people never admit they're wrong.
Yeah. They never do it.
There are ways to do it, but not with the people who are running the BBC now. So you would bring back Peter Capaldi, who wanted another season and was shafted by the BBC, and you have him have a bad, awful dream. And you do an entire episode where maybe... Yeah, you do an episode where maybe he's visited by the ghosts of doctors past. Like they bring Tennant back and they bring Eccleston back. And they talk him down from this disastrous, horrible nightmare. And then they evaporate. They go back in their TARDISes and they go away. And that's your transition back to Peter Capaldi, give him a season. That would be one way to do it.
I'd like to see a simulation of John Pertwee come back and use Venusian Aikido to kick the shit out of Chris Chibnall. That would be a way of getting back.
Oh, that'd be awesome, brother. That'd be awesome.
You know how they could do multiverse thing though. Like they could do something like let's just say they shared your point of view about the 5 seasons being garbage. Let's say they go back to the end of the season just before the 5 terrible ones, and they do like this little retconny scene where after the Doctor finishes off whatever he does, he gets in the TARDIS and then goes into like a different dimension. I don't understand the dynamics of Doctor Who, so if what I'm saying sounds ridiculous. But
absolutely could happen, yeah.
But it could be one of those things where it's like however he navigates the universe, he decides instead of, going to a different time, he just goes into another dimension, and then they retcon it by, he came back to the right dimension, and then we're just going to do things
possibly,
from there.
They actually, the Doctor Who actually is already a multiverse. So to your point, they could write a story where, again, take my idea, bring back a couple of old doctors to really hammer this in that this is going back to what it was, right? So you bring back...
Well, they could still get Tom Baker. He's not going
They could get Tom Baker. So the point is you go, they rescue the Doctor. The Doctor's already in a multiverse outside of the normal human universe.
I mean,
and they got to go get him back.
They could claim that they could claim that all that timeless child shite was done by the master or somebody to ruin the doctor, to confuse the doctor, or to whatever. Yeah.
I said it was either Valyart. I said it was either Valyart or somebody else. But I even said that, and then you have him wake up. Capaldi's there. He ends the rest of the season, and then he regenerates into the new Doctor. So he gets that season that he got screwed over to redeem himself.
Yes.
Give him his. So.
Give him a chance. I think they should get the TARDIS to materialize on top of someone who looks like Chris Chibnall and flatten him.
Well,
actually, Chibnall's legs sticking out from one side,
that's right,
and Whitaker's legs sticking out from the other, and the witch is dead, and I'm happy.
Problem solved.
And that's how she dies, and she has to regenerate.
So Matt, the point, Matt, I'm trying to make is that yes, I just came up with two different rough story outlines that could actually revert the Doctor back to known, good Doctor story and move on from there, retconning the last 5 years. The problem is the people who caused the last 5 years aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, they're still there. That's my worry too.
You're
gonna have him, but you're gonna still have all the little low minions and everybody else that's gonna be out there. So he's gonna have his thing at the top, and you're gonna have all these people, just like Lucasfilm and Marvel and DC and all the other places, and Paramount with Star Trek. Is
he going to have the power to sack that entire writer's room? Is he going to have the power to sack all these millions of associate producers that the BBC employs straight out of the woke universities that have no talent but are determined to impose their politics on shows like this? I mean, they've killed the goose that laid the golden egg there. That show was huge, made the BBC a lot of money, and they don't seem to give a shit about that. And that will not change. That won't change.
They killed Top Gear.
Sentient Dildo's got a good idea. He says Matt as a second female Doctor would be great.
Well, he certainly dresses for it.
Him dressed up in that dress with his
and
nails
in
done.
tricky situations, he can pretend to be a piece of furniture to hide.
Exactly. I've got a lot of skills.
Bends over.
Get the BBC on the horn.
And he's got you got to keep the mohawk. Like that would be.
Yeah.
It seems like your particular set of skills may not be on Liam Neeson's level, though, my friend.
I will find you and I will decorate your living room.
That's right. I will teach you to.
I will tastefully bring the room together.
Right. You will learn to accessorize under my tutelage.
Absolutely.
I wish I still had a recording of me imitating Liam Neeson on that phone message, because I freaked somebody out. I freaked somebody out on Facebook. I sent a voice message to them, and he came back to me and said, "Where the hell did you get that?" I said, that was me. I recorded it.
Yeah.
That's right. Who needs a sonic screwdriver when you can just put a lampshade on, huh, Matt?
That's right.
See?
Culture later on. There's something else you may want to see, so it's something for later on.
Hey, another Jen. Hey, look, here's the thing. When I broke that news at 7:32 this morning, it wasn't 7:32 that I broke the news. Variety broke it, and I reported it on my 6-minute daily. I was like, "Is this good news?" Because I don't even know anymore, right?
Yeah, me neither. I'm confused.
Because Russell T Davies could be great, but how do you unfuck what's been completely?
That's what we're saying.
That's what we've been talking about.
You literally have to.
That's why I rolled in here.
You got to literally have to get rid of the last 5 years and just recon it. Like, totally.
Well, and that's the thing. But you have a whole season of this chick. Like, you have 8 episodes, some shit. I don't know, 9 episodes. I don't know. You have like a bunch of shows.
6 to 8 somewhere in there.
And they can do a lot of damage in that time.
Yeah. I mean, in in Chibnall, I almost said the unflattering term about his name.
Yeah.
But he has no compunction in further ruining this character.
That's right.
So
he's going to go down in flames, brother.
Well, job done. They've destroyed it.
Yeah. So here's what you do. You pull a Bob Newhart on this, right? You have Russell. Russell T Davies rolls in and says, "You know what?" David Tennant wakes up, and poof, you're back in the real Doctor world. I had a terrible dream.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And wouldn't it be funny if Rose was right next to him in the bed, and they're like, "Oh, I just had a." Did they totally just go full on cheese just to make fun, and then Rose
they
is
should.
Like, I had a dream, and then Rose is right next to me.
No. They're gonna do the Dallas shower scene. They're gonna do the Dallas shower scene. Peter Capaldi in the shower.
They could do. They could do the multiverse thing. Like that would be a legitimate way they could handle it. And then you wouldn't, I mean, you're going to have to deal with some hurt feelings, but it wouldn't necessarily like ruin everyone's life. You wouldn't have to straight up be like, oh, it's all bullshit and none of that mattered. But you would imply it by just sort of changing universes. Just bring it, oh, this is to the other universe, the one where they didn't murder a black child.
They could do a veil reveal. Because I mean, that was one of the conversations around Star Wars. Was basically, so you could be in a mirror dimension. You could watch one Doctor cross from a mirror universe. Yeah, so you could watch Tenet cross from one to the other, and you'd be like, oh, that makes sense. Hey, what's up, Raz?
Raz, the bar is just opening. We've only not even an hour. Just started. Pour yourself a shot.
just thought of a way for David Tennant to help save this if he wanted to. But the problem is he's friends with Jodie. Okay, so late in David Tennant's tenure as the Doctor, he had been saving a hand that was cut off in his very first episode, right when he was still regenerating. So he grew a new hand. So in this very steampunk bubbling glass and metal canister, he had the hand that was cut off of him. And in a late episode, Donna, his companion, fuses with the hand and becomes the Dr. Donna. She becomes a hybrid human doctor and helps him save the day. And it's a great episode. But the problem is that she generates another doctor because of the power she has.
All right. I just read that chat. What? No.
Which one?
The one from the Islington girl.
Oh, she just walked up to the bar and there's a dude next to her in a dress. Yeah, I mean.
That's Matt. So that's Matt. So.
Are you sure it's a dude? Islington girl? Have you checked?
Well, it might be a trans testicle.
How do you know how this person identifies?
I don't. I was just giving options. I mean,
yeah.
They could actually identify as Matt's lampshade. You don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know.
You got to do a Crocodile Dundee check.
That's right.
Yep, that's a dude.
There's already a half human, half Doctor David Tennant living in another dimension with Rose, for crying out loud. Have him come back to rescue the Doctor, for crying out loud. I mean, come on. There's any number of answers. The problem is management is the problem. The assistant producers are the problem. The writers are the problem.
Everyone else there is the problem.
How much are you guys keeping up on what executives are still there? Because that's more like deep, like Variety lore. That doesn't necessarily come out to the public as like a big story. So maybe some of the executives have changed. They change hands pretty quick.
Yeah, but they only change hands for other. The BBC, they only change hands to be executives are exactly the same, with the same views. They hire them all out of the Guardian, the pages of the Guardian newspaper, for God's sake.
True.
They're all absolutely identical.
But why would they bring this guy back then? What would be if they don't want any changes? Why would they bring this guy back?
Well, I think they're pandering or trying to pander to what remaining fan base they have, in the vain hope that it'll stir some.
But if this guy has got integrity, if he's like a base type of storyteller where he just tells good stories, like, are you going to handcuff him? Are you going to force him to do it?
That's the big question.
Does he need the money?
Will he have control is the question,
Yeah. Well, does he need the money? So it's like, can he walk? Like, you know what I mean? How much integrity does this guy have? Like he made a good series of television. Does that mean he's willing to like risk his reputation, or will he walk, or like, we don't know any of that.
That's what all the speculation is. What's RTD going to be willing to do or not willing to do?
There is a wider picture with the BBC too, which is that it's rapidly losing People are stopping paying their license fee, which is a thing that's forced upon everybody in Britain. You got to pay this fee. It goes to the BBC. I think Az did a good video about it recently. There's like up to $1.5 million not paying now. There's a lot of budgetary scrutiny on them. They may well lose that status of getting that money eventually. So maybe somebody there has had a last-minute change of heart and decided maybe we do need to make some cash. And Doctor Who was one of their golden geese that made a lot of money for them internationally, a lot of money in toy sales, merch. That merch money's disappeared like snow off a dike, as we used to say. It's gone. So is there some kind of reality kicking in at the BBC? I would suspect not, but there's always that 5% chance.
Well, this is what I was talking about with Disney 8 months ago after the finale of season 2 of The Mandalorian. Disney's got to decide whether they want to make money or proselytize. They decided to double down on proselytizing.
Yeah.
And
but when you own all of media, you can do that. BBC doesn't
they don't own all everything.
They don't have to make money eventually.
They own a lot of it. They own a lot of it.
Yep.
They own ESPN. They own Hulu. They own Fox. They own Marvel. They own Star Wars. They own a lot of fucking media.
Okay.
More money to lose.
This lawsuit comes through with Spidey and Doctor Strange and everything. So hopefully Steve Ditko and Stan Lee's family gets it. So I'm going for them. Fuck Marvel.
It's a big house of cards that could collapse at any one time.
The thing is, Matt, you're right in that Disney has other sources of income and other properties, and that's going to help them. The BBC has one source of income.
Mm-hmm.
Well, two. They have merchandise and they have license fee.
Yep.
And the problem is that it's clearer with the BBC than it is with Disney that people are walking away because they're making the irrevocable choice of saying, I'm not paying for your service, whatever your service happens to be. That's the license fee. Az has done more than one great video on this.
Yes, he has. They're very good.
And he explains it very clearly what the license fee is, why you can get, what you have to do to get rid of it, how hard they're making it to get rid of, and he's laid it all out. And 20, whatever it was. Let's put it this way. What I got, if I remember the numbers correctly, 70s. How many did he say in the last one?
I think he said it was up to about $1.5 million.
Right. That's out of 20 million license payers.
Starting to reach critical level that's noticeable and has an actual impact, a real world impact.
It's hurting them. It's hurting them very much, very, very badly. In fact, so much so that they've had to cut back on staffing. They're in a position where they can't produce certain shows. They are financially in big trouble. Big trouble. And consider this: the license fee right now is £159, right? So it's not cheap, right?
No.
And that's pretty rough, right? And the other problem with the license fee is that it used to be that pensioners would be allowed to opt out of it.
You get it for free.
Yeah. And that's no longer the case, or at least it wasn't. They're trying to make them pay for it. And so they've all opted to get the hell out of that.
So let me ask you guys. I want to ask you real quick, and this is about Russell T Davies. So has anyone seen the Sarah Jane Adventures?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
So
I have
what's
too.
the tone? What's the tone of that show?
It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
And Tennant even came over didn't he do it in a crossover episode with her?
He did,
too?
yeah. And they had the K9 stuff. And
they had the K9. Go ahead,
woke?
Matt.
Is it woke at all?
No, not at all.
No,
Not
it was
all,
Doctor Who,
no.
basically.
It was actual Doctor Who.
Lower tier, lower tier.
The reason I ask is because additionally to what Russell T Davies has been working on since he worked on Doctor Who, he did the Sarah Jane Adventures, but then he also did a show called It's a Sin, and that's for HBO Max. And it's a chronicle of 4 friends during a decade in which everything changed, including the rise of AIDS, which in any other time would just be a story about people with AIDS. I would assume, having never seen a single episode, just reading that title and the fact that it's coming out in 2021 is probably a pretty heavy dose of woke there.
Probably, but
are we sure this is the type of guy who is, even like gonna contradict what has already been out there.
Well,
I don't think-
that's a hobby horse for Russell T Davies because he is gay.
And I don't.
And
Yeah.
it is one of his torches that he carries.
One of his
Okay.
torch woods, in fact.
That's actually the other one I was going to mention, was that not only did he do the Sarah Jane Diaries, he did Torchwood.
Yeah.
Torchwood that was uneven. I didn't like all of it, but Torchwood was the show that convinced me that Peter Capaldi would be a kick-ass doctor.
Because he played the villain in that. Yeah, and I actually don't think that, despite Torchwood having obviously a gay lead, that Russell T Davies has ever really imposed that wokeness in his shows that I've seen. I mean, even in Torchwood, they kind of made a bit of a joke out of it at times. Like they didn't take it that seriously, or they didn't.
Well, if I remember right,
it
Russell
was
T
Captain
Davies.
Jack.
Yeah, and Captain Jack didn't.
Captain Jack was awesome.
He was a great character, and
Like I said, it's about timing. It's not necessarily about the fact that he's gay or that he writes stories about gay people. That's whatever. What I'm wondering is he the type of guy who's going to resist the agenda, resist
he
the
might
narrative?
be the only guy that could because of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He might be.
It's helpful. I mean, again, there are a lot of people in the LGBTQ community. I'm going to use their word, community, that are not in line with the current agenda. Like they are not down with it.
That's
and
true.
he's
right.
one of, and he seems to be one of the people that are not down with that. I mean, in this country, they're often referred to as log cabin Republicans and stuff like that. So, he does sentient dildo. And as a matter of fact, if you want to go back to his HIV days and the things that he said, you're not wrong.
So, is there any like TDS in Russell T Davies' past? Is there any
I can't imagine.
stuff?
I can't imagine. I've not looked into any of that nor heard about it. See, that's the difference, right? Everybody else that's been involved in this stuff, you hear about it. Have you heard anything? Just another red shirt?
I haven't heard a peep. Oh, I know one thing Russell T Davies did. He decided to make a spoof cartoon of some sort where the doctor became an alien animal, and I think he was making fun of the idea that the doctor can turn into anything.
Yeah, and I
don't think it was serious.
No, and I wouldn't think so either. And I did hear about that. But here's the thing: I don't see any of that. Hey, what's up, Disease? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a bit, my friend. Hey, where have you been? I better see you Sunday.
Yeah,
it's a threat.
Oh, I don't know. You know me. It's not a threat. I love everybody. I'm broken. I'm broken that way.
I'm
just sad and
I still
needy.
know he loves
Just
me.
sad and
So,
needy.
yeah, I think
Love me. Love my streams.
I think Davis has a chance of. He's the only guy I think that could pull this back if he's allowed to.
Yeah,
I would say
And I
this.
don't see a lot of wokeness in his previous work, in the Doctor Who sphere. Even if you remember that 50th anniversary special they did with the Colin Baker and
Baker, yeah,
and so on, and they found John Barrowman in a car with a wife and two kids. They said, "Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody." They kind of made a joke about him being gay and whatever. It wasn't woke at all.
Like I said, being gay does not that doesn't eliminate you from being able to think.
Tell a good story,
just-
and that's what he
Make
cares
you
about.
Right.
and that's ultimately the whole point. Like I said, I mean, but here's the problem. And again, of course, today I did like 14 stories, which was more than I'd ever done. If you count the 3 articles on the IAHCC, I did 16. But anyway, this one I spent a little time on because I'm like, I don't know what this means. I felt good about it when I read it. I felt like, like I had some hope the second time I went through it. And then by the time I was presenting it on the stream, I was like, I have no idea. Hot take there, Matt.
Just being a prick.
Was
being a prick there.
Dildo's just being dildo culture. So yeah.
Just want to make sure you got the appropriate middle finger. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, but that's the whole thing is I don't know. And here's the thing. Do you know how you bring me back to Who? You make Who good again. The problem is it going to happen? And I don't believe it. I haven't believed it in a while. I mean, things were going downhill before Chin Balls got there, and I accidentally used the name. I don't like to use disparaging terms. I mean, I don't. But it's one of those things because I don't know. And here's the other thing. Am I going to get invested? It's like if Star Wars got good again. It's the same question. Would I come back?
I would, but I just don't think it can be.
I think they're too. I think they're too far afield.
Fool me once, fool me twice. You know, I mean, it's
I just don't think. I don't think it's possible. Like, especially a property that's on the scale of Star Wars, and all the people there that they're not going anywhere. That intentionally derailed it and destroyed it and insulted the fans. It's like it would have to be, to me, it would almost have to be the kind of thing where it got resold, or like Favreau had almost like a dictator like control over what came out, and I can't see it possibly being good. The best way I think we get is like another Mandalorian that's like, all right, I don't hate it, it's fine, because I just don't see it ever recapturing that. So
just before we move on, I wanted to do a little anecdote about the BBC. Now, because I have zero sympathy with it for anybody at the BBC. I used to work in local radio in Scotland, and during the Edinburgh Festival, which is the world's biggest arts festival, huge thing if you've ever heard of it. All the comedians go there, all the whatever. So we and my co-commentator on the show, we were on local radio, covered the Stand-Up Comedy Awards. There were 2 of us at that show. The BBC had about 15 people covering the same show. So I have no sympathy for them. They're overstaffed, overfed, bloated, taking that taxpayer money and just shoving it out there on freebies, and too many people doing nothing. There's one guy with a clipboard, one guy with a microphone, one guy carrying a cable. There was 2 of us covering the same show.
There's a lot of arguments that can be made for that's the way the public sector works. If you work in government or anywhere outside of like the real world, if you are in those areas, you don't have to do a lot. You're covered. Right. I mean, and the problem is that a lot of the jobs in Hollywood in the upper levels are like that. But when you get down to the low areas, and again, I'm talking about IATSE, right? You're talking about the folks that make things work for productions, for television and film. And Matt, you would know this. They're boned, man. They're working sometimes, 70, 80-hour work weeks, and they don't get a drop more revenue out of the deal, right?
They do okay, though. Those people all make a pretty good living.
Except that, okay, so you make $100K in LA. How good are you doing?
Yeah, who's riding on the back of those people?
That's a good point, Culture.
Who's riding on their back? Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, it's like, look, if you really want to do this, if this is what you preach, right? If you're bending completely into the woke intersectional baloney sausage stuff, right? Then you are ascribing to this certain kind of thought process that JP Morgan wants every single board of directors that they control to put into their corporations, which means that the workers first, right? Profits second. Nobody fucking believes that, and so
it's not even realistic. It's not a realistic business model.
And so, it's like, okay, except that if you look at every single union that works in every one of your productions, it's not true.
They're wildly uncompromising, the unions, too. And it's like they expect so much, and everything in Hollywood is so goddamn expensive. It's not even just what the unions ask. It's like rentals are so pricey. Like, permits are expensive.
It's going to be worse. It's going to be worse now.
Hookers and cocaine are so expensive these days, too.
Yeah,
Wagoneer, the guy that started the wagon thing. You're on camera, love.
I don't. What's wagon? What are you?
Yeah, have you ever heard of Star Wagons?
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, the guy that runs that company and the craft services that's associated with it, he just got bought out by a megacorp.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now, you're going to have less friendly stuff.
They'll have woke Star Wagons. Star Wagons.
But it's going to get more expensive is the whole point. Yeah. I mean, at every single level, all of that. I mean, it just break down productions. If you've ever been to a shoot, right? And again, there is so much that goes into the logistics of making it work. And there are production assistants that work for hours on making sure that everything, well in advance of any shot, to make sure everything's going to flow, that the schedule's, going to work, and there nobody wants for anything.
Yeah.
And they are not taken care of. But
production
then you have,
assistants are the most shit upon people in the entertainment industry.
Yeah. And
100%.
then you have
they work for like
sharks.
$100 a day, and they get all the shit. They work extremely hard, and it's a terrible job. But
Wasn't that movie Swimming with Sharks? Was that the one?
Yeah. Well, no, it's a step into the producer life, if you want to go that direction, or it's a step into
crew.
Yeah, crew.
Thing.
Yeah, either way. Yeah, there are there's actually 4 different paths you could go that way, right? But here's the thing. You step on that same set and you have 6 guys that are in charge of the electrics, right? And those guys, they only need 1, but there's 6 of them and they're making bank.
It's a lot like the private sector. There's so much people. Like if you've been on a movie set, even I remember we were filming this thing that I did, which actually just got into a film festival. Funny enough, I found out from this girl I did something that's going to be at a film festival coming up. So let me plug it. No, it's not as nearly as humiliating.
Is it you in a furry outfit this time?
Is it the Romanian Furry Film Festival?
No, it's actually
calling
like.
It.
It's decent work.
Next.
Let me quickly just plug it because it's actually something.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're gonna plug something?
Oh, isn't it in South by Southwest?
Yeah, that's what it's at. No,
dude, that's awesome.
No,
That's a fun place to go.
It's the one
I've been to that.
It's the festival you've never heard of. It's North by Northeast.
It's
the other festival. It's in Alaska. No,
East
in
by Northeast. It's
in
the
Labrador.
California International Shorts Festival. I don't know when that is. Oh, it's this. Oh,
they dress like they dress like a bunch of FBI agents going to a fake December 6th rally.
Right.
No, it's a real film festival that a movie I got into that I was in got into. Anyway, but we were shooting it at like Long Island, Long Beach State University, I think. And at the same time, there was this other production, and it was like, God, there were so many people, like, and so many like just carts and equipment and lights, and I was like, wow, what is this? Like, what's shooting? And it was an episode of the Goldbergs.
Yep.
Like it was just a network show. It felt like a Marvel production. There was literally hundreds of people running around on this shoot, and you're just like, are they all necessary? Like here we are, like a group of like there's 20 of us, including actors and the direct. Like there's 20, and like we're shooting something that honestly we're not.
Makeup, everybody there, right? You had like and it's like
it's our like, whole production. It's like 20 people.
Yeah,
and it's like the quality's not gonna be the same, but it's like. It can't be that far off what they're working on. It's like it's the Goldbergs. It's not a Kubrick film.
This is what I was saying about the BBC. They had a guy with a clipboard, a guy holding a cable, a guy doing this, a guy doing that. They didn't need them all.
Sports production, dude. I'm going to tell you, sports production. The only people that are important are the guys in the trailer. I swear to God, that's it. Because everything
WWE too, culture.
Every camera shot. You have the game covered from like 72 fucking angles. So the only people that are important are in the damn box in the trailer in the parking lot that are like 500 or 600 yards away from the actual football game or whatever. It's like, holy shit. And that's when you make those realizations, you're like, there's only a handful of humans that are important on a shot that aren't the actors or the participants in the actual shit. It's like, the fuck are you all doing here? It's because they're all lined in, and that's what we used to call it. They're all lined in.
That's exactly what it is. The unions require this many people need to be on every shoot, and it's very, and that's, I mean, honestly, in defense of the corporate overlords, like that's why they're always trying to find like the most profitable brand, or they're always trying to find tax shelters because they are literally backed into a corner where they have to spend $100 million on like. Just an average shitty movie because it is so expensive now because it's everyone knows, oh, well, they've got money, so they overcharge for literally every piece of the entertainment industry. And it's like, try to make a movie union if you're not a studio. It's like impossible.
No, and that's the other thing. It's just like oh my gosh, there's so much there that I mean, if I were to break it all down, you guys would be like crying, because it gets really stupid. I mean, just in special effects department, right? You could have 16 people for one scene on the set, and there are like maybe 3 special effect elements in it that aren't digital, right? This is just physical stuff. Like, that's it. It's insane. I've never seen it. Like, it's just and it's dumb, because it's going to be like, oh, hey, there's Top. Get in here, knucklehead.
He's got the link.
I'm not a boomer. Wait, I am a boomer. No, I'm not a boomer. Actually, I'm just young enough to not be a boomer. Yeah,
I'm just a boomer. You're
just
on
make
the cusp.
Cut.
63.
Right. I don't know. What about Mr. Mr. Shirt? Are you?
He's a pre-boomer.
I'm pretty much the same age as that 70s rock fan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same year at least.
Red Shirt's
All right.
a pre-boomer.
Yeah.
He was before the explosion.
And I'm Gen X, so I know I'm not a boomer.
And now the Gen Ys are the ones effing us up, as always. But anyway,
yeah, I know.
Look, here's this. I don't know, man. But if you ever get a chance to go to a set for a big production,
Well,
you're like,
I was actually watching something being filmed recently on video cameras, and I won't tell you why I could see that, because that would dox me. But they were filming what looked like something Batman related in a building that I'm connected to. Gotham Metro Hotel. There's a thing, Gotham Metro Hotel.
Yeah.
I figured it was and we looked at this thing all day, and we couldn't see any actors, but we could see a hell of a lot of other people. There was hundreds of them. God knows what they were doing.
Blocking, most likely, or any number of other things. I don't know.
Yeah.
Matt would be able to tell you, but more likely they were just blocking it out, is what they were doing, getting ready for the scene.
Well, no, there was cameras there, and there was a lot of lighting, and there was backdrops and green screens,
that's an environmental establishment shot. Any number of other things that can be set up.
There's a whole beat. What do they call it? Not B team. It's it's B-roll, but it's like something like that. There's like a second squad that like basically will shoot like. It would be like inserts or stuff like that, or they have like a second team. That's it, second unit.
I was trying to figure out what they were filming for, because it said Gotham Metro Hotel. But
yeah. By the way, most second unit directors are as good, if not better, than the primary.
Yeah, no, they're 100%. I mean, it's it's important, because if you have like shitty inserts and stuff, it takes you out of it. It's sort of jarring, and it matters.
Well, if you got to film a bunch of action scenes in the desert, they send the second unit director to go do it.
Right.
Spielberg doesn't go do that.
No. The second unit's going to do a good job. He's got a good crew, a bunch of people they travel well with.
If you're working in the entertainment industry, you have a good job. Like, honestly, like if you're even a lighting tech, like anything like that, it's a really difficult a career to get into. It's lucrative. Like the paydays are big, and like
unless you're living in LA or you're a production assistant.
Yeah. Matt's lighting. Your lighting tech must have had a hard job when you were playing a lamp. I mean, where did they put the plug?
Oh.
They were
especially when he did the movie.
Look, they're very they're hardworking. Wait, hold on, real quick, Culture. Before you break into your next point, I just wanted to acknowledge I got a super chat from Fred Sacco. Hell, for $5. Thank you very much, Fred. He says, drinking a dragon's milk beer, playing asteroids, and listening to this great panel. Hollywood can kiss my hairy beanbag.
Absolutely,
Hell, Fred. And thank you very much for the super chat, brother. I'm much appreciated.
And apparently tonight, RK Outpost had a swollen ball sack in the intro scene. So that was
yes, I saw that.
Uncomfortable. Yeah, I did see that.
It got flicked. That was a really problematic intro. Good Lord.
It was amazing. Yeah.
That was awesome. Come on,
what I could see, I only got to see about 60% of it, and then they had to bail.
Why? What's wrong with you?
No, I mean it had to be. I watched it. I was watching it. It's like it kept like glitching out, and they couldn't do the.
You didn't stick around to see it when they replayed it then.
No, I must have missed that part. Yeah.
All right. No, I
was watching the Karen movie.
Why?
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
Yeah, Vigilante's joining us soon. Yeah, but
where is VW?
He's still recovering from watching the Karen movie.
Where's comics?
I don't know. I sent the link.
Comics usually gets tired afterwards. He tells me that.
It's a long day. He was there the whole show too. So That's a lot. 6 straight hours, and then you come to do this show.
How much does a best boy pay? You mean a key grip?
Well, just ask Matt. He's the best boy in every movie, so he doesn't.
No. There is still a best boy. I just always find that funny. But
I forget all those terms.
Yeah, no, it's in.
Thanks, Rock fan. Thanks.
Hey, I think you deserve it, buddy. You're put on a great show, and I'm here. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So far, your guests are amazing. And I have
it's a hell of a panel.
Great guests.
I gotta be honest. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Little do you know, that's the fee for being on this show. Is
well, how come the others never pay? The others never.
I am way behind. Holy shit! I need to. How do I fix this problem?
Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. I mean it. I appreciate you. So thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thanks for being
Did
here.
you have cold air said?
And a little housekeeping here. That 70s rock fan, you still owe me a Sunday Culture Review appearance.
Well, I do, and unfortunately, as I say, I've been working on Sundays for a few weeks, but that's coming to an end. And the minute it comes to an end, I will be there, my friend. I am waiting to get one. I'd love to be on. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you know what? It'll work out.
So give me
I need Matt on. I need Matt on a Sunday, but that would require him waking up.
Mid-October,
what
I'll
time?
be yours.
It depends on what time, because I work on Sundays.
11 a.m. PST, which is 1 p.m. Stupid Standard Time.
Yeah, second week in October, I should be able to do it. So
I can pull that off.
I will look forward to it, buddy.
That I can do. I can do one. That's fine.
All right. Well, if you want to be on with Lady Gravemaster, she's going to be on Sunday.
Would love to do that.
Well, that's just Sunday. If it works out, Matt.
I will be over there with Cultured this Sunday too. So
I'm gonna. Yeah, we've got Jed coming in my regular panel. So
I'm not appearing with Jed on anything.
No, shut up.
I think it's bad.
You're only an archivist, 70s. Play it up,
Matt. I'm going to put you in the thumbnail. So just understand now. I won't put you in as the lampshade, right? I'm gonna use your channel logo. If that's okay.
Okay,
that's okay.
Yeah, give me 2 or 3 weeks, Culture. I'll be there. Trust me. Yeah, once I'm finished this seasonal job, it'll be good.
Yeah, you guys are, like I said. I mean, in the latest the latest I've heard on Bond is I'm gonna hate it.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I, as soon as I can corroborate some news on the Acolyte, I'm gonna. I need to talk to Steph to see if she's heard anything similar to what I've been told, because there's some weird stuff.
I mean, I am a lifelong Bond fan, both of the books and the movies. Yep. I mean, you couldn't get more. I grew up with Bond all my life. It's been there, and if they're losing me, and I don't want to see this movie because of what I've heard, then they're losing the absolute core demographic.
Oh no, because the Bond skews older and it skews male, and it always has. My generation was introduced by their grandfathers. Okay, understand that, right? So it's a long running property. 64, 62.
Dr. Nova 62.
Yeah, Dr. Nova 62. One of my
the books are way back to what, 54, 55.
54. Yeah. So So I think it was 8 to 10 years before they made the first film.
And they'd made a couple of TV shows out of it before, a radio show. There had been previous abortive attempts, but the movie's 62.
Yeah, in that film, Dr. No is one of the ones that I always found to be the most entertaining. First of all, Ursula Andress didn't speak a word of English, and that's not her singing.
And your point is,
mango tree, it was amazing. I really, her trying to do English and everything else, it was incredible. One of the most amazing films, right? And every iteration of Bond has been macho until you get to Daniel Craig's second film. And that's where you started to see some differences. The first film, you saw them, Jason Bourne it, right? And that's when the Jason Bourne influence, came into play. But the Spectre film was where it completely fell off. Oh, beautiful!
Ursula Andress.
Yeah, Ursula
Andress. Can't get much closer. Sorry, but this is a great book, by the way. Sex Sirens, Cinema Sex Sirens.
Incredible, right?
By Dave Worrell and Lee Pfeiffer, who are like total experts on retro movies. Cinema Retro is their magazine, if you've ever seen it.
Yeah,
they do a lot of great books. This is a really good one.
And I just
for artistic purposes, you understand?
Artistic purposes. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have a lot of those, right? Yeah, I subscribe to a certain book publisher that there's a lot of artistic interest for me.
Tasha,
it's for research purposes.
I have a couple of those.
But look,
anyway,
I'm not interested in what's about to happen. So, in the context of Doctor Who being turned around by Davies, is there somebody that can turn Bond around? Because if Barbara Broccoli is buying into the bullshit, that's a lot of B's. That's a hell of a lot of alliteration there. Then Bond's truly fucking lost. So her dad's desire and her partner, forget his last name's Wilson, Mr. Wilson,
Michael G. Wilson.
Yeah,
Michael G. Wilson.
I think it's Michael Wilson. Yeah, she's either convinced him that this is the right direction. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that they want to destroy this money making venture, because if they do what they're doing in this film, the next one will be destroyed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Culture. If they alienate me, you couldn't get a more base component of your fan base than a guy like me with Bond.
Right. I've owned Bond films in every format they've ever come out in.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and I read all the books before I'd even seen the films.
But my grandfather insisted that was one of the things that I saw. I mean, I fell in love with Star Wars. It was my first real cinematic memory, right? I always tell people that. I'm like, look, you don't understand. I was 6 and 7 years old when I went to the theater to see Star Wars when it was released. Okay? I made somebody in my family take me to see that film regularly. Okay.
Yep.
So the next closest thing to that was Bond. I would go to my grandfather's house and there would be a Bond film playing somewhere. Right. I mean, he had the good fortune of operating a small business that made a decent amount of money, and so he was one of the early adopters in VHS tape, right? He had explored the idea of Laserdisc and all of that when it came out, but for the most part, I was watching all this stuff. James Bond, that was funny today, by the way. My Friday show was on fire.
James Bond in No Time to Cry.
Dude, I'm telling you, they were killing it in my Friday show today with all of those. It was incredible. I was like, okay, we got the prawn parodies going on now.
Yeah. Actually, the first movie I paid to go to see with my own money, as opposed to my parents taking me, was Live and Let Die.
Oh my God! What a great film!
Yeah, it was the first one I went to myself as a kid. I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever done in my life.
And it had a great soundtrack because that was McCartney, right? McCartney and Wings. It was brilliant. It was so well written, and it had all of the diversity you could have fucking hoped for.
Yeah, you couldn't hope for more. Yeah, you couldn't hope for more.
The first movie I saw in a theater was, believe it or not, Blazing Saddles.
Nice. Oh my God, what a great film. Holy shit.
I saw that as a first movie.
But I watched the Clouseau movies. I watched the Bond movies. I went with my dad. My grandfather actually took me to see Star Wars when it came out. But here's the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Peter Sellers was amazing. And again, he was great. Also in a James Bond film.
Which
Casino Royale. Casino Royale.
That was a parody of.
It was.
And he destroyed it. He destroyed it.
He did. Yeah, but it was great. Yeah, I always tell people, I'm like, I mean, that was the original Casino Royale. So if you want to watch Casino Royale,
Fred Sacco. once
Hey,
again
what's
for
up, Chris?
$2. Thank you very much, Fred Sacco. He says, James Bond, time to buy the final insults.
Hey, dude,
What, you don't want to see James Bond curl up with a man in bed and like tenderly moan to him?
I
guess we just have different ideas of what Bond is.
It
I don't know.
depends what he does with his
Yeah.
Walther PPK. Yeah.
No,
It's
it's
going to have the song "Killing You Softly"
point-
as that's going on. So.
To your point, Culture, about this might be the
I have
last
a
chance.
particular set of skills, and I'm just about to show them to you.
This Bond film, given that they've had it in the can for so long and the interest is eating them alive,
it's killing them.
The reports are they need to make I'll give a range, $700 to $900 million.
Yeah.
Yeah,
to break even.
So Odin had some difficulty with those numbers tonight, but breaking down the 4 times that they've promoted the film, and the amount of interest that they've paid, and all those other things, which again can't be easily corroborated.
Hell, Tom, getting some of that Taco Bell. Get it, boy.
I'll be right through you, Tom, buddy. That'll go right through you.
Get me a gordita.
Yeah.
I'm on
Odin's willing to give it.
Supremes. So.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Culture.
Okay.
Odin's
You want
willing to
anything,
give
Culture?
it.
Culture, do you want to
throw something?
Do you want a taco? We just want to know if you want a taco.
No, I had steak for dinner. I'm good.
All right. Okay.
So anyways,
Doctor no means no. Sorry, it's a funny chats, Culture. I'm sorry.
I quit. I'm not talking anymore.
No, we want you to
Go
talk.
ahead.
Yes,
All
I
right,
want you to talk. Even I shut up for you.
This is the new bit, right? Interrupt Culture whenever he tries to get a point out.
Yes,
Sorry,
it
it's
is.
funny. It's some funny chats.
Jed does it to me all the time.
Yeah, I do. I do.
$600 million, right? That's what they were trying to sell the film for. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
They went to
like
Amazon,
HBO or something. They
Apple
were trying
Plus, HBO,
Yeah.
Netflix. They went to everybody they could think of to sell that film for $600 million. Nobody would give them a penny more than $350.
Which is very telling. Yeah.
They'd already spent the money. So that's the problem. Okay. So let's say the break-even point at the very smallest amount is $620 million, according to MI6, with everything that they know. And again, they know a lot of inside stuff. They say $928 million is break even. Break even.
Yeah.
Now,
And
do Bond movies even make that much
no,
money?
the only
make
one
a
that's
good one.
Skyfall's the only one that's made $1 billion.
$1 billion. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the problem is because of everything that they've done and because of how the gross splits work. And we're talking gross, right? Not we're not talking what they needed net. That's the problem, right? Hey, comics is in the back, by the way.
Comics.
What?
I disagree. I disagree with Odin, and that's fine. I love the guy; he's awesome. I watch him all the time. But I think, and I'm willing to say that the folks over at MI6, the folks that are like experts at Bond, are close to right. And I would say that $900 million is the break even point for this film. It would not surprise me at all. And they had
that's what everybody's reporting at this point is $900 million. So
yeah.
And now, does that are we suggesting that includes any kind of reshoots to like try to make it less woke?
That's everything. That's all that stuff.
Is that what they're doing?
Reshoots
Are
are
they
expensive.
actually doing reshoots to make it less woke?
I'm just speculating. I don't know for
They did.
sure.
Look, here's what you do. When you need to fix your product placement, you CGI that shit. It's way cheaper.
Well, yeah, that's what keeps getting brought up. And I know that one of the things that we discussed tonight was the whole idea that they're reshooting to cut down on Lashana Lynch.
Right.
Yeah, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Well, it does make sense. I mean, if you got this like kind of universal negative response from the audience and they're trying to make $1 billion on this thing, it's like, yeah, maybe you should like kind of correct some of your mistakes. Like, I still don't understand why Hollywood thought that was the play. Like, I know they think in their circles it's the play, but you really can't honestly believe it's the most marketable thing to make completely emasculate Bond and be like, oh, this girl's 007. And the audience is going to be like, brilliant. We love it. You're so good. Thank you. We've always loved it. Like,
brave.
They are J.J. Abramsing the shit out of this film. I mean, they have shot it 3 times over, just like they did the last Star Wars film. I'm just saying.
Awesome.
And that's the thing here. I look at it and I go, I have no problems believing that it's going to cost them that much money. That's permission.
like Tom said.
You know who was killing it last night was Toxic Man Flu.
Dude,
Super chat.
DMF was killing it on the. Oh, dude, Matt, you got to show up on one of those. Holy shit, it was so great.
Dude.
I work. I work. I have a job.
Well, fuck your job.
My job's at night.
Who doesn't? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he's a lady of the
I
night.
don't know, Matt. I think a super chat would solve that problem.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. What kind of work do you do exactly? Gigolo?
No.
Yeah, he's a lady of the night.
Male escort. Is it male escort?
He's a male
now?
escort.
Probably pay
Just
better than bartender.
get it out there.
Or is it a gimp? I don't understand. What is it? What is it you do at night?
It's bartending. It's not nearly as
that's
exciting.
what they call it
Basically
now.
a
Calling
gimp.
it these days. Bartending.
That's what the
I'm
kids
serving
are
up
calling it
something,
now.
you know what I mean? You know?
Yeah.
Hey now.
Serving up some delicious cocktails.
Wah, 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 wah. So you're like Tom Cruise in that cocktail film?
I do poetry at the bar every night.
Poetry slam.
I basically stop everyone's action and make them listen to me, and they do it as people would do in a crowded bar when the bartender starts proselytizing. Everyone's into that.
Yeah, in New York. Yeah, absolutely. They're waiting for poetry slam to happen while they're getting their drink on.
That's one of the most
Somebody's getting
terrific.
slammed.
Yeah, the poetry is very well appreciated in New York.
Oh yeah,
No.
especially
They
in a
love
crowded
it.
bar from the bartender.
Yeah, they love
Everyone
it.
gives a shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bartenders are treated like celebrities there. That's perfectly reasonable that would happen. Yeah. What a
Matt's
Wait! You're from that neck of the woods, aren't you? You saw that film and you're like, that's what I want to be with my life. That's
I can't be a successful actor.
I'm pretty sure what he was thinking was, I want to be a successful actor.
And then he ended up with Cocktails and Dreams.
Cocktails, broken dreams.
Lots
And
of
the
cock and
scent.
broken dreams.
At least it's not a broken cock. I mean, you got off easy, not a broken cock. So there you go.
There you go. How's it going, comics?
It's going good, man. How about you?
Pretty good, brother. Pretty good. Pretty nice show tonight. Thought that was
Yeah,
fun.
it was fun. As
Absolutely.
always. It would have been more fun if I didn't have like this giant pain in my shoulder, which I've had like this entire week, and last night didn't make it any easier.
Did you do something? What happened?
What did we do?
Nothing, man. It's just old age, man.
Oh,
that
damn.
sucks.
You realize I am a decade older than you.
Decade? You're like what, 3 years older than me?
I'm going to be 51. 51.
Okay, you're almost 4 years older than me.
I know. Yeah, but look at how sexy my hair is.
Me and comics are almost the same
Me too.
age. I'm 45, so
Holy smoke, Jed. Are you old?
yeah, I'm old too. I'm
You wouldn't
45.
know.
Middle-aged. Middle-aged.
Yeah, the 70s. This isn't impressing me at all.
No, I know.
Well,
just
I'm
amateurs.
sorry.
Amateurs.
I didn't realize you guys were both on AARP cards. I'm sorry.
I'm
I
not
did
on
not
the
know.
ARP card yet.
No,
Like,
we're
I-
talking about 70s and Justin Rutten.
Yeah,
I might have the odd pension or two coming in. And it's great. It's money I don't have to go
Wait,
and work.
so are you
for.
guys like
I love
20
your,
years
your
older
version
than
of
me?
come and take it as a hockey stick.
Well, this is Dallas Stars one. Come and take it. It's Texas. Very Texas.
That actually
Come
makes
and take
sense.
it. It's one of my favorite T-shirts.
Is that a Dallas Stars shirt?
It's a
The
Dallas
Dallas
Star
Stars.
shirt.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's
Yeah.
Come
good.
and take it.
Yeah, it's the only good. It's the only good sports team in Texas right now.
Even in like the
Well,
bar
that's because
that
we
I
haven't
work
started
in.
playing yet. Once we start playing, that'll change.
That's probably true.
yeah.
Even the bar that I work in Austin has a come and take it.
Oh,
yeah, it's a Lone
Yeah, it's
Star
implied.
I love
advertisement,
that.
but it still has it, which is just like
You get
there's
the
still.
cannon. Yeah.
I'll tell you what though,
Gonzalez. I
goddamn.
know the whole story. Yeah.
The mask mandates in this goddamn town. I go in so many places where they give you they like if you walk in without a mask, they like give you one and ask you to put it on. I'm like, I thought you couldn't do that. Isn't that the law where you can't force me to wear
No.
a mask any longer?
It
I thought
is.
that was the
Actually, it is.
But they everyone's acting like you can. There were some places where there's like this. I think I said it last week, but there was like they said they would fine you, like they would give you a $10 surcharge if you like walked in without a mask. And I'm like, what?
Bye.
I thought. Look, I came to Texas for freedom. Now, granted, I know I came to Austin.
You went to the wrong fucking city. dude.
went
You went
to
I get it.
Austin,
Austin's
Matt.
not Texas.
I
Well,
get
they
it.
call
It's
it the
not
People's Republic of
Texas.
Austin for a reason.
It's not
Yeah.
I
Texas anymore.
understand, But it's like, it's still like, I'm like, ugh, little God.
When the country breaks up into two pieces, Austin's going to be the island in the middle of not Austin.
Well, what's going to happen is all the Californians are going to flee Austin and go someplace else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I said last week, I speculate that abortion law was to try to keep, like, to stem the flow of Californian immigrants.
They need to do more because let me tell you. I mean, and so does Florida. Florida needs to like hand out like some hardcore like voter law stuff. I mean, there are many states that need to just be like, you know what, you're not welcome here, and if you move here, you can't vote for 10 years because you suck.
Well,
Arizona
it's
too.
Culture.
Funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot
recently
of
did a video
states.
talking about this because Collian's in Dallas. And that was like one of the things that he brought up, and of course they're gonna be pushing Beto really fucking hard, with the gubernatorial election here in Texas, and Beto is not somebody that needs to be elected.
No, I know. No. I used to live in Dallas.
Office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Dallas, but there's a lot of woke shit in Dallas too.
Yeah, unfortunately there is, but that's kind of the cities in general. But Austin has the worst of it, though.
Oh, it's terrible. They've ruined it as well. They've ruined the scene that used to be there.
It was amazing.
In the 80s, it was amazing, and then they've just fucked it up now and yuppified it. And
the thing that sucks about it is what happened to Portland is exactly what happened to Austin in the 90s, because you had the big tech booms that were going on, and this is like before the bubble burst. Yeah. So you had a bunch of startups going to Austin. And the reason why a lot of Californians were going there is because culturally there was a lot of similarities with like art and music and whatnot. It was a very liberal college town. So they kept invading, and what they did is they bought up a lot of the properties and jacked up the rent, and the
drove some of the clubs out. Yeah.
Well, we're talking about these are just homes here, and Portland actually got a lot worse back in the aughts or the 2010s or either late aughts or early 2010s. But anyway, it's the exact same thing happened there. What ended up happening though is it caused this major homeless problem because there is like literally tent cities everywhere in Portland where the locals can't afford anything because the Californians jacked up the fucking prices, and it is terrible. And speaking as a Californian,
there's actually
go ahead.
There's actually a word.
Speaking as a Californian, wherever we go, we fuck the shit up.
And I'm going to say
you're
this:
from California?
Yes, I am. I'm from the Bay Area.
No shit. I thought you were from Texas. That's crazy.
No. I mean, I might as well be. I've been here since I was like, I don't know, like 8.
Oh, okay.
There's a word for that. It's called gentrification.
Yeah.
But I don't. I do not personally subscribe to the belief that the 10 cities are a result of high rent. Now, I've never done any research on this.
My brother was telling me all about it when I was down there.
But like, I don't get that. Like, I understand like economics,
where
economic hardship.
When you can't afford a place to live.
Somewhere fucking cheaper. Okay. If I was broke and it happened, like, what I'm saying, my next move would not be to go on the front steps of where I live now. Like, that wouldn't be my move. Like, I would try to find rent in somewhere where I could afford it. You know what I mean? I think this is more about drug abuse and broken families.
Well, here's another thing too. There was at least back in the early 2010s, is that you did have people who were intentionally. They were hipsters that were intentionally homeless, but you legit had people that were displaced because they couldn't afford to rent anything anymore.
I know. I actually worked with a guy when I was in IT. I'm just going to tell you a story. I worked with a guy who, when I was in IT, who legitimately lived in his car. He set up his own Wi-Fi in his car. He had his back seat was his bedroom, the whole 9 yards. Dude loved what he did. He lived in the parking lot of the company that I worked for. And he saved several $100,000 doing that. And his next step was a house he paid cash for.
But I mean, even if I personally couldn't afford Austin, I could go up to Round Rock. I could go up to Pfluger. I could go it's like the rent's going to be less, hundreds of dollars less.
Well, now there's a lot of people in Portland that don't own cars.
So exactly.
It is a very bike-friendly city.
And you're making an assumption. I thought
you were going to say that guy bought a bigger car.
No, he bought a huge house.
The money. He just bought a big
he bought a huge house. He paid cash for it.
Yeah,
but no,
I mean, there's a huge bike culture in Portland, and a lot of people. I mean, my brother's home, but they called them the bike Nazis. They would go around and slash people's tires.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's the thing. But here's the other thing. You make an assumption that everybody has a car or everyone can afford a car, and again, all you have to do is look at Hawaii. Right? Hawaii is an amazing place to live. It's incredible. Everything grows there. But the locals, the people who were there, have been priced out. They've been priced out of living.
I mean, Hawaii does seem like that's probably a unique example.
Well, no, but it happens. It's the problem with dense urban areas, and because those are islands, they have several of them. You end up in a situation where there isn't housing that's affordable to you.
I know lots of people who don't make a lot of money. Like I work in the service industry. I always have. Everyone I know is not wealthy. I've never heard of anyone who like the rent went up and then they were then homeless. I literally don't know anyone like that in my entire 36 years. I've lived in New York, I've lived in LA, and now I live in Austin.
All over the place.
Drug abuse and lax drug
I'm
laws.
sure that plays a part into it.
Sure.
So there's a number of issues.
homeless-
There are a number of things that make people homeless. Okay, it's not one issue. We could probably have 5 hours of video about this. So there's they closed all the mental hospitals. A lot of people with their problems have nowhere to go. There's drug abuse. There's high rents. High rents, people with no income, people have no means to move, Matt. Sometimes they don't have the means to get out.
I'm not trying to be insensitive.
No,
I
I'm
just
not
think
saying
it's
you
like
are.
they've also done this.
All you want.
But it's
they've also done this where
issue.
like they have given these people homes and they've destroyed them. It's not.
Some of them have got mental problems that are not being treated.
Have you ever talked to a homeless person and thought, oh, that guy could work at the factory? Like it's like no, man.
There's plenty of homeless people out there that are legit.
There's a homeless person at the bottom of the stream now. There's a guy who looks like he's homeless at the bottom of the stream.
Tom is fucking up that.
There are people who get priced out, and
they do. Even in our pox,
I really feel like they're the minority.
It can lead to them losing their job because if you don't have a place to shower.
I believe that, but I really feel like that is the minority, and I feel like that's almost the story that they use to sell the oppressive, real estate developer narrative. I don't believe.
I wouldn't say it's an oppressive real estate developer.
It's not them.
It's not them. It's actually the people coming in because it's cheaper. They can go and buy property, rental property, and basically what they do is they raise the rent. So
that's what's happened in the town I live in. People are selling up for more expensive places and coming
You're in a lease, right? You're in a lease and you've got 3 months. Your next move is, well, I guess
no,
at
this
the end
isn't
of
like
3
3 months. It's like, okay, you're out of here.
But you can't do that. That's illegal. You can't just kick somebody out.
Oh, no, you absolutely
once your
can't.
lease is up, you're out.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It
depends also if you're doing month to month.
Yeah,
there's that too.
And you'll see again. I mean, you'll see that happen, and it happens everywhere. Literally, if like for example,
also,
I've looked
evicting someone is difficult. It takes months to evict someone.
No, it depends on the state.
There's also homeless people I've talked to that are legit not crazy.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, these are people who got hammered. The circumstances changed. Lots of things happened all at once. Medical issues come into play. There's a lot of stuff that happens. And here's the problem. Okay, so you find yourself in poverty, whether it be circumstantial or whatever, right? So you find yourself in poverty, right? And you're on the street, right? You put yourself in a position where you feel like you need to have a place. So you get a place, right? And then your next step is to improve your situation. Well, in order to improve your situation, you have to be able to travel at will. You can't travel at will on public transportation. So then you buy a car. Okay, cars come with a huge amount of overhead. These are all of the things most people don't understand. You have to pay for insurance. You have to pay for gas. You have to pay for all these other things. So all these other and the maintenance. Most people forget when they purchase a car, used or not, that they have a shitload of maintenance that comes along with it, and especially a used car.
Like I said, I'm not going to argue that these stories aren't realistic. In my experience, and I lived in 3 of the major, cities in this country, New York and LA and now Austin, and I do not see that as a common thread amongst the homeless that I've encountered. And I've encountered quite
you're
a
right,
few.
dude, because it's not a problem here in San Antonio. I mean, we have homeless people, but we actually have some pretty decent shelters, and we don't have a large issue. It's probably more of a problem downtown, but legit, we do not have tent cities in San Antonio.
Yeah, but you can go, and this is the difference. I mean, if you go to, I don't know, San Francisco, you almost can't throw a rock without hitting a homeless person out in public.
Yeah.
It's the same in Vancouver and many other cities. Yeah.
I just don't believe it's purely about like rent. Like, is that these things don't happen all of a sudden.
Well,
it's not like one day.
It's multiple issues. There is a lot of issues.
It happened over time, man. It's not like it just happened one day.
Yeah,
but,
it's like, okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Richard.
The thing is that of the 3 types of people that have been identified that make up the homeless, the people who under economic circumstances have lost their place of residence, the mentally ill, and the drug addicted. The ones who are most likely to take advantage of a shelter are the people who are there due to their economic circumstances. The drug dealers, the drug users can't go to a shelter because all the shelters say no drugs.
Yeah.
And the people who have mental health issues don't go because they don't want to be put into a treatment program because they don't want to take the things that'll make them feel better because that's why they're wandering around on the street.
Right. And they closed all the facilities that they used to go to. So
I agree with that.
I think you blame Reagan on for.
Yeah,
So
I'll point that
blame
finger.
everybody
That's
on
fine.
that. Blame everybody.
Well, actually, technically, the beginning of the mental health crisis started under Carter, but we can work on that.
It was ultimately Reagan that closed the facility.
And I'm willing to point that finger. I do think there should be some kind of like catch-all. Like if you're so dysfunctional, you literally can't like be a part of society.
There's no stopgap.
I don't like that this is like, well, you go live on the streets, go live in tents. I'm not with that.
There is a 4th category of people who actually are people who genuinely like to live on the streets.
They do.
Yeah, there are.
They have a tent, they sit it on the beach or in a park, and they live that way, and that's what they want to do. There are some people
Venice
like
Beach
that
is
here.
littered with them.
Yeah, that's the way they want to live.
And also another Jen points out, she said that she couldn't go to a homeless shelter because she had pets.
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting, Jen.
You can be in some really weird situations that keep you out of affordable housing, and one of them is animals, one of them is kids. Believe it or not.
I might look like a highly successful guy now. But anyway, there was a time when
we
I just
do
came
think
out,
of you like that, like this mogul 70s rock fan.
I might look like I've got my shit together. But there was a time many years ago when I came out of the military. And I was getting divorced, where if it wasn't for my parents, and I was a guy in my 30s, I would have had nowhere to go. I had no job, no money, nothing. I had my car. That was it. So it can happen.
I believe it can happen.
I didn't know where I was going to go. I had nowhere literally to go and no money to pay for anywhere to go until I got my shit back together. So that's why there's a lot of homeless vets in the streets.
I agree with that. I'm not trying to be insensitive. I
never said you were, Matt.
Yeah.
I never said you were.
But just to clarify, it's just something. Yeah,
Matt,
you're right.
I'm
I think it is.
by your lack of sensitivity on the subject.
Well, because it's like, look, I've never been in that situation, so I don't want to just like be one of those people who just lectures down, be like, you should, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Okay. I would have thought a guy who lives in women's clothing like you, Matt, would have been a sensitive guy. Come on.
Yeah,
dresses in
one of my friends, he was homeless for a bit and basically lived in his car, but
and I've heard like Anthony Cumia, like famous radio personality, he was homeless in his car. Like I've heard of this story before. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it's like. I just don't think it's the majority of what the issue is, especially.
Well, I think to a degree you're correct, but I think there are certain circumstances in certain cities. Like,
but if we're going to talk about it
in LA as well as Austin,
if we're going to talk about it as like a social, like a thing that's happening on a social, like a broadly social.
I don't think it's broad. This is mainly I'm talking about specific cities. I'm not talking about this is what's happening nationwide.
But it's tens of thousands thousands. It's probably hundreds of
but
thousands
the problem
of people
is,
nationwide.
look, guys, the problem is that everybody in government is trying to find one solution to 4 problems.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the point I wanted to make. That's the reason for bringing up all of these different kinds of homeless is that every one of them needs a different answer.
If they even want to have that solution, because they often don't give a shit.
Right. Well, they don't.
Well, that's another problem. Yes.
But as I say to people, that with the tent cities, and there's quite a big one in Vancouver, right, which is not near here, but it's the biggest big city near here. They're all camped up and down Hastings Street there. There are 2 things to this. One is we live in a country that supposedly has lots of social programs. So why, if you take the liberal point of view, why are these people not getting helped? If you take the law and order point of view, sleeping in the street in a tent is illegal, or sleeping in a doorway. So why are they not getting moved on? So neither of those solutions is being applied. And yet there are apparently solutions that could be applied. So why are they there every day? Why is nothing being done about it? Is my question.
And that's weird too, because here in Austin, and I was like literally driving by it just today. Like there's this stretch on Riverside, which is kind of a crummier part of town, but it's like there's this just
Riverside,
like wide green space that kind of splits the 2 sides of the road, and it's all it's like grass and like a few trees, and it's just littered with tents and trash and just I don't mean trash people, I mean like actual garbage. And it's just like I thought, didn't the city sign like the bill that like you couldn't publicly camp any longer, like in June? And it's like it's September. We're going on October.
So why is that not being applied? Yeah,
I don't understand. Like, what are the rules here? Like, what are we doing? It's like I know, like, what do you do with thousands of people? How do you just displace them? But it's like, yeah, but is this the solution? We're just gonna be like, well, this is just part of life. It's like I lived in Los Angeles. I've seen that does not just like stem the flow. It doesn't just suddenly go away. It multiplies, especially when you start doing things like, oh, we don't enforce misdemeanor drug possession. It's basically like a red flag to take every person who's like homeless in the whole country to flock there and just kind of live this sort of like an opium den lifestyle.
Okay, and this is where I get pissed, because this is happening because George Soros put a bunch of fucking lily-livered bastards into these DA positions. He fought his ass off to put a bunch of these corrupt motherfuckers into these things that won't enforce the goddamn laws.
Real quick, Culture. I got to interject
Tom's
something here.
acting out a silent movie.
Vigilante Williamson is here for yet another episode.
Yeah, we haven't heard
number
Vidge's
34.
intro.
Is he
way to
there
botch
he
it.
is.
Honestly, Tom, what are you reading? Because I'm as interested in.
He's reading Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Yes.
Have you got the? You got the last one.
Vidge isn't homeless. He lives in a secret underground base under the river.
Since Vigilante Ways here in another episode of the MFer Cocktail Lounge. Had to get that in. And shout out to the comics and shout out to comics for doing the intro.
Might want to pull you in the conversation.
I was as
My
interested.
boy.
Well, I have nothing to say. All I can say is this: I lived in Detroit for 20 years, never saw human feces. I don't know what's happening in these cities like San Francisco, Austin, all this other stuff. I am one fat motherfucker in the middle of nowhere. I have no ability to solve all these issues.
Detroit is too cold for tent cities.
Yeah, there's that. And the reason why there's no tent cities is because everyone's leaving Detroit. That no one's sticking around.
That's what it is.
I'm not in Detroit anymore. Unfortunately, even though I love to say it, I actually do love it.
I mean, literally, there are large neighborhoods of abandoned. Excuse me, I can't talk. Abandoned houses because everyone is just up and left.
Multiple blocks are empty.
The house I grew up in is like it was a duplex, and right next door, abandoned. A lot of neighborhoods.
You could pick up a house for cheap in Detroit.
Field. You can pick up a whole city block. Whole city block. Yeah.
One house on a block. And the rest is like field or like torn down. It could be, could
be quite nice one day. Yeah.
It could be, man. I believe in my city. But like there we go.
Ooh.
Conan.
Conan.
I couldn't tell you what to do about homeless.
He was homeless. He just roamed around. He didn't have a home.
There's a lot of that's a can of worms. I couldn't tell you. I mean,
I have that.
Yeah, but there wasn't a social worker who had the balls to actually give him a hard time.
Nice.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Barbarian. Can you give
That's
me
right.
your last job that you did?
And you don't have a mayor that looks like a pug.
Before you hear the lamentations of the women.
Yeah, I made him lament.
So, what's your social security number?
My social security number is 86753.
Fuck you.
I got my social security card right here. It's this giant sword.
I use it to wipe my ass.
Well, actually,
I was
that was a great
movie.
that was a great like meta joke by Tom that none of you got.
Yeah, no, I
Do it
got
again,
it.
Tom.
8675309.
I got it. I was laughing.
Yeah, no, I laughed,
He
culture.
got it. He got his number on the wall.
I saw Wes Moody. By the way, hail Wes Moody. I saw a picture of him or a video of him on Twitter taking a picture of some human feces, I guess, in the Bay Area. Fucking.
Actually, no, he's not, but he's in a city that is really weak as well. So again, it comes down to weak leadership in all of this stuff because you were talking about it. Well, no, you were talking about it. There's an ordinance that you have that says you can't do X, Y, and Z, and it hasn't been enforced. And again, it comes down to who the DA is, and these DAs are being put in place by people who have an invested interest in fucking our country.
You cannot do an X, Y, or Z, but you can do a number 1 or number 2.
Number 2.
right.
That's culture.
Gets it.
That's the point I was trying to make, culture. We have two ways of approaching this, and we don't use either. We have the law enforcement approach, and we have the massive apparatus of the welfare state approach, and we don't use either.
Don't use either one.
Well, the welfare state has as much to do with the problem as anything. Like, so y'all were talking about movies until I come in here, and then all of a sudden y'all are talking
it's so
about
weird how that happens.
problem. Bro, I was like, now I want to start singing. There comes a time.
Look, Tom, I can tell you, I was watching
a certain call.
Hobo with a shotgun.
Must come together as one.
We are.
There we go.
There are people dying, and it's time to lend a hand to life.
The
greatest gift of all.
What the fuck is happening?
We are.
We can go on. There we go.
Day by day.
I appreciate some
Where someone somewhere could soon make a change.
If I had breast disease, I would probably flash the camera just for some fun and some excitement to be happening.
I know how to change the
I'd
topic.
solve the homeless problem.
How do you do that, Matt?
Well, there's a bunch of people here who didn't see my commercials.
I gotta ask, why are we not just doing
like
karaoke? I mean,
yeah, we should do karaoke on that.
well, what's this commercial?
What's with
No,
the?
I need a new mic first.
Oh, okay.
All right, I guess I'll just show it because if you guys haven't seen it, I guess I'll just show
We
the
are
poem.
the world.
Yeah, I like
We
it.
are the
children.
We are the children.
As it says,
Don't let your
410 is there.
sun go
Is that
down
her
on
picture?
me.
If you have an auto tune filter, I would suggest it.
I don't. I wish I did.
There are people dying.
But no, so I have this commercial. So I want credit for the fact that this is like a martyrdom. Okay, I'm doing this to save the stream, to change it in a different direction. Okay? So
Did you see the commercial I put out this
Doing
week?
it because you want to embarrass yourself.
It's self-deprecation in the weirdest way.
yeah, this one is
masochistic.
quite weird. Yeah,
Dude,
it's a
Matt
little
gets off on this.
masochistic.
He gets off on this. I'm telling
I
you.
swear, you know what, Jed? There is something authentically cathartic about it that just kind of like cleanses it. You know what I mean? Like it just sort of like shakes it off me instead of being like this little thing on my back that I'm like kind of living with the shame. It's like now you put it out there and you laugh about it, and then it's like it's gone. So yeah, Vigilante, I wouldn't be so encouraging. You might not want to be my partner after this.
I
didn't know you guys were in that kind of relationship, but congratulations to the both of you.
Stop being judgmental.
Wait, what is Tom sharing? Tom, what are you sharing, buddy?
Oh, Tom made a commercial. It's amazing.
Oh,
Tom's
okay.
commercial
Well, then
is
by all
fun.
means, if we can postpone my humiliation.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is amazing.
You might want to do yours first, or maybe I don't know.
No, by all means.
Here we go.
Do you like rabbit? Do you like chicken? Have you ever wondered what it would be like to have both at the same time, but can never find both at the same place? Well, Disney and Shang-Chi have taken care of that for you. That's right. You can get yourself rabbit chicken meat, now available at every Walmart and Costco.
That's funny.
Won't you wait or move your feet and get some rabbit chicken meat? It's good.
That's funny.
That was like when you guys remember when SNL was good and they would have like commercials.
I
like
do.
That?
Yeah, I
That's what that put me
do.
in mind of.
They were good.
The 90s.
Yeah,
existed.
I'm that damned
90s,
old.
early
Yes.
2000s.
It's been such
Oh,
a
hell,
long
older than
time.
that.
Wow.
Hey, Wake Down. sir.
Wake Down.
You're
Oh,
right.
Wake Down is here.
Just in time.
At last.
And Allington Girl is
Hey,
right.
Just,
She's already.
just in time.
That's what I'm going to put in the sequel commercial. It has no head. It has no ass. It has 4 wings and 6 legs. You tell me it wasn't made for eating.
It is.
Good point.
That's
Kurt.
like the cows from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Right.
Who,
How
like,
about-
Let's meet
walk
the
up
meat.
to the table
Yeah,
and
meet the
ask
meat.
to be eaten.
Yeah, let's
meet
eat.
the meat.
Let's meet the meat. Yeah,
Exactly.
No, and here's the thing, Tom. I think the line should be, "Who's got the barbecue sauce?"
Who's got the barbecue sauce?
There you go.
Culture.
Hey, which one of you guys has the barbecue sauce?
Beautiful.
Actually,
This is probably free
You know,
money.
then you
need
have
a Here's the
Shang-Chi
Thing
himself
t-shirt.
come in and say, "Oh no, actually, let's do some sweet and sour."
That's it. I'm going to start working on some deep fake stuff. You guys are inspiring me to start working on this AI shit. Fuck it.
How about teriyaki?
Let me know what you need, Culture. I got
All
you.
right, we'll do it. We'll get her done. Oh, by the way, Wake Down. I'm glad you're here. I've been
I'm
missing
glad.
you.
Glad
So
to
dark
see
and
all of you.
mysterious over there. It's like
good to see
fucking
you, brother.
J.J. Abrams' mystery box over there on Wake Down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I know,
He
hey,
does
look
seem
at
like the mysterious man in the
Here's
shadows
somebody
from
who's turning
X-Files.
lights on.
Who knows what
Yeah.
evil lurks in the hearts of men?
What's it? The
Wake
smoking
Down
man?
knows.
What they call
It
him in the
is the
X-Files?
Wake Down.
Yeah, smoking man.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. In the what BioShock or not BioShock?
Who's the
What's
cancer man?
no Mass Effect. In Mass Effect, he's the
Dennis Hopper, right?
yeah, but I forget the name
Or
they
Martin
used.
Sheen?
No, it was
Yeah,
Martin
it is
Sheen.
Martin
but-
Sheen.
Yeah, and it was what was his name?
The elusive
Elusive
man.
man.
Yeah,
Elusive
Elusive
Man, yeah.
Man. That's right. Yeah, I kind of stopped my Mass Effect playthrough. I got to go back. Those games are so much fun.
Oh, yeah, those games kick ass.
They were great. 2 and 3
They
were
were.
exceptional. I don't care what anybody says. I really did like 3. I know
Yeah.
it was.
I agree
know.
with you.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people
Three
slide
had
3
the
off,
best
and I
mechanics,
love it.
But it had the worst fucking ending.
But up to that point, I was having a blast.
Oh,
I don't
I
remember the
was
ending.
too.
What was the
I
ending?
was disappointed that we didn't kill enough Reapers. That's
I know.
I forgot what it was all
look,
about.
A
I'm with.
Reaper a day keeps the doctor away.
I'm with Blue Oyster Call. Don't fear the Reaper.
Reaper.
That's
Well,
right.
I didn't like that they turned it into more of an action and less of an RPG. That's what I
well,
didn't like
yeah.
about
I
it.
mean,
Because I like the RPG.
There
element.
was that, but honestly, what
Gone.
fucked 3 was the fact that they Casey Hudson left, and he was the one who was the creative director, and it was the visionary behind Mass Effect, and he left after.
Yes, but we still.
I also
got,
didn't
like,
like that the
halfway
weapons
through-
somehow the technology of the weapons got
Went
less progress. Like it went back. It was like wait, no, like the
I'll
whole
be honest with
lore.
you, I liked the way they did things in Mass Effect 2 with the guns, with the fucking heat cells.
Yeah.
Yes and no. I didn't like magazines all of a sudden. You're like, wait a minute. The whole point was that these are so advanced, you don't need to do
you don't need
shit
a
like that.
magazine.
They just
Yeah.
overheat.
It just shears off little pieces of metal forever. It's like, yeah, cool. That's like the future. And they're like, actually, it's like, what do you mean? Fuck you, actually. Wait, the technology went backwards in the future? What?
Look, the only important thing in 3 is that you had plenty of Asari ass, and that is all that mattered.
If you haven't tapped the blue ass, you don't know what you're missing.
And it was that was incredible. I mean, incredible. It was really not bad.
So and I typically would play Paragon for
Well,
Mass
you
Effect.
got
I was
Miranda.
playing Paragon.
I was Paragon.
Too much
I was
easier.
always
It was so much
Paragon.
easier.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
I actually,
Miranda
Mass
ass
Effect-
and Asari ass. So
Yeah.
In the first one, like I somehow found a glitch. I didn't mean to, but I just like somehow my Paragon points went from like a third to like full. So I had like like now every time I had the Paragon
You're
option,
like
I
a
was
choir boy.
oopsie, I didn't mean to exploit that glitch, but it happened. So I was like, now I don't ever have
My
to.
favorite was actually the Renegade interrupts were pretty cool.
Yeah, they were.
Yes. punching the reporter lady in the face.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
the best. I would do that and then go back to an earlier save and then not do it.
Yeah, right.
I always deck the reporter.
I'm such a goody two shoes in video games. Like I never like playing the dark path. Like even when I did like intentionally played a New Vegas dark path, I always kind of like I feel bad.
So here's the problem in Cyberpunk 2077. If you go dark, it's really fucking dark. It's not good. Right, so
are you talking about the I'm going to off myself self-deletion?
Oh, it is badplan.com. It is not a good time.
That game? I don't understand. Like, did they fix it? Because when I played it,
I
was
no
like,
problem.
this is a goddamn
from
mess.
From the very beginning, of course, I have God computer sitting next to me, right?
Oh, that wasn't my issue. It wasn't the playability. It was the fact that there's no RPG here.
No, it was fine. You didn't play right. I don't know.
I played for like 5 hours. I was like, everything that was advertised is not here. There is no. First of all, I have to sit through endless dialogue scenes
no,
where I have no. Yeah, but I'm playing
got a short
game.
attention span.
I'm trying to play your fucking game, and it's like nothing I say actually changes the conversation. So it's like, why am I clicking on anything? And then the combat mechanics are horrendous. I have to. How many fucking headshots do I have to land to kill this guy? And also, cops just magically appear while I'm in the middle of a mission that I'm supposed to be doing.
They're working on that.
Hated that game.
Yeah,
Terrible.
no, but they've already fixed many glitches, some of which you've complained about.
You're a cyberpunk simp, Culture.
Yeah, corporate apologist culture.
You're a brief simp, so you know.
Yeah, but it's not like a major corporation that defrauded people.
Game.
Wait a minute.
The reason why is I've been playing the tabletop game since '89.
That's tight. That's cool.
Yeah, so I have mad respect for Podsmith for being able to get it. Having CD Projekt Red to do the game to begin with, for me, it was a dream come true. Even though the game was fucked up, but I love Cyberpunk,
and it's not as bad as it was when it came out. And I've played it now multiple times on PC and PS5, and it's fine. So, and there you go. The Islington girls with me.
Maybe I'll go back and try it again.
I'll play it on PC.
I don't know how much.
Play the commercial.
I don't know if I have 50 terabytes to download the game.
Yeah, play your commercial.
But I want to come back to CD Projekt Red. After the commercial, I want to talk about CD Projekt Red.
All right.
We'll be talking about this for a bit, so.
Yeah, this is going to take a minute. All right.
What do I need to get the echoey stuff? Comics.
You're doing it.
I'm using my Go XLR and I'm turning on the effects, and no, I'm echoey.
That's cool.
I don't hear any difference.
Am I echoey yet? Wait,
I want that.
I just echo next.
Am I echoey now? Is that an echo?
Play it.
Slightly
more echo.
It's 1 minute long. So
even more echo then? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
These sound epic.
Thank you.
Play it.
She's cute.
I hope you knocked that out, dude.
Mary.
Damn. Okay, that actually doesn't preclude you. Well, anyway. Did that actually work?
She's making a cake. Marry her ass.
She's hot.
Just her ass.
She just needs to make some sandwiches, and we're good.
And now, introducing.
Shut the fuck up. Sandwiches don't have nothing to do. She's running around in a bathing suit.
Introducing.
She got out of making sandwiches.
Oh, so you were dating her?
Honey, I was just curious. About a lot of things.
Did you shave?
Wait, is this thing real?
Did you depilate?
Is this shit real?
That's
I don't know
real.
if it's real. I really did it. I don't know.
Oh God, no!
I knew it. Sorry, Vigilante.
You need? Do we need to have a talk here?
Yeah, we need to have a talk with him.
Matt, you are single-handedly responsible for destroying masculinity. I'm just letting you know.
Golly, I just
I'm
knew. All
sorry.
right, you're gonna pick her up at the door or something.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting on too.
Matt destroyed his shit a long time ago with the
no.
table and the movie and all
This is
the other
obvious
shit.
to say, but you didn't go to Romania and you did this.
Yep.
I get when you say, you know what, I'm not going to go to Romania, principles, but then table and like that. No, it can't be true.
Pretty boy mad.
That's impossible.
That's impossible.
Just when you think he's not going to have anything else.
True.
I guess I do.
He keeps bringing more shit out when you think there's nothing else.
I forget about this shit. I forgot about this. It's just like a single day.
I was just wondering what my next video was going to be about.
Listen, you don't understand how hard it is to book work in Los Angeles. When you book
next thing you know,
literally
he's going
anything,
to tell us he has a Harvey Weinstein story or something.
Well, I said he's going to be he's going to have a furry thing next.
I was too insignificant to have that. No one was offering me. No one wanted sexual favors off this guy. They don't care.
Matt wasn't on the casting couch. He was on the casting homeless tent.
Yeah, right. I was in line and the casting couch, and they dismissed me. They're like, no, get off this line. No one wants
Who
you.
let you in here?
Would you F me? I'd F me.
It's funny, like, this one's less funny. Everyone's just kind of sad for me. They're like, oh.
Yeah, you should have gone to Romania, motherfucker.
Yeah, he should have.
Yeah, well, there were like 8 years between like these decisions. You know what I mean? It was like I first moved to LA was when the Romania thing happened. Probably the first like 2 years, you know, and then this was like 6-7 years in where you're just like, you know,
so Hollywood had broken you down by that point.
Yeah, and you just take the work.
Turned
like,
you gay.
Apparently,
Took his penis away.
It made a hell of a bartender out of him.
Like water on frogs.
That's
Woo,
why
the
he's
hippie shade.
I'll tell you what, that's true. Red shirt. My bartending skills really did improve over those.
Well, they
years.
turned into some kind of other skills. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you just see people in the chat said, "Well, that explains a lot."
It does.
It also raises a number of questions.
Did you
Listen.
also join the Sing and Swallow Boys choir?
No. Once again, not talented enough. They wouldn't have me. I tried. You know, I auditioned with it. That guy, you suck. No, I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. No, it's like, look, listen. I defy any one of you, anybody here, anyone in the chat, anyone who could possibly ever listen. You go to LA and you try to be an actor, and you walk away scot-free without any embarrassing things. I will shake your fucking hand.
Yeah, you'll do any work to get work.
This is the.
Oh
journey.
God, yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't argue with that.
Yeah, no one's going
is-
to argue. I know plenty of people that have basically moved to LA trying to get into, into Hollywood, and they make a few crappy commercials. Maybe they get on a TV show for a small part, and they're still a waiter.
Difference is, I went to Hollywood to get into porn, and I wound up in commercials.
But the problem is, Tom, you wound up
ultimate
in
irony.
commercials
Yes,
for
ultimate irony.
I know.
Yeah.
Now available on home video for the first time ever. It's Deep Throat, the original classic.
Well, just in time
Sponsored by Taco Bell.
Joining us
Sponsored
is
by
Max
Taco
von
Bell.
Priestley. Hi, Max.
Why does he look so much more important than the rest of us?
He is
No,
awesome.
he looks professional, slick. Professional.
Perfect timing. I feel like I made a good impression on Max when we hung out. I seemed like a cool guy, and I think I just destroyed that. So hey, Max, how's it going, bud?
What's going on, guys? Hey, thank you so much for letting me stop by, man. It's been a while since I've gotten to see everyone, so thanks for
MVP.
Yeah.
How's Mario Van Peebles got to do with this?
Everything, Tom.
Well, he is cool. I'm not going to deny that.
Have you noticed how handsome this guy is? It's really annoying.
I know, that's why I'm pissed off. Keep bringing more handsome
this
people
show is
in
going
this
to
shit.
get even gayer than it already has been.
Is that possible, Vidge? Is that possible?
Hail MVP, by the way.
Pretty
shout out
gay.
to you.
Hey, thank
What's
you
up,
guys
man?
so much. No, I appreciate it. We just got done actually, Tom. We were talking about you. We just got done talking about the Last Ronin issue number 4.
Really?
Did that come out?
Yeah, it did. It
I
came out
ordered
this
it, but I haven't
past
got
Wednesday.
it yet.
Yeah. So it was a continuation of the story, and I've never been a really big TMNT guy, but this really has been fan service, which I think has been fantastic. So I'm really enjoying it, even for like a normie of TMNT stuff. So, but what do you think about it, Tom?
I've only gotten a chance to read the first issue.
Okay.
I've got 2 and 3. I just haven't got to them yet. What I read out of the first issue, though, I liked a lot. I kind of skimmed through the second one, and I got the 4th one coming in the mail hopefully soon. But no, I'm looking forward to finishing it up, and yeah, I've heard lots of good things about it.
Cool.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah,
it's pretty solid. What do you think, Max? What's your opinion?
So yeah, like I said, as a normie of TMNT, I think it's actually doing a really good job of servicing like that kind of Frank Miller-esque Daredevil type of series. So back in like the 80s, I want to say, when Daredevil
which was the initial inspiration. So that's kind of cool. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, then that's exactly what I'm getting from this. And it's a story that's being told that isn't just about heroism. It's a story about loss too, which I think is actually really heavy and really deep. But I think it's cool that you're seeing Mikey now, who's all grown up, and a lot of the TMNT fans are kind of at that same age. And so they're kind of following Mikey and his loss through this whole period of time. So it's a really well told story, and I'm actually really digging the art as well.
Spoilers, guys, it's Mikey.
Sorry.
What is the first issue?
I kind of called that, but yeah.
As in Michelangelo, or
yeah, he's the only one left. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, were you? Was that your pick, Tom? Then because I know
I did before I ever even picked up the book, ever looked at it. Just when I first heard the concept, it made sense to me because the rest of them make more sense, right? Mm-hmm, so what would you do? You would do the one that you would have expected to have probably got killed first, right?
To subvert expectations.
Well, not so much subvert, but like, clearly, and plus he's the character and it's funny because we were just talking about this on Lady Gravemasters the other night about how of all the characters, Mikey kind of got the shaft in the movie, and he's somebody who's never really gotten a character explored too much, right?
He was always kind of my favorite.
And that's what I loved about him in the film was like, because in the cartoon they kind of took what Michelangelo was and put him into Raphael more so. Because they couldn't have Raph be like this hot-headed fucking, brutal guy. And, then the movie kind of took it and gave Raph his original kind of character, so that let Mikey be the goofball, right? And make all the side cracks and all that kind of stuff that Raphael would usually make in the cartoons. Because all Mikey was in the cartoons was the catchphrase.
No, Michelangelo, he was, more of the comic relief.
That's what I mean. Like, he was the comic read. He was the catchphrase. He was the, they did give him some episodes later on, don't get me wrong, but in that initial idea, it was, all Mikey was cowabunga and pizza.
Yeah.
So like when you got to the movie, like, he got a little bit more to do, and so I was kind of happy to see him, because I expected it to be Raph. I think everybody did, right? I think was the main thing. Everybody's like, oh, it's probably going to be Raph, but no, I figured he'd be one of the first to go. So, like, same thing with Leo.
Well, they kind of kept fucking with it, right? Like, I haven't read the 3rd issue yet, but the other 2, like, they kind of kept teasing who was the guy that you were following. Like, they didn't.
I thought it was actually a new turtle, but I didn't realize it was supposed to be one of the originals.
I was worried that they're going to make Casey Jones and April's daughter the new, like, bestest ever. That's what I was kind of concerned.
Dude, so what we actually mentioned this tonight was that they don't do any of the tell don't show, because what we're seeing nowadays is and I'm sure you guys have been seeing it not just in film but in comics too, is the lead character has to always tell this new character, you are the bestest, and they actually have to like verbally like uplift that character. But I think it's Casey is actually, she goes through struggle. She fights Michelangelo and loses every now and then. And then at the end, well, I don't want to spoil too much of issue 4, but but she has a good arc, I will say, because she's actually being told well as a character. So we've been enjoying it, but
that's encouraging. I mean, that's good to know, because that was like, I really liked what they were doing. I liked that it was so gritty, and so just like, it had this sort of like samurai
so not what we're getting from modern comics these days.
Right. But then they introduced this character. I was like, oh no, is this what this is gonna be? Are they like gonna like throw, like, is it like a bait and switch where they're like, oh, you know what, we got all the characters you like, the most powerful one is April's daughter, like, no, please don't do that. So I'm glad to hear it's not that.
Well, sorry to derail the conversation.
No, thank you, God.
Yeah, we were talking about fucking homeless people and shit before you got here.
People and terrible commercials. So you saved it.
I don't even know what got me on that tirade.
You are the MVP. Literally.
Comics is just understandable because it's a lot of what you cover, right? And you know, it is what it is, man.
Well, I generally introduce those things so that like it's funny, so like people can like make fun of me and like we all have fun at it. But this time it just kind of felt everyone's like, oh, they were just like sad for me, so they don't. There wasn't even any jokes. It was just like,
I'm questioning my manhood right now.
It was just like, should we even be on?
I'm questioning your manhood too, Tom.
I do every day.
So
like, is it still there? I can't see it. My gut's too big. Like, does it fall off if you don't use it? I mean,
these are all important questions.
These are very important questions.
Yeah.
Well, I did watch a movie the other night that was. Thank you for subscribing, Josiah Robinson. Hey, all. Thank you very much.
Nice.
I did watch a movie the other day that was like it felt like it would be a movie that would be on Toxic Tuesdays with Nick. But I was like, damn it. Like I watched this in the theaters.
Steel Magnolias?
No, not Steel Magnolias.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
I watched it in the theaters and really enjoyed it at the time, and I rewatched it. I was like, oof, boy, this did not age well. And it was Eraser.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
dude. Yeah,
do you guys remember the last time you watched that?
Oh, I've seen it, but yeah, you're right. It's been a while.
Or whatever. 99.
All I know is I want to touch that 70s fan's picture right now.
Well, then you have to just wait because it
makes me feel dirty.
Thrilling.
Is that
Susan Sarandon from Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
she was cute. God damn it.
Yeah, she was.
I don't know what the fuck happened to her. Hollywood, I guess.
Hollywood, yeah.
She's actually one of the ones that like kind of was the first to go against the narrative. Like she was anti-Hillary. Like she didn't like she's still like on the left, but
super
at
woke.
least kind of. Yeah, well, no, she spoke her own mind. I respected what Susan Sarandon was doing.
Yeah.
She was just like, no, like this, like she was anti like the establishment. She still had like a left wing point of view, but at least it was like her own point of view.
Matt, you had me at boobs.
Right.
That's all you had to say.
Exactly.
I just saw. Oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I just saw a recent picture of Millie Bobby Brown, which was one of the main actresses from Stranger Things.
Yeah.
And I didn't even recognize her because she's had so much work done on her face.
Has she?
And she's a kid. And I'm like,
is she even
dude,
18
you were-
yet?
I was gonna say, are you sure it's just not age?
Yeah,
She just
I mean,
turned 18.
Well, she's
19.
she just became an adult, and that really excited a particular person in the music industry recently.
yeah.
I heard about that.
Counting
Yeah.
down the days
I
with
love
it.
the sauce.
One of the things I reported on the 6 Minute Daily, these are the things that bother me in Hollywood, the music industry, and all of that, is just how much grooming goes on from a young age. And I mean, this person just released a mega album. There are many allusions to Millie Bobby Brown in the music that's being made.
Who did this culture? Was it Prince or Michael Jackson?
No. This is a modern artist. Anyone want to chime in on
Are these modern
Very
artists I'm
much
talking
dead.
about?
No,
Wait,
no.
they're dead, aren't they? Oh, never
No,
mind.
they're
Well, it
dead
was-
and not Canadian. No, it wasn't. No, it's not R. Kelly. Just somebody who recently
Getting modern.
released.
It's not 98.
Yeah, say VW. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't, because I don't pay attention.
None
to
of us have a fucking clue who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Yeah,
all right.
Genuinely
I
don't
was-
know.
I'm gonna pull the article. I'll be right back.
All right.
Why don't
Wait,
you just
so
tell us
but
who it is?
MVP, you saw like she's got a bunch of work done. Like, I don't really
Well-
keep up on her appearance, but like, did she like get her lips done or something?
Well, and it wasn't even, it was like an ad, it was like a YouTube ad or something, and it popped up, and it's got, all these famous actors and actresses, but, and Tom might be right, it might just be age, but like you said though, Matt, it looked like her lips were,
I see the images now because I'm looking it up. She denies it. It looks like her. I don't know if she actually ever really denied it, but it does look like you're not the
this
only
kinda
one that had
looks like
thoughts about it. So
Really? Is it coming? So this,
yeah.
like, I just Googled Millie Bobby Brown plastic surgery, and I guess maybe, like, is this a picture with, like, her lips?
yeah,
all
that's the one I
puffy?
saw too. Yeah,
Yeah,
It
those
just
look
looks
like
so-
Instagram.
it does
girl
look like
lips.
she had some Botox in it.
She
Check
said
it out.
like her
something that
eyebrows. She's 18.
that is not normal.
She looks like
Yeah.
she's 35. What
Yeah,
happened?
she looks like way older.
Sick. Yeah,
That's just fucked up, man.
But that's what they're trying to do, right?
She's a fucking kid.
And that's the thing is because she's being groomed, like she probably wants the appearance of looking maybe a little bit older. I don't know, but
I'll tell you, I don't even know. I'm not going to deny the grooming thing, but all right, so one night I was like, I never really go to these places, but I was in this club. It's called One Oak, one of a kind. So fucking clever. But it's like a popular club in Los Angeles, and I happened to be in the VIP section because I was hanging out with Paris Hilton.
Because you did that commercial.
They needed tables.
Oh,
Yeah.
little name dropping there, huh? Paris Hilton.
Well,
Hanging out
it
with
was that's the but the
Did
reason
you
I bring
spend
it up,
one night in Paris?
the only reason I bring it up is because that's the only reason I ever would have been in the VIP section. I'm not like a VIP guy, I never was, but I happened to be there because like a friend of a friend knew her, and we were all hanging out, and it was like really surreal and weird. She was actually super cool, but
I was gonna say she is as
right.
vacant as she appears to be.
no, she's actually way smarter than you think she would be.
Oh,
like,
wow.
I saw
and I have
her-
a secondary story to back that up. But the reason I brought up the first part was because we were in the VIP section of this club, and there were all these like hot girls like with us, but they were clearly like 23, 24. They all had like their like lips done, and they all had like, you know what I mean? They all had already had work, and you're like, you're like 23, like you're already like hot, like, but it was creepy. It was kind of like that scene from Escape from LA where they're in that like plastic surgery like cult thing. But it was like that. It's like, why does everyone here have work done? It was really creepy.
Catherine Zeta-Jones, she ruined herself.
Oh, so many girls
with plastic surgery when she had no need to do it.
Who's the other one that did it too? It was the one from
For some reason, I knew it was gonna be this motherfucker.
the hot redhead.
Well,
Tara Reid.
Always this damn Canadian.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
So is
ruined
Drake
herself
the
as
new
well.
R. Kelly or what?
Michelle Pfeiffer, but no, that redhead from the sitcom, the one that
Amber
was like
Heard?
the no, it was like the
The
Married with-
Scientologist. The Scientologist?
is she a
From Mad Men?
Scientologist? No, it was the Married with Children like wannabe with like with the puppet with the bunny in the basement. Remember that
Greg
one?
the
And it-
Bunny?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, it was I think.
Was Greg
And
the
it-
Bunny?
What?
Am I wrong? I
Yeah,
don't know,
no,
there was-
Greg the Bunny. That was the one that Seth.
Greg the Bunny was
Seth,
But it was like
what's
she
his
was
face from
she
Seth
was
Green did the
so
voice for
hot,
or whatever.
and
Seth
she
Green,
married Jay Moore.
On purpose?
Yeah, and they got divorced. But it was Jay Moore's wife. Hold on. It was
That was kinda funny.
Nikki Cox. Nikki Cox.
on purpose.
You never heard of Nikki Cox? Dude,
Yeah, Nikki Cox
back
was
in
in
the
that-
day.
Oh, Nikki Cox? Yeah, she used to be a hot ass fucking
Whole
thing back
other
in the day.
level. Just a
She
fucking-
was in
but
that
then she-
knockoff Married with Children show, wasn't she?
That's what we.
Yeah,
That's what he just fucking said.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Nice.
But this was
Somebody
exactly.
sent me a picture and
Thanks
I
for
wasn't
paying attention.
Sorry, Jed's on delay.
Somebody sent me a picture. I was like,
He's on,
what the
he's on
Dude,
something.
God
That's for
damn,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
Jesus.
like she was this gorgeous redhead, and then she did
Around
this to her
the
face.
green with the green top.
Plastic
and
surgery
the-
never looks good.
Oh yeah,
By
she
the
was a
way-
hot number back in the
By
day.
the way, she was super hot in the show
Smoking.
Vegas. Do you remember Vegas?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
she
fucking
was.
Caitlyn Jenner. Listen,
Dude,
plastic
Smoking.
surgery never works ever.
no, it
I've never
fucks you
seen it.
up. It makes you look
So-
dumb. There are two people. Okay, so here. This is an article. This is in
Olivia
a.
Munn, good call, Soul Assassin.
Oh,
Jesus
dude, she
Christ,
fucked
another
I haven't
one.
seen her recently.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, dude, I haven't
Yeah.
seen her in a while.
Olivia
Yeah.
Munn used to be hot as hell.
Oh yeah, she
Shit.
fudged up her look. She looks
Oh, she's
horrible now.
awful now.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. But anyway, so Drake's album has inappropriate lyrics about 17-year-old actress Millie Bobby Brown. Now, of course, this was
17.
updated on September 5th, and the original was September 5th. So this is
Why
going
is it
back
whenever
a
I get
few
you around, you guys are we always talk about shit like this.
Drake's new album, Certified Lover Boy, is the #1 album in the world today. Actually, it was. The MTO
And
News
somehow
has.
you guys got the #1 song where I'm saying we could release. So shout
I'm
out to you guys.
saying, son, FNT, baby.
Shout out to
Learned that the album contains some secret lyrics that appear to discuss the relationship with 17-year-old Millie Bobby Brown. Look at that picture. Isn't that sweet? Anyway.
I mean, kind of. It's not sweet. That's like a pouty, like teenage girl, like
Yeah,
I'm
I
cute
mean,
shot. It's not
To be
not exactly
She's
innocent.
a child, dude. That's the thing that's so fucked up about this.
I'm
whole
just
thing with
saying,
Drake.
like,
she's a child.
I agree with that, but I mean, also like let's not pretend that like high school girls are not like into making themselves look hot. Like I was in high school
that's
too.
just
Like
for other high school guys. I mean, that's not for.
Well, but she's a
rappers.
I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying, it's like this is
Wait a minute.
par
Okay,
for the course.
No,
for
Matt's
girls.
right. Like girls have always tried to do this, but let's be real. Times are much different than they were when we were kids compared to when
100%.
it was.
Well, there was no
in the
social
1950s, as compared to even back in the, like, early 1900s, where it wasn't abnormal for 16, 17-year-old girl to get married off early. But yeah, like times have changed, and women don't die when they're 60 now either.
So
like
die when they're 40.
or 40.
They got married young because they died young. I mean, it's a different era.
Yeah, totally different.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, anyway, and many feel the lyrics suggest that Drake has been grooming the underage actress for years and are uncomfortable with it. Grooming is when someone builds a relationship.
And you get a collective duh from everybody.
Oh yeah, like no shit. Like
are people uncomfortable with that? Okay, thank you for letting us in on this.
Not just that, the whole. We all know he was. Like, this has been a subject for a while in the papers, like that he's her and him have had like an inappropriate relationship for a while.
I didn't know that.
You guys know more than me. I had no. I don't keep up with the. I
don't normally either, but it constantly ends up in my feeds and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially after the last Godzilla film. But you know what? Let's keep going. Grooming is when someone builds.
I don't think we need a. We can probably skip this part.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I think we all know what grooming is.
Okay, all right. Well, in the song In Too Deep, Drake raps, "Step to my girl, hands getting thrown up. February 19th is the day of the glow up."
Oh my!
Later, that's not good. That's
later,
dude. You just admitted.
Later.
How ironic! Her birthday is February 19th, huh?
This is weird. Yeah. So here we go. Later in the same song, Drake raps, "Baby, that
Poo-tang.
Pizzy was so worth the wait." MTO News confirmed that February 19th is Millie Bobby Brown's birthday, the day she turns 18.
Oh, so she's not even 18 yet. Okay.
No, she's 17. It said in the article.
That's creepy.
But that's not the only lyrics that fans are upset over. Drake also had a questionable line on his track in the Bible. Drake raps, "Think I'm Tiger Woods the way I'm teed off on 17."
Teed off.
Well, in some places it is legal to consent at 17.
Also,
but
is Canada, where he's from in Canada, it is. I just Googled it.
16
in Canada.
16 in some places.
Yeah. 16 in Japan.
I read that earlier. That's even creepier.
Why would he
what
want
the fuck?
why would he want to then promote that?
That's what I wonder. That's what I wonder, Max. It's like, all right, but like, why?
Because this motherfucker got away with it. That's why. And he's going to continue to get away with it.
I'm just saying, but why?
And he brought in R. Kelly. Is this a
Why
fucking...
would OJ write a
am I
book
in?
titled "What If I Did"?
I told you, motherfucker had a connection with R. Kelly.
You guys
I did that too.
All right, one at a time.
I cover this stuff. Anyway. Finally, Drake brought. Oh wait, no, I'll get there. Okay, it could just be a coincidence but MTO confirmed that Millie Bobby Brown is 17. We already knew this. Finally, Drake brought on R. Kelly to help write for his album. R. Kelly is currently in prison, facing charges that he groomed and then abused many young people, both males and females. I think is what that's supposed to read.
Okay.
Yeah. Actress Millie Bobby Brown has been in the spotlight since a very young age. She came into the public attention and quickly gained popularity when she played the character of 11 in the science fiction horror drama television series Stranger Things, which is how we got where we are, by the way, because somebody said that and I went, oh shit. Millie Bobby Brown and Drake met back in 2017 when she was just 13 years old.
Well, you know what? Hold on. Let's not jump to conclusions. I just Googled the significance of the date of February 19th, and it actually says that in World War II, the Marines invaded Iwo Jima. So
that's got to be what he meant.
But maybe what he said when that baby's about to glow, he meant Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Maybe that's what he meant. You know,
that's quite possible
because both those babies glow, right?
You're making a very valid point there, Matt. Like he could be a historian.
Thank you, Tom.
He could be getting us. He could be learning us some shits.
See, that's what I'm saying. Maybe he's a patriot.
Gotta be what it
Maybe he
was.
loves
It has
America.
to be.
I kind of
I mean,
think that maybe
he's
Matt
Canadian,
has nailed
but-
way too many nails with his forehead through boards.
Yeah, me too.
I think
I'm
comics
just
miss the
trying to not jump to
sarcasm there.
I'm just using Matt.
Let's explore all options here before we.
That's kind of what Drake said too before. Oh, sorry.
Hey now.
He's talking to his lawyers. He's like, legally, what can we? How?
When
we
can I
handle
do this legally?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
But this
legally.
isn't this is the only article on this. This is the one I pulled up first. You guys don't even want to know how creepy this relationship is. You know what? I don't either. I don't want to talk about this anymore. But look,
No, like I said, I've heard a lot of this stuff. I've seen some of the
okay, but the
inappropriate
thing about-
pictures and all that
To be
shit.
fair,
yeah.
and this is just, I don't know why I'm playing this devil's advocate, but it just says Millie Bobby Brown met Drake when they were 13. Look, I was at,
he wasn't 13.
No, when
She
she was.
was.
Sorry, when she was.
Yeah.
I was at an event that was a Golden Globes party that I was working, and all the Stranger Things kids were there. So it's like you could say that about every single celebrity that was there.
Yeah. They actually text every day. She consults him about.
I'm just saying it's not proof.
He's 34.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he's my age. If he's 35,
double up,
he's a
baby.
year older than
Double
me.
up. Double up.
I'm just saying, like to say they met at the Emmys, it's like, well, everyone
Look.
met her at the Emmys. It's like she's a celebrity.
Well, you bet,
That's
but
fair,
they keep in contact all the time. Do you want me to pull up more
That's
articles,
weird.
Matt?
No, that's weird.
I was gonna say,
weird.
don't even
That's
show some
weird.
of the pictures and shit, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be
I-
weird. You don't want to
But
see
I
any of this stuff. I'm just saying, not cool. And that's not the only thing, dude. Hollywood.
Well, the
is full
whole
of this.
point was just to point out Millie Bobby Brown's like plastic surgery.
That's
Oh,
what
Yeah,
I'm
now we got
saying.
down this fucking
We
road.
went
That's what I was
very
saying.
Dark, yeah. Poor Tom. Tom just wants to talk about why Marvel
this
sucks.
one you can blame on.
I just want to talk about fucking Ninja Turtles. What the fuck, you
Yeah.
guys?
Yeah. Well, real
No,
quick, I
it's
think
not.
Wake Down-
It's not Ninja Turtles.
Wait, Vince, what'd
We're
you
all
say, Vince?
dead, Tom.
I'm trying to help Wake Down out because he has to get out of here.
Oh, all right. Later,
Hey,
Wake
we-
Down.
Well, welcome,
It's
Wake
good to
Down,
see you
and
guys.
take care of yourself. You're already disappearing on us. You're
Thank-
going into the outer.
He really is.
Somebody
phasing
change the
into a different
timeline.
dimension.
Wake
Fade
Down
out.
is the Matrix. Oh, by the way, the next Matrix film is gonna suck right testicle. Just so you know.
We'll see.
How do you know this,
Why
Paul?
do you
Nope.
keep
tell me
talking
this.
culture? Just be quiet for a while.
Yeah, it could be fantastic. It could be the best movie ever
Yeah,
The
we
made.
get
collective
it.
mind of the audience was spoken from Tom.
Every
That's
time you
amazing.
talk culture, we get on the subject of something that I don't want to talk about.
And Culture's right. The movie's gonna fucking suck.
I just want to talk about Ninja Turtles.
Well, let's let the Wake Down go.
Yeah, let's let the Wake Down go. And I'm just
Bye,
picking
buddy.
on culture, of course.
Look at this.
Later,
Six
guys.
says Wake Down is the bomb. Hail.
Thank you, Six.
He is.
Wake Down is the bomb.
Yes, he
Take
is.
care, Wake Down.
You'll
you,
wait
buddy.
my next video about Matt's commercial.
Oh,
Bye, guys.
I gave.
All I
I
want to
gave
know
him
is
the
there more.
timestamps too.
I'm hoping this commercial leads to a series of commercials. I want to see where this story
A
goes.
whole campaign.
Yes, I'm curious now. You've got me like invested now. I want to see this man's journey into womanhood.
Yeah. Look, it was funny on set. I mean, it was a fun. I'm not like embarrassed. I mean,
Actually,
I'm
that was a
little
really
embarrassed,
good
but
commercial.
Thanks, Tom.
So I gotta
Thanks,
ask you, man.
buddy.
Did you actually let the machine do your nails?
And if that's a
or-
real machine, that's the kind of machine you buy for all
or
the
did
women
somebody
in your
paint
life.
Your nails.
I don't think it really works. So no, it was like I think they were press. I don't even know. I don't even remember. Probably some kind of press on or like.
Well, that's bullshit. Because like
polish.
whoever would make that machine would make bagillions from women.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Yeah.
real.
It must not have worked because we would.
Because if you even Google that company's name, Mectix or whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't. Nothing comes up.
I mean, I guess it's funny enough for like a parody thing, but it wasn't almost funny. Like it almost runs like a real ad. So that's when I'm
I
just
think
like,
they
I
meant
believe
it to
it.
be real. It's a Tel Aviv startup. And that girl was from. Oh my god, it's on their website. Oh Jesus.
That
Oh,
tells
really?
you everything right
Jeez.
there, dude.
The commercial's on their website. Terrific.
You have been immortalized, Matt.
So millions of people will
Nice.
probably see you. So how does it feel to actually have been a part of the like demasculation agenda?
I'll tell you what. And I said
Thank
this
you,
and I
Daniel
meant it.
Craig.
And I meant it because it was like both times, but like before both projects, like whether it was the terrible TV show where I was like the furniture or that one, like where I was like, I ended up having so much more fun than I would have ever expected. And I'll tell you this, Vigilante, from just like a dude point of view, like the girls on set, like were into it. Like this dress, like it made me look so ridiculous. I looked huge because it was like cutting like my arms. It's supposed to be for like a lady.
So it made
it's
you
like,
look jacked.
Yeah, and also like my dick was so much more prominent because it's like it's meant for a woman. It's meant for a woman, and so it's like it's supposed to be. There's not supposed to be genitalia that sticks
Let's be
out.
real. Rocky
So
Horror Picture Show is a thing for a reason, folks. Right? Like there is a selection of women who do find that kind of shit attractive.
No, but it was like I'm just saying, like it was like I thought it would. The way I thought of it was like I thought it was gonna take my masculinity away, and actually it ended up like giving it to me because it was like it's such a silly contrast.
You are like, almost on Tim Curry level with me now, Matt. Just so you know.
I'm just saying, like, it wasn't feminine. Like it was like almost ridiculously masculine. It made me look like this, like huge dude with a giant dick because of like just how it made everything.
I'm gonna date myself here.
Some kind of telescope being used.
No, but like that actress and like the other hot modelly looking chick who was on set, they kept looking at my dick because it was like right there. It was
they wanted that shit.
They had good eyesight.
I saw this movie. Wait, it's called this movie I saw. It's called The Crying Game. Matt, are you all right, bro?
I'm gonna date myself, but you except for the way the bottom of that dress looked on you, you looked like you were wearing Jack LaLanne's gym outfit.
I couldn't actually tell what he was wearing, but is that what he was wearing? A freaking dress?
The reason my legs were crossed was because
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know.
Because your junk was out there for everyone to see.
Everyone to see.
I literally had to like tuck it. I had to like literally push my hips back so that my dick.
Wait a minute! Just stop right there. Stop.
I'm just
right
saying.
there.
That.
I'm just saying.
It ain't the
It
first
was
time.
what it was. It was what it was.
Suck it back,
No,
baby.
don't stop him. Let him keep doing. This is great shit for sound bites, guys.
I know.
So what I'm saying, and the same thing with like
today.
when I performed when I was a furniture. I don't know if you know, Max. There's another thing I pulled up that was I think it was before we
It
met.
was a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah, it was
A masterpiece
it was,
of furniture.
I saw the furniture. Beautiful.
Did you see
I
that?
have in
Okay,
my
you
house.
saw that.
Yeah.
So it was same, but it was the same thing. Like that was the most fun part of that whole shoot was like doing. I don't know. It was like hilarious. Like it was more enjoyable than I was like. I was worried it was going to be this degrading thing, and it was like the most fun part of anything I did. So
did you feel liberated, man?
I felt like it was really the true me. For the first time.
Were you able to
It's never been to you before.
It was who I was. No, I really was like, ugh, this is gonna be so emasculating. And like now in retrospect, it's like it's not exactly the most flattering thing ever. But like,
funny,
I don't know,
it's
it didn't fuck with me. It really didn't. I was like,
nothing wrong
that
with
was
it,
actually fun. It
So-
was.
So I'm nowhere near Matt's level of acting ability or anything like that. But for fun, I did an extra role on like some dumb music video. And it was pretty recent, and I was a cop, and you can guess what my role was in that music video.
I don't know.
I
I saw the pictures on your social media. I didn't know that there was more to this.
Yeah, we and I can't talk too much about it, obviously, because the music video is not out or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's a modern video. It's a rap video. I was a cop. I'll let everyone put.
Oh, when you say
you're
bad.
basically alluding to
You
that
were
you're
bad.
beating some black guy. That's kind of what I was getting.
You were being. I thought you meant because we
Wow,
were talking
MVP.
sexual. I was like, wait, what? Okay.
I know.
No, I was
lick it or ticket.
So you were the villain. You weren't the hero of the piece. Oh, okay.
So no, yeah, there were about 6 other extras that were like cops, and their the portrayal was very villainous. So which I mean, which I kind of understood, when and Matt, I don't know if did you have casting directors reach out to you, or did you have an agent at the time?
Oh yeah, no, that was a whole process. I had to audition and the whole thing. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So so you had roles that you could actually go into and audition. This was just like, hey, we just need this guy to kind of fill a position.
You fit the measurements.
But speaking of measurements, so was this a casting couch opportunity for you, Matt? I mean, they obviously brought you in. Were you wearing the garb so they could see the peen? Or, I mean, what's going on there?
That didn't come up in the audition. I actually don't
it probably
didn't come up at all.
Put you to dress.
Look, legit.
There are drugs for that can bring it up if you need that. I'm just saying it could help.
I have them. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Don't worry about meat culture. My tool.
Wait, you said
sharpened.
you forgot about it. Were you roofied?
No, I was like, oh right. It was like the way that the other thing came to me. I was like, oh yeah, I did this. Like I forgot I even did it. Like it's just, like I don't.
Wait a minute.
I'm still kind of curious about Max's experience as a cop beating black people on a music video.
I didn't actually. We didn't actually beat anyone. That would be pretty. That would be pretty.
It's all performance.
Yeah.
Of course, we weren't expecting you to beat people for real, but
right. And honestly, so
tempting as it was,
the cops, the cops actually got pretty beat up because there were about 20 to 30 extras that were rioters. And then we had 6 cops.
Oh, it's like that, eh?
And it was, and so we had a couple scenes, and where, the riot is happening. But we like I don't think we were really prepared because they didn't have stunt performers. And so they weren't teaching, all right, this is how you hold the shield, or this is how you're supposed to form the shield wall. So it was really just dudes holding shields. And so it was a very physical day. It was about 12 hours of shooting, but
every day. The shooting days are long, very long.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I just want to ask. Sorry.
No, Veg, go ahead.
I just want to ask: is this like a popular artist? Is a fairly well known artist?
This is Tyler Yahweh.
Oh, okay, I've never heard of him. That doesn't mean
Tyler Yahweh.
I think he's done some stuff with Post Malone.
That's a guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler Yahweh.
Tyler T.Y.
Got it. Tyler Yahweh. He looks like every modern rapper.
So this isn't out yet, Max. No?
He's got like pink hair and
it's coming out soon, I guess.
Rager Boy on Instagram. 607,000 followers. That's pretty fucking big.
Yeah, he's a big name, and don't get me wrong, the song was fantastic. He's a natural performer. And everyone that was on set was incredible. Like it was a really, well done production. All the extras were
Max
super
is set up for Hollywood. He is ready to go. And everybody I worked with was really great. It was such an awesome experience.
It was very spiritual.
Yeah,
there's a lot of diversity.
We learned a lot. It was.
I shouldn't do the Simu Liu Twitter or what did he say on? No, it was Reddit. That weird ass Reddit post where he was
oh my god
all that stuff.
That was the worst take I've ever heard. It was like, are you serious?
I'm not doing that.
Okay, good.
I'm legit actually saying it was a good experience, but it was definitely interesting. And all that to say, Matt, I know you probably had an interesting experience putting on that dress that you were not probably used to. Yeah. I also had a very interesting experience with putting on a different uniform and not really expecting what was going to happen. So I was just bringing up another story.
Fucking A, Max. Well, hey.
Matt, I want to know, Matt, did you actually get your nails done with that machine?
No, because I don't think that machine actually works.
All right, so that was all fake. The machine was fake.
Oh yeah, I don't think it works. I think it's kind of like that. Who's that wannabe Steve Jobs girl who like made that
we just
that
talked
fraudulent?
About it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like where she made that fraudulent medical device that like reads your blood and tells you all the reasons why you're sick.
You mean the
one
that's currently going to be in federal prison very soon?
Yeah, her.
Yeah.
I think it was the same thing where they're like, we'll make this commercial for this thing that works and then we'll develop it later. I really think because I've never heard anything about this product ever, so I'm pretty sure it was bullshit.
You know who should be in jail right now is Gwyneth Paltrow for Goop stuff.
Oh,
she had all these girls putting eggs in their cooter and fucking themselves up.
It was like wild. Well, they're promoting all this holistic healing stuff, but like they're charging $400 to $600 for like little vitamins and stuff, and I'm just like, there's a doc. I don't know if there's a documentary, but there are 2 shows on Netflix about it. One that's actually like a 6-episode thing of trying all these different modalities of healing.
I remember that.
Yeah, one of them is just, he's not a chiropractor. He's not a masseuse. He's just someone that does this over someone's...
It's Reiki.
Is it?
He's a Reiki healer, right? Okay. That's what they do. They don't even touch you. They put their hands over you and they like
sense your energy.
Yeah, it's short for raking you over the coals.
No, energy healing.
Well, raking your wallet over the coals, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
what Reiki is.
I would
Anyone that
definitely-
buys anything from Goop deserves what they get, as far as I'm concerned.
How
You're
about that
asking
vagina
for it.
candle? Buy
Yeah,
a vagina
that's
candle.
right.
Yeah, I remember
That's
the-
exactly,
Paltrow's puss, you know?
I don't want to smell Gwyneth Paltrow's
That's
old ass pussy.
that's a movie star's vagina.
I
mean,
don't
come
want to
on
smell
now.
no 50-year-old pussy.
Well, I hope it's on a good day because I've been with a few women, and it's kind of depends on which day
Exactly.
you smell it on. So
Some
It's
old
really-
pussy. Like I said, I remember the glass. She had this glass Fabergé egg. You're supposed to, if you're a girl, you put it in your cooter. I don't know what it was supposed to do, but it was causing yeast infections, and some of the glass sometimes would.
Yeah,
crack.
actually,
it was fucking
actually-
girls up. That's all
yeah.
I remember.
And
That's
the case you're referring to is Elizabeth Holmes. She's a tech billionaire.
Yeah,
her
literal
God.
fire crotch. A literal fire crotch.
Yeah, fire crotch, literal fire.
What's up, Eric K? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, greetings, everybody. Sorry I'm so late.
The late show, man. Don't worry about it.
I made it before everybody said goodbye, so that's one good
We're
thing.
sorry too.
So you saw my joke there from my friend from Scotland, where men are men and
Sheep are worried.
nervous.
Sheep are worried. And that old Stone song, "Hey McLeod, get off of my you."
McLeod. I missed it actually.
Yeah. Well, you know the great thing about. Never mind. I've got a lot of sheep jokes. I'll save them for later.
Well, you are
Well-
from Scotland, so
We haven't
Why
talked a whole
stop
lot
now?
of pop culture.
Why stop now? I'll save them for another time.
I would say we haven't. What the fuck culture? Jesus Christ!
What is happening to the show?
I have no idea.
There is to know about the crying game.
All I have to say is apparently I have a pair of tits.
Did you really wanna
Nice rhyme.
hurt me?
Well,
Did you
you know.
really wanna make me?
You know,
Well, it might-
This show has definitely been
that
Boy
good.
George as hell. I gotta say that.
Listen,
Yeah.
everybody's watching. Tell your friends. This is what we do on Friday.
Well, I got something special planned for culture at some point.
Come and immediately.
As soon as I get off my lazy
Come
ass
and
and figure
go.
something out.
And
Come
apparently
and
the
Candles. He's got
I
candles and
expect the
everything
Queen of
else.
England to appear in the chat. Oh, wait a minute. Not the Queen of England, Elton John. Never mind.
Look. Right now, all I have to do is hit the stop button. Wait, holy crap, that's huge. Let me try that
That's
again.
what they all say.
That's what she
That's
said.
what they all say.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Wow, the stop button was immense. I've never seen a stop button that big, and I've dated some ladies.
James Bond should have had that stop button.
And culture's tried to
Stop 'em.
sexually assault quite a few ladies, so the stop
Hey
sign's
now,
pretty big.
no,
Hey-o.
wait, no, what?
What?
No,
What?
no.
Oh.
I was just
Oh,
spitballing
hey-o.
ideas, you know.
Something's very wrong with you humans here on this.
Well,
show.
I mean, you brought up a big
Humans.
stop button in relation to dating ladies. It's not that.
To be
It's
fair.
a leap, but it's not. You know,
Hey,
what's the
Vig.
free throw line?
Sorry, so Vidge, did you get to watch any of the Karen movie?
I did not.
Oh,
I thought you
I want
did.
to.
I thought you
wanted
did.
to.
I was told the whole reason we were waiting for this, for
yeah.
this stream.
He said he would. He said he
I
would.
did say I
VW.
would,
He said he
but
tried. To be
thought
fair, he
this
said he
was
tried.
to
I
solve
did
like
say-
all the racism and whatnot, but apparently they went and buried this movie because
Oh
It's
God, did they?
Abominable.
bad.
It is
Yeah.
unbelievably it's so
So
bad.
it didn't
Potato?
end racism, you say?
No.
Yeah, but even
No.
woke
If
reporters
anything-
hate it. Even
If
woke
anything,
people
it's
hate
going to
it.
create more racism. Every single black person in this movie has got really obvious, like they're wearing like an Africa earring or
no.
something like that. Like the way their house is decorated, and it's like the guy's name is like Malik, and it's just like it's all like okay. So they move into this neighborhood in like the Atlanta suburbs.
I
and
think
it's
the
like this-
word you're searching for is stereotypes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like so on the nose, even like racists are like, ugh, that's a little too obvious.
It could not have
Like,
been even more obvious.
So
It's
what you're saying is it would
insane.
make David Duke blush then?
Oh my god,
dude! So this couple moves in. They move into this really wealthy neighborhood in like the Atlanta suburbs. Like these houses are huge. It's not just like some normal. Like what's that?
Because we all know the Atlanta suburbs. Atlanta, Georgia, is known for their white nationalism. Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure, like in Georgia, there probably are, but like
Georgia, but Atlanta,
not really.
That's
Yeah,
like
no,
the
Atlanta,
richest black area
you
in
have
the
to go
country.
like several
Literally.
miles outside of Georgia to find that shit.
You got to get into like
excuse me,
Georgia,
Atlanta.
so
Atlanta,
it's like. So it's like they go in these like really wealthy suburbs and like they, you know, it's like there are these two houses right next door and like so that this black couple moves in and like apparently there was no warning about this black couple moving in. Like the day they show up, she's like, "Oh, it's the black couple."
Well,
and then like
register.
there's no by the way, there's no moving truck. Like it's just literally they move in. It was like as if the house just like appeared like whole cloth. Like all of a sudden it's just full of all the no possession. Or if they had possession, they're magically up. No unboxing.
Imagine no possessions.
And like within literally hours, hours of them showing up, like they're being confronted by this racist Karen, right? So it's like that aside, like the reason that they can afford this house in this wealthy like a little cul-de-sac, this little area that has a homeowners association. The man is he works at a community center in Atlanta.
Right.
Oh, that's believable.
Oh, completely. Considering this house is at least you're looking at it's like a $2.5 million house.
Yeah.
So
Like-
they're setting up him to be the soulful saint, I suppose.
Oh, of course. Oh, and would you guess what do you think the wife does for a living?
She's a politician.
No,
Social worker.
Teacher.
Better than that.
worker.
Teacher.
Nope. Oh, you won't even. You guys can't even
Community
imagine.
organizer.
Marketing
That's what he is.
consultant.
Well,
She's an activist.
Marketing consultant.
He was a community organizer. She is a literal. This is a quote from the movie. She's a successful blogger.
That's an oxymoron if I've ever heard one.
So somehow these people who are there's a community organizer and a quote successful blogger own a house this size.
They're earning $20,000 a year then, basically.
Yeah. It's so great. Okay, so this is the opening sequence.
Is that what they call OnlyFans girls now?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just, for the record, the only community organizer that owns a house that big used to be the president.
I was just thinking about Patrice
there we
Colors.
go.
Like, is that a Patrice Colors reference? Like, yeah, he's a community organizer and he has this nice house. I wonder why. You know what I mean? Is that what they were trying to do?
Large mansions.
This is how the film opens up, right? This is literally the first thing you see is this chalk, like Black Lives Matter thing, and then guess who doesn't like it? Karen. That's it. Like that.
You know what's ironic about this?
That's how this starts. What's ironic? This?
So okay, you guys remember in New York? What was her name? Beverly Beatty. There was a girl who was vandalizing BLM, but she was black.
Of course.
So like the main because that was the most famous story I heard. I mean, I'm sure there was plenty of stories. I don't pay attention to the damn news as you guys heard earlier, but it's just ironic that like the first thing I think of is a black woman.
Vidge, the reason why is because she's suffering from internalized racism. And that's the reason.
I was just going to say, here's the thing that's the problem with this whole thing, and this is the problem with them trying to appropriate what Karen means. They don't get it.
They don't.
This is a straight up racist fucking psycho bigot. Yeah. That's not what a Karen is.
That's not what a Karen is.
Somebody who complains about shit that's pointless and fucks it up for everybody.
I was screaming that while I'm watching the movie. I'm like, Karen was a meme before like it became a racist thing, but Karen was just it was generally a white woman, but it was entitled. It was like show me your manager.
I've heard Karen used as a racist
thing. They did was like call the cops on somebody for doing something, or
and then it became legitimately became appropriated, but it legitimately became appropriated by this this agenda.
I've never heard the term Karen used for a racist like this.
No, it's
they
not
did
what
it
it
during
is.
BLM. They did it during. I'm trying to show you their house. It's like the community organizer and the fucking blogger just bought. That's the one on the right. This one here.
Jesus Christ.
That's the one. Yeah, that's like 1.5 million at least.
No shit.
Matt, I told you I had a question at the beginning of the stream. So now I really want to ask this: Is it just? I think you've already answered it, but I want to pose it as a question to make it clear. Is this idea of a Karen a woke Hollywood leftist idea of what a Karen is? Because
it's worse. No, it's worse.
Because it's not their meme, and they're trying to say, what does a Karen mean? Oh,
no.
It must mean a racist woman because it's only racists that use the term.
It is so comically on the nose, you cannot believe it. Like the things that happen, she also becomes sexually enthralled with the male of this couple, and like because like this couple just starts undressing.
So they show her fetishizing.
Yeah, exactly. And the couple just starts undressing in one of the windows that her son can see, right? And so now she's like interested in fucking him, right? So it's like it's also
so
that
black
trope.
people don't believe in curtains is what they're saying.
That's exactly what it is. And so she tells her that at one point, and she's like, oh my God. And they're literally standing in front of their open window and undressing. When it's like, do you see how close these houses are? They're like, you could literally stand in one window with a long stick and poke the other one. Like that's how close they are. But at one scene later on in the film, and like maybe like 15-20 minutes in, like here we go. This is the scene where he's like looking at them undressing. Oh, it's just before this. Okay, it's like literally just before this. Hold on, because they're trying to conceive a child. Oh, and they both remind each other how woke they are at times. Oh fuck, I fucked it up. Oh shit.
So
oh damn it. Hold
on.
Is
the whole movie on YouTube, or is this just your Reddit?
I rented it. But okay, so see, he's like looking. The son is looking at the neighbors undressing, and look at that. That's how they're like right in front of the window.
Wait, they don't look to the side. Notice y'all being stared at.
No, this is where they decide to have sex. And so then, by the way, this chick is insanely thick.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I noticed.
They picked a beautiful actress. I love her.
That's why it's a shitty-ass movie.
Damn, look at that booty on her.
Yeah. If there's anything about this movie they got right, it was casting this actress. She's unreal. Yeah, all about it.
Well,
so then, like, the son, like, watches it, and then he gets caught real quick by his mom. And then the mom, who's the Karen, obviously, a few scenes later. So so the mom starts looking, right? Like the mom starts. So now she gets into it, right? She's like watching them like get down.
The name of the hub?
And now Karen is like all about it, right? So then a few scenes later, she asks him to help her like change her like the antifreeze in her car. Yeah, so like right here. So she asks him that, and then like touches his arm, and then he gets antifreeze all over his hands. So for some reason he freaks out. I don't know what that was about. So Malik freaks out and gets it all over his shirt and his hands. And her solution is to like, come inside and wash your hands.
This is like
and
worse
take
than
your shirt
most
off.
porn setups.
No,
terrible.
yeah, okay. But did you see how close their houses were? He does
He could go home.
He could literally go home. It's as close.
Hey, give me a second. I'll run grab another shirt from my fucking house.
From my house, I can literally just go.
Back.
Yeah, but she seduces him into going into the house, and he like finds her, Confederate soap dispenser and like the camera display.
Everyone's got one
I've seen that in the trailer. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude! And she like. They move in, and literally within like 3 hours of them moving in, she's hammering new cameras into like the shutters to like make sure she can look in on them. It's like, what did you have those ready to go the case a black family moved in? Like, what is this plot? It is
in case of black, break glass.
Amazon drone, motherfucker.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's obscene. And then the great part is about. An hour, like right here. Okay, so they're at this party, and they keep referencing the fact that she's a Karen and her name is Karen, as if that's some kind of like
They
hilarious.
clearly don't understand what a Karen is.
They do not.
Right.
So
the slightest.
They invite her to this housewarming party, and the hilarious part is this really progressive woke couple doesn't have a single friend that's not black. Like every single person at this house is black.
That's
it's
unrealistic because we know how much woke black people love white people. So
but I was just like, wait a minute. Your point to prove how racist this woman is to prove that the protagonists of this have no white or Asian or Latino friends. Every one of their close friends is black, and that makes them powerful.
Yeah.
Oh,
so why did you imagine that a Karen is a psychotic, racist bitch as opposed to what a Karen really is?
They appropriated
bitch.
it. Yeah. They genuinely appropriated it.
Well, because they don't understand the people that created the meme of a Karen.
Yeah, most Karens I've met have been, middle class, white, liberal women.
Yeah, it's basically a soccer mom who's entitled.
You're not wearing your mask properly. I'm going to talk to the manager.
Wait. You forgot yes, it's a soccer mom for sure, but it's also a soccer wine mom. It's also middle class or higher that wants to see your manager because you didn't prepare their latte properly.
That's right.
And it's look, we all know these humans. They're not like hiding. They'll be happy to tell you exactly how you didn't park exactly the right way that they feel.
You didn't
that you
stand 2 meters away from me, did you?
Yeah. And that's the other thing. It's like, wow, you said meters. You realize that's feet for us. That's like 6 feet, 2 meters. I mean, you have weird measurements.
How do you ever get these rockets to launch properly if you don't understand?
We landed on the moon. How's Canada?
We did not land on the moon. That's how.
Culture 70s got his system of measurements from the French.
You were aiming for Mars when you got to the moon.
I would like for him to point out which missions to Mars or the moon did the Canadians or the
we built the armor. We built that.
Oh, that's
armor.
right. You guys didn't.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey, how many nuclear subcontracts do you have? I just want to know.
Me personally, I've got about a dozen.
No, I'm talking about Australia.
I'm the Lord of War.
Oh,
whatever.
That's why I can't keep getting bombs from you. Jeez.
I must admit, growing up in the UK, I was a feet guy.
The Black Lives Matter thing. Matt pointed out. Now, if they were executives in Black Lives Matter, they could easily afford that house by taking all the money.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. If your name is Patrice Cullors, you're in good shape. If not, no, not gonna happen.
I think the director of this movie was really well named. His name is Coke Daniels. So he's covering all the bases there.
Involved, that's for sure.
Coke Daniels is legit the name of the director. So.
That's his name. And it's like amazing. It's because it's like it's such a bad movie in so many different ways. The thing that's like amazing to me is like if you honestly did give a shit about this cause, like you are so exploiting it for just a cheap like knockoff horror movie it's like a cash grab. It's so cash grabby. Like, oh, let's get in on this Karen craze so we can make some money.
I think they realized what a big mistake was after they filmed the movie.
Yeah, they buried it.
Even woke reporters and reviewers hate it. Even the woke hate it. They're going, this is terrible.
Yep.
Well,
no one likes it.
That's my big question, and we were just talking about this on the comic panel earlier before this one. And there's a new Mr. Miracle comic out, and Mr. Miracle is black. And in one of the panels,
of course,
he's being like beat by his one of his enemies. And right before the enemy beats him to death, he says, "You know what? No, I'm going to leave you here because life on Earth as a black man is much worse than what I'll do to you."
Right.
And then the villain leaves. So
great job, CC. Now you wonder why I stopped reading your fucking books.
That's right.
And so,
yeah, no, right?
But I feel bad, and I wonder who is this made for? One, but also
white progressive.
Yeah, but who watches this and goes like, finally, I get to see it, my hero. You know, like I would never. And
white
and
progressives.
White progressives.
Yeah, don't ever.
You understand? Okay, the comic books are no longer made for comic book fans; they're made for other pros. That's the issue.
Yeah.
I say the exact same thing.
Entertainment
Who is this made for? And it's made to virtue signal. It's made for other people in the industry. It's made to get back pats. It's not actually made for people to read.
Yeah,
or make money
here's
off
the thing.
of.
They assume we'll just read it and pay for it. We were talking about that on the Culture Crime Files where I almost smashed my iPad. Lashana Lynch or whatever just said, yeah, people will just show up for 2-year-olds James Bond. That's what they believe.
No, they would not. No, they would not.
They don't realize that's not the case. So they're making it like, okay, people are just going to come in and fund it. And, oh, did you see that? We wrote the most wokest thing. No, we wrote the most wokest movie or comic.
Because they think they're smarter than us. They think that like
our better.
if we enjoy this, obviously we're just peasants. None of us think. We're all intellectual dummies. And so they can just make it about a social lecture, and then they'll get their job done, and we will be more educated. Because it's like what's that thing where they talk about with the intellectual curve, right? Where it's like people who are dumb and then people who are smart. But there's like people who are just slightly smarter than the middle who think they're way more intelligent than the rest of people.
The mainstream media news watchers. Yes.
Yeah, and so it's like I think that's where they all lie. They're all just slightly more intelligent than the median, and so they think they're smarter than the rest. So they're just gonna do their job educating us. Meanwhile, they didn't consider anything about the lore or the history or the audience or the economics of anything that they're doing. I genuinely believe that's where almost all of that comes from.
Except that here's the thing. I mean, Kelly Sue DeConnick came out at a certain point in time and said, "We're fucking stupid." And
did she actually say people were stupid?
Well, not exactly. She said she
don't like my politics. Don't
you don't buy my book.
Not
and
done
then
that impersonation.
She turns around.
Culture
right?
Fires are not gay. No, I'm just joking.
Are you sure?
At least one of them isn't.
Are you sure about that?
Now, pretty sure what is Vigilante Williams?
But she turns around, and we've played this video clip multiple times on many streams where she turns around on that and says, the comic industry is dying. Yeah, you fucking killed it,
you
bitch.
Fucking killed it, yeah.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it's not just the pros that have ruined it. And yes, Sentient Dildo, I use the term very, very loosely. They're not really pros. Well, they're getting paid.
Technically,
they are pros.
Technically, they're pros. But, they are.
Yeah, they're getting paid.
It's even if it wasn't applicable to them, it's applicable to the film and television industry.
Yeah, but the issue that's killing the industry, it's a wide variety of different things. There's the main thing is disruptive forms of entertainment, which is basically why would a kid pay $5 for a comic book when you can pay $50 for a computer game and get a lot more entertainment out of it. So that's part of the issue. On top of that, you have the shit stories, you have the terrible art, and then when people point out issues with a particular comic book, Tom Brevoort comes to mind because people would complain to him about fucking typos making its way into stories, and it's like that's the reason why you have editors who edit these things, and the fact that these things are done on computers. You have fucking spell check. So anyway, needless to say, you're paying I guess anywhere between like $5 to $7 for a fucking comic book now. That's not worth it, and that all contributes to the issue. And then we have the pros going and calling people racist and focusing on Trump and all this other shit, rather than focusing on their fucking books. Dan Slott being a really good example of this. And when people complain about the politics, people like Kelly Sue DeConnick come along and say, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. And people were like, okay, we're not going to buy your book. And then naturally 2 years later, she's like, go ahead.
Oh, no.
Someone go. Jeez.
Naturally, when nobody buys their books.
Yeah. I think there might have been a lag. But because she was in that interview, she references how, that comics have always had politics in them, which technically, yes, if you read Chris Claremont's stuff back in the 80s.
It depends on what you look at. And part of the issue with that is that we're not saying that there weren't political themes in books. That's not the issue. What they've done is they brought partisan issues into it.
Right.
And that's ultimately the problem that we had about it.
There's also no sophistication in the way they do it. It's like it's like even partisan politics could be argued for things like.
But not everything was political, though, man. You're not gonna tell me that fucking Archie was a political comic.
What I mean is that like there were times where it's like you could technically argue that something was a partisan political issue, but it's like there was a sophistication with the way it was handled, meaning it was more about the principles about why you would believe a certain thing, and it wouldn't just completely serve to give the middle finger to someone who didn't also share your political point of view. It's a nuanced difference. It does matter.
Not really.
I don't think it's even nuanced. I think it's an issue of competence. That's always been the issue. They're not good writers. They're not good
the other
artists.
thing too is if you actually listen to Stan Lee, because everyone goes, "Oh, the X-Men is about the about Malcolm X and as I totally fucking forget his name, MLK."
Martin Luther King.
Yeah, if
you remember Malcolm X
talk about it, he's like, no, that's actually not the case.
But even if you were to espouse MLK's values, if you were competent, if you were a worthy scribe, you would do it in a way that was sort of universal. You wouldn't just be
about preaching to the audience. That's what I mean. That was the big thing.
You would just ingratiate it, and it would make sense. It'd be like a story reason, and also like a principled spiritual reason why this is the right way. It wouldn't just be like, this is the modern day thing, and this is why you should agree, boys. It's like
part of
there
it
would
is
be more soul.
We give these people more credit. We take them at face value that they even believe. There's a lot of these people do.
Good point,
this is all for like we said earlier, for people either to impress their peers or still be on with their peers. They write the right type of books or they write the right type of movies. So always remember, and this is my theory, and if you guys disagree, it's fine. But the competence has always been the core issue. These are people who are not good at their jobs, and they rely on wokeness as a crutch. And now and on top of it, we have that cultural you can't, you better be woke or else.
I'd take it one step further.
They relied on as a crutch.
Yeah, I would take it one step further than the crutch thing. I would say it was that's how they even got there.
Yeah,
exactly.
Look at Gabby Rivera when she was hired to do America Chavez. I mean, that book was a beautiful train wreck. I mean, it was so fantastic because of how awful it was.
That's Ta-Nehisi
kind of the
Coates,
Karen thing.
His whole the only reason why he's rich is off of the back of him being a racist.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've read some of his shit off of The Atlantic. I mean, the guy clearly hates white people. I mean, flat out. And and he definitely profits off of basically hating white people. And the disgusting thing about it is that Marvel Comics said, "Hey, would you like to go write Captain America, Mr. Racist?" And and he was like, "Yeah, sure." But we had this backlash, so you're gonna have to wait a couple years. We'll give you Black Panther. We'll let Mark Waid do his run. Once the fanboys calm down, and then you can go and shit all over Captain America again.
Right. And what they had to do to sell those comic books was get Alex Ross to do every single cover. Because if you look at that run, Alex Ross has done all of them, and he's
why the fuck would I buy it just because Alex Ross did it?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's a great artist. It's basically a fake Captain America.
It's a lure.
But yeah,
it's a bauble that you get distracted by if you're a comic fan.
Yeah,
that's what they're thinking.
It's a smoke screen, basically.
Yeah, but and I agree with you, Vidge, and comics. I agree with both of you guys because the competency and how the stories have been told have been different. Because I remember reading, I think it was one of the What If stories, and it had a lot of. It was back in the '80s, the one that I had read with Silver Surfer, and it talked about it asked questions. It didn't tell you how to think.
Yes,
it asked questions of how what if I had this type of power? Would I use it to corrupt, or would I use it to, help this? If I use that power in this way, how would others perceive me? Yeah. They asked the real questions that actually made you think.
That's what it really comes down to. It's asking questions pensively instead of preaching to the audience that there's an answer out there that you don't have, and if you don't have it, you're a fool. It's none of this is cut and dry. None of it is easy. It's just like we were talking about the homeless just a few hours ago. We were talking about how complicated that issue is. It's but if I were to write a comic book deriding people who didn't agree with my solution, that's when it becomes divisive. If you were to wisely and creatively create to write something that sort of illustrated why it's a complex issue, that's the value. To just preach to your audience aggressively, it's first of all, you're probably not right, and even if you are right, you can't be 100% right. And it's also you're alienating so many people. Like nobody
They don't
wants
fucking
to be
care. That's the issue.
They don't care.
It's like Terminator 2, right? Ultimately, it's kind of the whole soul of that is preserving human life. It's like it's not really cool to kill people. But if your audience is flat saying you just don't murder people, it's like, all right, well, I don't want to watch that. Like you have to really, you got to put it through a sieve. You have to like make it, digestible. Make it something that I
so much
think
like
about.
The whole thing with like murder bad. The thing that was really interesting about T2 is the fact that you find Sarah Connor being more merciless than the machine, and the machine being more human than Sarah
Right,
Connor.
that's what I mean. It's a complex exploration of these concepts instead of just a simple one-to-one. If you don't agree with this concept or this political ideology, you're dumb. It's like nothing's that simple. It's what the artistic depth, the artistic value is exploring it, is to really even press your own ideas as you're creating the thing. Like that's why it's worthy. That's why it's interesting for other people. Like just telling people what they should think. It's like that's what's called propaganda.
Yeah,
people don't want to watch that.
Well, and that's exactly what comics have become, is propaganda.
Entertainment too.
And comics, I'll take it one step further as well. I think also not only are they writing this for themselves and just to get the bonus points or whatever, but they're writing it to get clout on their Twitter handles.
Because, absolutely.
But you had mentioned Dan Slott, and the first thing that comes to mind is his idiotic Twitter post. I mean, that man stays on Twitter more than anyone else. You look at
that was like the whole joke of 616 is the man's more on Twitter than he is writing his fucking book, and that's something that we pointed out for years. That it's like you pay way too much attention to Twitter, and you don't even talk about what book you're working on. You're constantly complaining about Trump.
How much comic book writing could you possibly be doing?
I don't know, but he's legit a shitty writer. And
he's terrible anyway.
I don't understand how Marvel allowed him to have Spider-Man for 10 fucking years.
Okay.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Well, I did want to offer us a different opinion. I mean, Sentient Dildo says, we in the dildo community disagree. More murdering of humans is necessary. See, this is what...
it's actually happening.
It's so powerful about this community. We offer different insights.
No, it's true, but actually that's already happening. There's forced medical practices that are occurring. Oh, well, I can't say that here.
Yeah.
He's not a doctor.
Yeah, he's not a doctor.
No one here, no doctors on this panel.
Yeah.
Well,
and he's not a bricklayer either.
Wow, they know.
Well,
look,
I would just like to state for the record that I stand with BLM. because BLM, I like some of their ideas. It's very progressive. It's very, they got some good
BLM is
forward-thinking ideas.
It's the Bureau of Land Management, isn't it?
Yeah, the Bureau of Land Management does some great stuff. They're trying to get California.
Oh no, I meant Black Lives Matter.
Oh no.
I stand with them.
No. Here's the thing. Bureau of Land Management wants California to properly manage their forests so that they don't burn down every fucking year.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great ideas coming out of BLM.
I'd be all for bits of California burning down. It's always the wrong bits that seem to burn down.
Look, here's the thing: if the rich people are the ones that have their stuff burned down, they might get more involved in stuff.
The Hollywood Hills, or the canyon.
Hollywood Hills, that's
burn that down. Yeah,
state's burning down. They
should be asking for help then.
Hey,
Hollywood
it is what it is. But hey,
down, they'd get a bailout. So
thank you, Eric. They would. And hey, by the way. Matt, just for fun, I shared the video that was recently captured of Kelly Crazy. I mean,
I think we talked about this last week, but there's no reason to not bring it up again.
Oh, all right, because she's very handsome.
Oh, did you hear about the lady who did the interview? After it surfaced, she started complaining on Twitter about people finding her video. It's pretty funny.
She's very handsome for a...
And don't watch my video.
Bounding in the Comics wrote an article about it, and she complained to Bounding in the Comics about using her material in their article.
Yeah.
All right,
she's very handsome culture for a bulldog.
I'll look for that article as we watch her brilliant insight.
I tend to be pretty optimistic, but in this one, I'm worried. I'm straight worried. Because stores are closing at a phenomenal rate. Independent comic sales are down. Mainstream comic sales are down, except for like the top 5, 3 or 5 books are up, and everything in the mid list is way down. Numbers that used to be numbers that would get you canceled are now like, no, that's a hit. You know, independent books making back the cost of doing floppies is like names that should be able to do it no sweat are going into the red on singles and not coming out until the trades.
Poor thing. God.
Honestly, the person I feel the most for is Matt Fraction, because he actually bred with her.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Somebody actually bred with her?
Oh no, she reproduced with him, and that's a real shame.
They have 2 kids.
Oh god.
Kelly Sue DeConnick is the new poster child for the expression, "Be careful what you ask for, you might get it."
Yeah.
The sad thing too is that Matt Fraction is actually a fairly good writer.
Yeah, he is.
Hey Thomas,
it's also a good possibility that's the reason why Kelly Sue DeConnick is an okay writer, is because of Matt.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Connors, do you have to leave us?
No, I was curious. I asked earlier a couple times how much longer you were going to go, because I don't, I was going to try and hang out till the end here, but
I don't know. I never know. I mean, probably not too much longer, but
I just don't know how much longer I can keep
3 a.m.
talking about some of this stuff.
Hey, Tom, as long as you want to stay, baby. As long as you want to stay, that's as much as you can hang out as long as you want. I
enjoy hanging out with you guys. It's just sometimes there's things I can't really get into.
Well, this one can you talk about this one with the comics? Is that something? Yeah.
It's just without a babysitter, I always tend to say something I shouldn't. So.
Well, then what?
Perfect, Tom. Say something you shouldn't.
I got something.
Yeah, this is for the unfiltered. Listen, as many times as both me and Matt have gotten drunk.
Look, the great thing is I could get away with probably saying like the N-word or a bunch of other slurs. I've got a bunch of cards.
Not go too far.
But once you go to a point where I start talking and making fun of certain people, like in certain spheres, my ass will end up getting canceled or some shit, so it don't matter.
Well, what would you like to talk about, Tom? Is there anything you interesting
pussy.
that you were?
No,
I got a picture.
Fucking pussy, brother.
It's usually attached to a crazy person, but it's a pretty.
And the guy complains.
Why not?
Canceled, man.
It's just a little, it's this thing that sucks. Like for me on Thursday nights, is I love hanging out with comics and those guys, but they get so political sometimes. It's just like, yeah, I can't.
I know, dude. I'm sorry.
We know, Tom. It's okay, buddy. We love you.
Well, it's not like I have a gag order or anything, but at the same time, I know I don't know how to shut my mouth.
Tom, if you don't like our politics, don't buy our stream.
Actually, there's
and part of it is, I do represent Midnight's Edge, and we are an apolitical channel pretty much. So it's like,
I totally get it.
No, Tom's 100% right.
Let me ask you this then, Tom, because I haven't seen. Sorry, Culture. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just meant because I saw and I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it because I want to go in and do it cold, but seeing as how we got you here. The Dune, the new Dune film. Have you seen it yet?
No, I would love to. I'm stuck in the U.S. just like y'all.
So Andre
for 70s rock fan. Yeah, Andre saw it.
Canada. But,
not that you're.
Yeah, I'm not going to cinemas right now.
I just didn't want to be like, assume you live here or whatever. But
I'm just not going just out of spite, really.
All right, based on what Andre has said, how do you feel? Like, how do you feel about watching the new film? I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
You said feel.
That looks like a 50.
You didn't specify.
Did you express yourself through interpretive
sure
dance?
He was like, doing some sort of cyberspace thing.
He said feel. No,
he's gonna do the Vogue right there. Okay, so he's voguing.
Or was it a bad Vogue? Yeah,
that was an interpretive dance.
I don't know. Andre said that it's a very epic film. It's a tonal piece. The music sucks. Other than that, it's not woke, and he wanted to go back and see it again. He recommended seeing it on the biggest screen possible.
Well, will you see it? Are you excited? pause. That is a pregnant pause if I've ever heard one.
That was another pregnant pause. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm a science fiction fan who actually never liked the books that much, but I want to see it, and I think it should be good. I'm excited.
I don't think it's going to suck, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing it, definitely.
Still not
sure.
hearing from Tom on whether he wants to see it or not.
Right?
He's just not committing.
Tom, you still with us?
I don't think he wants to answer.
Well, we're going to end on that cliffhanger. No, okay.
What was wrong with the music?
While Tom thinks, one rough girl just sent us a super chat. Did he just leave? He just left.
Tom just said,
His connection,
fuck
bud.
you guys, I'm
Put
out
him
of
on the
here.
spot so much.
Screw yes, I'm getting him. So one rough girl just sent us a super chat. Thank you, one rough girl, for $4.99. It says, all these handsome, unappreciated men to paratroopers send you all hugs from the Rough House. Thank you, one rough girl. And I know one rough girl is working on developing her own channel. So keep an eye out for that because she was messaging me. Yeah, messaging me.
She messaged me too for some advice.
Yeah,
too.
advice and
that's
like
cool.
what names to use and stuff like
If
that.
she didn't message me, probably because she realized I have no advice to give her. I just wing it. So no, all you do is wing it.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got to bounce, man. It's like when after one.
All right,
All
comics.
right, buddy.
Thank you for hanging out, brother.
Bye, brother.
And that's the weird place that we're all in. Some of us are older, and so hanging out late is not as much fun.
Yeah, especially when your ass gets woken up at 7 o'clock in the morning.
After 5 a.m. shifts. That's why.
I'm still gonna stay up till lethals tomorrow. So
my!
Good night, all. It was great hanging with you. Everybody,
Cheers, comics.
love you guys. Take care.
Take care,
Bye,
comics.
comics. Love you, buddy. Bye, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, just me. Hey,
I'm
the
in
rest
for
of
the long
stream.
haul.
The rest of the stream like this.
That's too much, Matt.
Just me.
Too much, Matt.
The despot is coming out.
My God, no!
Here's the weird thing. Matt's wearing a shirt. Whoa, shit!
Yeah.
Matt's wearing a shirt that indicates that he likes cyberpunk.
No, this is
Terminator.
Was
it me or was it StreamYards?
Alien, sorry, not Terminator.
I thought you just deserted. I said, "Fuck this, I'm done."
Well, because like the rest of my net was working fine, but like for some reason StreamYards just crapped out on me.
Wait, Culture. Hold on. What was your point there, Culture? What are you trying to make there?
Sorry.
At what point?
You were saying I enjoy cyberpunk because of
because it's all a giant crossover, dude.
I agree.
Yeah,
That's what. No, I'm not. The idea of cyberpunk was the most appealing video game concept I've ever come across. I could not have been more excited for that video game.
Alien,
love
Terminator.
That stuff.
It's a giant
Altered
crossover.
Carbon, Blade Runner. I love cyberpunk. That is my genre. But it's like that game ate dick. So
try again. No, you have to try again because apparently
you have to put out the product you advertise.
You really do need to try again. They fixed a bunch of stuff.
No Man's Sky did the same thing.
I just want to mention
heavily into that.
never in my life.
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time.
No.
Vigilante.
All right, stop getting us to fund your early access games. This goes for Madden. This goes for all these fucking game companies. I am tired of accepting bullshit.
No, wait.
I'm tired of accepting normalized bullshit where we don't release a finished game, but then we fix it later, and then the fans say, "Oh, well, they fixed it later." If you enjoyed the game, God bless you. I hope you did. But if I am pissed because of what they did at launch, I owe them nothing.
Damn right, Vigilante. Preach it, my friend. Yes, sir.
I still want to know if Tom wants to see the new Dune film, if he's excited about it, and what he thinks.
I do, and yes, I would. The only thing I'm kind of debating on is if I'm going to actually go out and see it in the theater or just see it at home. But
are you not excited about it? It doesn't sound interesting to you.
I am. I'm very excited about it.
Doesn't sound like it.
This is Tom sounding excited. I'd hate to
I was just gonna say
the shitty part for me is I have to drive a fucking hour to go see a decent, movie in a decent theater, and it's a 3-hour fucking movie, and so like even the prospect and thought of that just kind of like
I'm with you. That does sound exhausting.
So I'll probably fuck around and just watch it on HBO Max, but.
Oh, me too. That's where I'm going to watch it.
Still not an answer. You're looking forward to seeing it. That's
yeah. I mean, everything I've heard about it sounds good. I'm just worried we're not going to get a second part. But then again, the box office thus far has panned out.
Indicated we might.
I hope it doesn't take too long to get here, so that the heat off of it fades away. And
that's the other problem. They needed to roll it out
another fucking month.
It's a little rough, but hey. The interest in it could build. We will see.
I think it might be a hit. Yeah.
Well, there are 2 other international markets that are going to hit. We're going to see a growth. I think we'll get to 40 million before it gets here, maybe more. Maybe 42 million before it gets to the U.S. and the U.K. and some other markets.
Oh, it'll be more than that. It's already made almost 40 million.
I know, but I'm trying to be like low key, dude. And we're also getting by the way, a China release on the same day and date as the UK and the US. Which you know what can't be said about any current Marvel film.
They're not going there.
China release, bitches. That's right. Fuck you. And that's the thing is most people don't realize. And even though the gross doesn't calculate like into actual retail dollars, because most people don't realize you only get 20% of the gross in China. It's still more than nothing. And you know what? In an industry that counts on the China money, they like to advertise the China money, even though they're not getting all the China money.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's like it's a for your investors, you're like, look how much money we're making. Of course they want to tell China.
Except they're not making the money. That's the other dumb thing. Okay, so look, pay attention to the gross. The gross numbers are great. Oh, yeah, we made these gross. No, that doesn't mean shit. What you made is the actual dollars after the fucking things hit your checkbook. And that's the other problem. This industry is so fucked up because they pay not attention to the stuff that's actually happening. They pay attention to the immaterial bullshit, and they've always done that. Hollywood is a bunch. It's a bunch of I'm going to show some charts. You guys don't want to see that. I'll bore the shit out of you, motherfuckers. But anyway,
I want to see charts.
No, it's
Cinch and Dildo.
No, I understand that. But here's the thing.
PowerPoint slide set.
It's at the end of the day, EBITDA. There it is. The everything that you earn, the actual net that you have at the end of the day is the only thing that matters. It's the only thing that should matter for investors. And investors should be behind the current bill that's currently in Congress, working its way up the ladder, that says you have to actually represent your corporation without any of the bullshit that's associated with all this socialism crap. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, you're going to have to follow a comics division thing probably on Monday, because I will not stop until we cover that on Monday, because it is making me absolutely crazy. Look, if you are a corporation, your obligation is to your shareholders first and foremost. That's an obligation you make from the moment you form a corporation. It's the same. Let me give you a similar comparison. When you become a doctor, the obligation you make to your patient is first, do no harm. Okay, so there are certain things that are written that you have to actually follow. And right now, under JP Morgan and several other things, that's not the way they're running companies. That's not the way they're running businesses. And it's not going to help you in the long term, because they're going to push a political message, not a profit strategy. That's a bad plan.
Well, Hollywood is a lot of a shell game anyways, where they're just sliding money here, there, and there, trying to hide everything anyways.
There's a lot of money laundering. Some of these budgets, Wonder Woman 84 costs $200 million. Get the fuck out of here.
Based on the film I saw, it was maybe $50 million.
Yeah, 50 to 80 max. You said 50?
Yeah, 50.
That CG was cheap. We didn't even get to see Chris. What was the girl's name? who played
Kristen Wiig. Kristen Wiig.
Yeah, we didn't even get a Kristen Wiig butthole cut like we were.
No, we didn't. We did not. We did not see her topless. I'm very disappointed.
She was cute for her age.
What? For her age? Oh my God! Did you just say that?
Yes,
why is that? Hold on, Culture. Why is that unacceptable to say?
Well, first and foremost, let me tell you something. Tawny Katane still smoking. There's a whole handful.
So what? That's not what he's
I
saying.
agree with him on that one. So
No.
Okay, but what's wrong with saying for her age? That's a very reasonable thing to say.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It's been a part
Are
of
you
culture.
being sensitive
you can
because
be pretty
you're an
fly
older
for a
man?
white guy. You can, you know what I mean? There's all sorts of different qualifications.
If someone said that about me, I would be flat.
I am not. I am not chasing after Millie Bobby Brown. That's all I have to say.
That's not the same thing.
It is the same
blame
fucking
Canada.
thing.
She's a child. She's not even 18. We're talking about. Look, there's a prime that women hit, and it's in their 20s for the most part.
Oh shit!
It's true,
dude.
God.
Okay, so
what
so,
Culture?
So
why is that so appalling?
Matt, you met the boss. She's gonna whoop your ass the next time that happens.
I'm sure even the boss.
Stop. What in the world is the wrong? Listen, Michael Jordan still can't dunk. We all age. It's okay.
Wait,
There's nothing wrong
whoa!
with
Did you
being
just say
great.
Jordan can't dunk?
Oh, he can.
What he's saying is, but he's like, it's a great point. It's a terrific point.
Better than
athletes.
No,
I'm talking about currently, right now. Jordan
Vigilante's making a great point. The point is, there is a prime, especially with athletes. Of course, is like there's a prime. There's like no reason to suggest Heidi Klum wasn't hotter 20 years ago. Like, look, why? What do we?
But
Will Chamberlain.
To Culture's point, thoughts become bills. Okay, go ahead, Culture.
There you go. And that's the thing. You know,
hot for any age.
There you go. And,
yes,
and
there are exceptions to the rule, Eric, and that proves the rule.
Yeah, right. Look, Renee Russo was like 700 years old when she did the film with Pierce Brosnan. I can't remember the fucking thing. But look, everybody still wants to nail her, right? And if
there's still some hot older women, of course, but like most women age out.
Dude. Oh my God, dude.
What? I sound like I'm talking to my fucking aunt right now, Culture. What are you telling me? You believe this?
No, actually, you sound. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Here it comes. You guys are very misogynistic right now.
Wow.
I was about to go the other way with you. I thought you had a male feminist patch.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Man.
No. Here's
sounds
the thing.
like you're simping for those 48-year-old women.
No. What I'm trying to point out and illustrate.
48-year-old women.
Be
I like
very
48-year-old women. That was my point.
Nothing wrong with them, but let's not say they're in their prime.
Well, I don't know. It depends. But, wait.
Listen,
come on
now. Come on now.
Mental prime and
even ScarJo is age. She's not as hot as she used to be. Let's be real.
Wait.
So really quick. Come on now.
Is this a personal thing, Culture? Are you insecure about your own age?
Me?
And you could tell us.
Yeah, man.
Do you believe that?
Thomas Crown Affair. That was a good
you bet me. Am I insecure?
I'm insecure about my age.
Look how
only
handsome
36.
I am. Look at my hair. Look at how beautiful I am. Am I that insecure?
Culture, I'm not suggesting that you should be. I'm asking, are you personally?
This is the best
I'm insecure about my own. I'm insecure about my own age because I'm still unmarried, right? I'm 36. I'm a very low level YouTuber.
Find it hard to get married. Yes.
I don't have a whole lot financially going for me. So like my own age is a sensitive thing. I'm sensitive, but I'm not gonna deny that I was, a younger, more virile man 10 years ago.
This is a matter of science. This is a matter. If you do a poll
Come on now.
ages that men find women most attractive,
the amount of times I used to be able to fuck in one night 10 years ago is not the same as it is today.
Okay, so
let's be real.
Right now,
I can do it more now.
On a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 10 fucks, on a scale of 1 to 10 fucks, Matt, how many fucks are you getting a night now?
I mean, if it's 3, I am killing it. I'm killing it at 3. It used to be, 3 was routine. No big deal. What? Why is that funny? I don't understand what's funny.
Sounds like somebody else is aging out.
You're gonna nut 3 times in a night, Culture, right now?
Easy mode, dude. Easy mode.
Easy mode.
What's wrong with prostate? How old are you? Oh, now.
I respect your virility. I respect
do that. Like,
No,
3
no.
times. I mean, good for you. Good for all of you.
3 times a year.
No, actually, I just had an amazing night. You guys are so great. When you get to be at my age, you appreciate the fact that you can still sleep like more than 4 hours. So I'm gonna try to do that and say that
It wipes me out. I don't have the same virility. I just don't. I'm not the same man.
No, it's fine, dude. Look, it's okay. A lot of it has to do with genetics, and it's fine. But look, look, I had the great privilege of hanging out and talking with at length MVP. MVP is probably the studliest dude on this panel, and you should all respect him.
He's also the youngest, right? Not even 30 yet.
Yeah, I believe so.
No.
I'm
Yeah, he's not
28.
even 30. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well,
So
then
that
Matt,
has something to fucking do with it.
I'm just saying. Not only do you have competition, dude's a Terminator compared to your. I don't know what was the character.
I'm not arguing.
Tom,
I'm not arguing. I'm admitting I'm older than the man.
In Judge Dredd, adjacent to Sly Stallone, that was played by God, what was his name?
Olivia
Rob
Thirlby?
Schneider. Rob Schneider, the guy that was like robbing the garbage like truck or whatever. What the hell was his name? Anyway, that's kind of you, Matt. Is that okay? You feel good about that?
Wow, Culture's really taking this one personally.
No.
He's really like he didn't like that. He didn't like that age thing. He's really like, you know what, you young man,
all over
go fuck
Kristen
yourself
Wiig's
and fuck your people. That's exactly what it is.
No,
and Culture's
I am all about Kristen Wiig's butthole. I'm okay with that.
Culture took that one personally. Culture took this whole one.
No, it took a long time to get to that joke. Look, cats.
Listen,
cats
Culture.
needs-
Listen, if
cats
you can
and
give
Wonder
your woman,
No,
if you
no,
can
no,
give your
no.
woman
Wait,
3+ fucks a night, I am very proud. I'm very proud of you. I really admire that. That's impressive. You can go 3+ times a night. That's honestly good for you, man.
Its volume's going to be a difference, as it is with everyone. You know, the amount.
I'm applauding you right now. I'm giving you respect.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying your fresh Navy will be limited on the 3rd pump. I'm just all I've said. But here's the weird thing.
So you guys are looking at it all wrong. It's not about how many times you get there in the night. It's how many times you make your lady get there.
Ooh, quality.
So you gotta
Right
think
down
about
there.
that.
That's the answer.
You selfish bastard.
Yeah.
If I haven't done it, I don't care.
Well, the next
She's lucky to be there. She's lucky.
Experience will always beat youth and enthusiasm. So
Good for her to
I'm
get
not
it.
Captain
You know?
Competition. If I could get one off, I'm happy, man. I'm sorry. If you didn't get your nut by the time I got mine, that sounds like a personal problem.
The thing about Matt is he's paid a lot of money for her to be there, so he's going to make that sure he gets this fun.
VW
That was
is
an
going to
expensive night out.
Hey, look, VW is going to offer you the 3 minutes of frustration all you ladies are looking for. But anyway, you don't have that.
Culture's just taking swings. He didn't like that age thing. He didn't like that age thing.
Are you saying that the black thing's a
They
myth?
just don't got it.
That
out.
was sensitive.
Okay.
Culture got
this
sensitive.
race, I always
It
win.
happens.
I didn't know Culture was so sensitive about his age. I didn't know that.
No, I'm not.
And
I'm
moving
not.
forward, I will remember that. I will not insult anyone over the age of, how old are you? 52. That's my
no,
cutoff now.
52. Eat a bag of dicks, Matt. Oh my god.
I'm just saying. I don't want to insult you.
At Matt's age, can he eat a bag of dicks anymore?
Not his age. No, he just
Not a whole bag.
You can't even
It's
include 3.
I get tired. I need amphetamines at that point. Listen, whole bag.
Oh crap! I had like 4. I had
Not another dick.
I had 4
can't.
stories
I'm
lined
so
up. You guys
tired. I'm
suck.
so tired.
Oh, Zach
He's like-
wants me to punch you for not reading the super chat.
I know. I'm
No,
sorry.
super chat.
He
That's the
did
super
throw
chat.
one.
Read
That we
super chat. Come on, man.
It just felt so inappropriate to bring it up in the middle of that conversation. I didn't want to just be like, "Hey
You know what
guys,
you think, that
by
was
the way." Well, I mean, it was like, hey, how many times can you come? By the way, Zax wants to know, what about the North American release of Dune? It just felt like a non sequitur. I didn't want to. I wanted to give the
non sequitur.
I wanted to give the man respect for his super. So let's ask the panel now that we know about culture's soft spots.
It's a giant bag of dicks that is holding it up.
Zax, for $5 Canadian, thank you very much, Zax. What's holding up the North American theatrical release of Dune? What's everyone's thoughts on that?
Booked that way? Like
no,
it was.
It's
Coof.
It's the booking date. It's the booking date.
It was supposed to come out last year.
Yeah, everything
on top of it.
Good,
well,
right?
Yeah, but okay, so yeah, Legendary wasn't exactly thrilled, and then Denis Villeneuve wasn't exactly thrilled, and so they had to fight two like rounds worth of battles. At least my understanding. I don't know what Tom says, and then on top of that, they had to jockey for position, and I think they moved this film like back and then up, kind of like Venom. Venom is going to be the thing that crushes shit this weekend, right, Tom?
They're gonna crush that shit just like Matt crushes a girl.
By falling asleep on top of her. Yeah.
3 good times.
Falling asleep on top of her.
Well, then he crushes her.
I don't know about crushing. That's like napping. But look, suffocating. I don't know. What is that? Anyway, by the way, okay, I'm not going to get into that. No, bad idea.
That's the actress said to the bishop.
Yeah, no. So look, I mean, these dates have moved around a lot. I feel like Dune's actually going exactly where it needs to go in October. I feel like it leading into Halloween and a whole other set of dates. It's going to do very well leading into the Thanksgiving weekend, where you're going to see another release that's going to do also very well. I feel like Dune's going to overperform what the projections are. I think it's going to fall in line to a position where they're going to make the second film. And I feel like there are going to be a lot of geeks that are going to be kind of happy. So, which is weird for me to say because it's been a long time. Because if you look at the Foundation trilogy that's on Apple Plus right now, you probably want to eat your own eyeballs because it's not going to be good.
So it's woke as shit, yeah. I think. And that disappoints me because I love those books. So.
Well, it's really hard to make. I mean, as I take a sip of my Leinenkugels, it's going to be really hard to make that particular film or series, I should say, television. That needs to be like a 10-year project. And the problem is, and this was in one of the reviews I read today, it's hard to make because it doesn't lead it. You don't have a regular cast of characters. It's this whole bunch of different sets of characters along the way.
Well, it's very dry.
It doesn't look like the issue based on the trailer. The trailer doesn't look. They're like, how do we juggle this? It's like, how do we make it as woke as possible?
It's a very dry story, and it lasts over a period of tens of thousands of years.
Tens of thousands of years. Yeah. With Foundation, no. Dune is a different animal entirely. I feel like. If anybody's going to get their arms around, it's going to be Denis Villeneuve, right?
Denis.
Yeah. I feel like.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Culture.
I feel like he's one of those guys because I mean, he did okay with. I'm going to say this.
He's
I'm going to say
this guy, No,
but he did okay. He did okay with Blade Runner. I'm not going to say he was great.
No,
a lot of people overpraised the film, but
Arrival was okay. Arrival. That was his.
Rival's amazing.
Rival was definitely very good.
Rival was good.
But he had great material to work with. So here's the thing. I mean, if you have good material to work with and you adapt it properly, you're going to be successful. So I feel like if anybody could do it, it would be him. But I'm excited because Andre liked it. And if Andre liked it, it means I'm going to like it. You know what I mean?
That encouraged me a lot, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Regarding Foundation, iRobot was a much better set of stories to put on film, and they screwed that completely.
Well, I blame
different
the
reasons,
fact,
though.
Yeah, I blame the fact they wanted to make it digestible in one film. You know,
Wait,
television series would have been better. A TV series.
What's the Tom Hanks thing that just came out? There's just a trailer for the Tom Hanks.
Fuck Tom Hanks in the asshole.
Yeah,
that's a great name for a movie.
Yeah.
You know what? I was watching that trailer. Sorry. But no, I was watching that trailer, and that's honestly all I could think. I'm like, you know what? I know too much about you now. Like, your whole aura of Tom Hanksness was based upon me not knowing what you really are.
That. Yeah.
A lot of it's rumor and speculation. We don't know.
I'm gonna go run the grease and do some other things.
Political
that,
stuff.
It's
I'm not talking. I'm talking about the more rumor and dark stuff, but the political stuff doesn't help.
But I've been hearing that for a while. It doesn't mean it's true.
But it does. You know.
I mean, did fucking what's his name put a gerbil in his ass? You know what I mean? Did
Richard Gere?
Richard Gere? Probably.
Yeah,
did Marilyn Manson have a rib removed? You know, these are rumors.
That actually happened though. Okay, my point is, my whole
did that
point
girl
was,
from Spice Girls have to have her stomach pumped because she had so much cum? Like these are rumors.
Actually, I don't know about that. Would I
these are
believe
rumors.
That? Sure.
Wait, which one?
I'm not saying
all these rumors.
Which one?
But no, what my whole point was that. And you know what? Somebody brought up political things. I am starting to look.
Chet Hayes.
Chet Hanks.
His son, Chet Hanks, is greater than Tom Hanks.
Hey, buddy boy.
But no, my whole point was like, Tom Hanks is a guy who was based upon being this charming, like
father-like
nice
figure.
Nice guy. He was a good guy. He was a good guy. Greg.
He's great. We loved him.
Now I can't look at him that way. And I think a lot of actors.
I mean, that's not fair though. Like, there's no proof. It's not like Kevin Spacey. It's just a rumor.
No, I agree with Vidge. I can't look at him now.
Well, in general, I think a lot of people feel that way about other Hollywood actors for other reasons. It doesn't have to be that dark. In general, I think there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, man,
I get maybe I just don't want to believe it. I don't know. It just until I see some kind of smoking gun or something.
That
it's
rumor,
like it's just
rumors aside.
I will put it this way, Matt. I agree with you. It's not proven. That's just rumor. But I will never forget the look on Tom Hanks's face when
I know what you mean.
British comedian
Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais was delivering his speech, and they cut to Tom Hanks, and he looked like.
His now cunty aside, and it was cunty. It was about that actress who was in jail. So they try to attribute it to the Epstein comment, and it wasn't. No. What he was responding to was that the one actress who was in jail, like Juliana Huffman or whatever the hell her name was, because like he made like the making license plates joke, and then like he's like he made that look. And now, granted, it's annoying, but that's not this. It's not. They keep attributing it to the Epstein thing.
That wasn't the time when it was.
I'm pretty sure it was.
No.
I'll give you the idea.
Can we see a clip? Someone got a clip?
Yeah, we can.
Not right.
Prove it.
Get a clip of that shit right
It's
there.
the Golden Globes. It's very, very public.
Yeah.
No, I will give you one thing. The juxtaposition may have been edited for some.
It's happening
purpose.
live. It's happening live, Richard.
Wait, how much time is? Wait, live broadcast? How much time is in a live broadcast?
It's like 3-4 hours, whatever. It's like 2.5, 3 hours, whatever the fuck.
Right, but what's the delay like?
6 seconds, 7 seconds?
No, it's more than that now.
It's 10 to 15
way more than that now.
It's 10 to 15 now.
15 seconds? It's not long.
No, it's way longer than that now.
Are they doing it? I've heard. Is it like 10
even if it
minutes
was?
or something like
I don't think the jokes followed each other. I don't think like I don't know. I think you guys are kind of putting this on it. Like it could be, but I'm not unless I got proof. I'm not just gonna put this on the man. It might be.
Matt, have you slept with Tom Hanks?
Oh,
I think he was in
Hollywood.
No.
He was very nice.
Dear.
He's gonna come out with.
Look, here's the as I keep moving up the ladder.
I'm not going to ascribe it to him until there's some proof. Like the thing is, I'm not going to like throw it out, be like it definitely didn't happen. I don't know whether it did or it didn't happen. I don't know the man, but I'm like, I know it's a rumor, but it doesn't mean it's real.
Real quick, may I ask what the story is behind all of this? Is there a video or a link that you guys could share in the private chat? Because I'm not really, I haven't heard anything about Tom Hanks.
So the rumor is that he's a bit of a Fredo.
Oh God, yeah.
That's the rumor, but it's just a rumor. Like I said, like there's a rumor that Richard Gere put a gerbil in his ass. There's a rumor that Marilyn Manson had a
it wasn't a gerbil; it was a hamster.
Except there are medical
thanks, Roxanne. Thanks for clearing that
you
up.
Just
you know
exaggerated the whole thing.
How dare I? How dare I get that wrong?
I said it was a gerbil. I'm saying it just exaggerated the whole thing. It was a hamster.
I'm just saying it's like it could be true. It doesn't mean it is. For me to be like, oh, I can never look at the man.
Was
again.
he on Epstein Island though?
I don't think there's any proof of it.
You see what?
That's what I mean.
Said?
It's like we're all kind of like leaning into the innuendo of it. We're all leaning like, yeah, well, we heard about it, so it must be true. It's like that doesn't mean shit. Now, it's weird that he moved to Greece. Granted, I'm not saying that but to me, it doesn't indict him or vindicate him. It's like, yeah, all right, that's weird. That doesn't mean to me I'm like, definitely that's what he is now. Like,
but Matt, he only did that after certain things happened.
Certain things. So what? What does that mean? Like,
well, you're actually diminishing people's experiences, like Sarah Ruth Ashcraft, who talked about the fact that she was sold essentially for the purposes of gratification by her father to Tom Hanks.
Okay, now I've never heard that.
Yeah, there are a lot of these things out there in the world, my friend. And
I've never heard that, so I'm not saying I can't be swayed by new information. I just have never heard that.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's there are several folks that have been implicated in all of this stuff.
Well, show me those testimony, and I might change my mind.
I'm going to be very careful about all of that. And here's the other weird thing. I mean, Crispin Glover's,
like that's the other thing. George Hilton, right here, his wife's Greek. They bought an island.
It's a nice place to live.
It's not unreasonable. Like, so I'm like,
we should all be doing karaoke right now.
I'm gonna
poor Tom.
Wait, see this finger here pointing at this hand? Rita Wilson is Greek.
He's not married to Rita Wilson. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking.
Yeah, he is.
I'm thinking.
Yeah,
of the other one.
he is.
Yes, he is. I'm thinking of the other one. I'm sorry. No, I was thinking of what's his name's wife, Danny DeVito. I was thinking of what's her face.
But the Greek island thing it's a nice place to live and it's cheap. So
Well,
and certain laws
you can guarantee your privacy,
and it's far away from the United States.
This is all what you would call speculation. If you were in a court of law, none of this is applicable evidence.
I was not expecting this when I bought this up.
You're not wrong. You know what?
I was just saying,
it
became like the trial of Tom Hanks.
But that's my thing. It's like I will absolutely align with your point of view. But it's like anything other than internet speculation and rumor. It's like who else is? We have had some of our most favorite people are the subject of internet speculation and rumor. I mean, Gary and Jeremy, they're all racist, right? They're all white supremacists because of internet speculation and rumor. I'm not willing to condemn people based on absolutely no evidence, just on people saying things. No, I won't. And I stand by it as firmly.
Then I have to ask this question. Where do you stand on Michael Jackson and his accusations?
That's way deeper. There are legal documents. There are court cases. There are documentaries. There's so much more that goes into
always truth.
Like it was fuckery too.
There are statements. There are statements made by Crispin Glover.
Once again,
Michael Jackson's innocent.
I'm not trying to sit here and defend him like it's impossible. I'm just saying I've never heard anything like really implicating other than people.
A lot of evidence that Michael Jackson is innocent, but that's just me.
But I'm talking more about Tom Hanks. I've never heard anything like indemnifying where I'm like, definitely that's what it is. It's just rumor.
You know what it is? Part of it is what we were talking about earlier with Drake and just Hollywood entertainment in general. And I'm sorry, we should probably do karaoke.
I know,
but Hollywood in general has a smear on it. That was really my point, more so than the implications or whatever. Hollywood has such a smear that Tom Hanks, who was once this beloved guy, he's fucking Woody from Toy Story. Yeah. And so this guy that was once a beloved piece of pop culture is now somebody. I'm like,
Woody.
Shut up, Chad.
I get it in context of this show. We gotta get to one point.
Come on, let him speak.
No, Hollywood is such a smear that if I hear a rumor like that, I'm like, believable, because that's what I think of Hollywood now. I could be wrong. It could be believable, but it's believable in this modern context of Hollywood. and that's just how
Yeah,
the mind.
I'm not saying I'm not saying I don't like believe it's possible. I believe it's 100% possible, but I'm not going to be like, well, I'll never look at a movie like of his again. It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, that's a little
differently
far.
when I looked at, because part of it is his charm. I can't have any.
Well, wait a minute.
He's not a type of guy to have like character issues. He sells himself on being this nice guy. That's his gimmick. So when you even have a question, it's going to be like, I don't really want to see. Well, go ahead.
They canceled Tim Allen, VW, right? But they're fine with Tom Hanks.
They're against Detroiters.
That's right.
That's what it is.
Point, right?
That's
you see my point.
Mitch.
Somebody who went through trials and tribulations and reformed themselves.
Yeah, he was a dope
But that's
boy.
not why they canceled him.
A major dope boy.
They don't care about drugs.
Well,
they care about
I like
politics.
what Isn't the Girl said. Serial killers were nice guys too.
And that's the other problem is they're going after everybody. I mean, Platt. Hey, Platt must be evil, right?
Oliver?
No, Chris Pratt.
Pratt.
Oh,
yeah,
they're going after
the
him
thing.
because he's Mario now, man.
They're going
They
after
got
these people because they have conservative beliefs. Now, while I don't agree with that, it's like at least they have something to point to. I'm not gonna.
Alyssa Milano, sent us a video of her combing her hair with a detangler comb after her shower. By the way, what she was doing is natural. When you're for somebody with long hair, right? You're gonna lose hair when you do this.
Just trying to point.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just trying to draw attention
What
to
are
your
you talking
locks.
about?
70s don't know about
she's
hair.
like, this is because I had the. She's like, this is because I had the vid. I'm like, bitch. I fucking comb out more fucking shit in my fucking comb every morning than you can even produce in the detangler that you're doing to pull your fucking hair out right now.
That doesn't matter.
My point is that you can portray whatever you want as a celebrity and people will buy into it, Matt. I mean, you could tell people
but until you can
that
prove
you don't
to me
have a mohawk. You don't have a mohawk, Matt. Do you have a mohawk? No, you don't have a mohawk.
My point about a lot of this stuff is it's the same thing like when me and Vigilante a few weeks back went and we found those Canadians who were being beat up by the cops because of the COVID passports. Now,
did you watch the chick wearing the fucking?
They were French.
I didn't finish my point.
All right.
Oh, sorry, they were French. Thank you, Vigilante. My point was, I didn't see what happened before the video. Now, I maintain that principle with her as much as I do with George Floyd. And meaning that, I'm not saying that it didn't happen. What I'm saying is I don't have enough evidence to prove it happened. So, while I'm not saying I will rule it out as a possibility, the only evidence I've ever heard has been this is what he does. It's all right, I mean, maybe. But if until I see something that gives it a little more, there's a little more concrete evidence, I can't just be yeah, definitely, he's absolutely that.
So I'm going to say the following, and you get a chance to talk about this. Have you seen what's happening in Australia?
Of course. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm still talking about Tom Hanks.
No, it's fine.
I use it as an analogy.
So let's go back to the beginning of this, right? So all the way back over a year and a half ago, even longer than that ago, you had a young lady outside of a business.
Hey, hold on. I'm still talking about Tom Hanks. I'm not talking about COVID. I don't want to switch the conversation.
But wait, you went on a whole other way.
I use it as an example of consistency. And that's my point. My point is, I'm just saying it's so let's use a more relevant example. Like I said earlier, there's as many people who would say that Nerdrotic and Jeremy are white supremacists and they're racist and they're misogynist, and we all know that's not true. But there's a lot of people that would say it's true. Until you have proof that it's true, I'm not just gonna take other people's word for it. That's what I'm saying. So it's I'm not saying it's not true, but unless you give me some kind of a smoking gun or at least some evidence that suggests there's some kind of smoking gun, I'm not just gonna be yeah, he's definitely that.
Okay,
I'm just not gonna do it.
So Harvey Weinstein's innocent then?
No, it's lots of smoking guns.
Oh,
there's difference. There's people saying it happened.
So how many guns do you need for Tom Hanks and Steven
I've never heard of
Spielberg
actually one. I've never heard of literally one in my life.
I gave you one. Do you want more?
You didn't send me any information on it. You just said it happened. Once again, it's just more speech.
I'll send you more.
Please
just throw down the gauntlet.
But okay,
right
so
now,
Culture,
brother.
are you mad at him for? Because honestly, I don't know exactly cases. I
No,
just heard
it's
rumors.
fine.
But
Look, you don't have to know.
Can I finish my thought? Finish thought. Let me finish thought. I didn't even finish my sentence.
Thank you.
I said, are you mad at him for not knowing something? Because
No.
if you're mad at him for not knowing something and you have information, you can toss in the private chat and we would understand and have better context. Because that's what everybody doesn't know everything about every subject. I kind of just went off. This whole thing got derailed. Why are we becoming CNN or C-SPAN? All I was trying to say
Wes
is
Moody keeps going with.
I have a solution.
Yeah. Wes
Karaoke.
I'll look it up.
Karaoke.
I'll look it up. I
I'm
don't
with
know.
I was just, oh boy, this is.
So how about that new Tom Hanks trailer?
That was the whole point. I just said,
That's
you know
how
what?
it
That's all you
started.
said. That's all you said. Yeah.
And it went.
I can tell you this much. I've had more fun tonight than I've had in the last hour and a half.
Chad is.
The last,
I'm certainly glad you joined Matt as his co-host, Culture.
yeah, I've had so much fun. The last hour and a half was the best part of the last hour and a half that I've had. So I just want to say thank you all.
Rough girl said, who said they can go on?
Oh, clearly Matt.
Thank you.
No, it's just fun.
I'm with you, George Hilton. I want receipts. Same thing. I want receipts, and that's my point.
That's
I'm
fair.
not saying, not willing to indict anyone on rumor
I
or
agree,
conjecture.
but
I want receipts. I'm
so
not saying.
I threw out some Drake receipts earlier. Just be careful what you ask for, and
legit, send me them. I'm not saying I'm gonna be like it's bullshit. Look, in my heart, it's plausible. And it's even reasonable.
What if I told you that Hanks? What if I told you Hanks went? What if I told you Hanks went to Epstein Island? And there's some receipts for that.
If you can prove it, I will embrace it. If you can prove it, I will embrace it. I know, Wes. I hear you, Wes. I hear you. I Googled it, and the only thing I can hear is like someone talking about it on Audible. I'm not saying it's not true. It's like not really a lot of. It's not a lot of information, and it could be true, but it's like still, like I'm working this out right now.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to get into any of this. I was having more fun doing other things.
Yes, you did, because we talked.
It was DW's fault tonight. I didn't go down this road.
My point is more than anything is I maintain my principles across the board. It's like I'm not just going to, because it sounds like it's on the side of the thing I'm fighting for, well, then I must agree with it. Absolutely not. No. I agree in the things I have evidence for, I have results for. I will listen because it's true, not simply because it sounds like the thing I want to agree with. Okay. That's my point.
And so that's great, and I appreciate that. I appreciate both your principals and your vice principals, and I think they were great at your high school. But I want to say all these other things, which is I've got to go. So I had a good time. Matt, I love you, dude.
Same here. Now, why don't we wrap it up anyway?
I just killed the show.
I gotta go to bed soon.
We need
Culture,
a thing
I'm the one to sing karaoke.
We need a thing called tits and ass karaoke for Tom.
We do need. We do. I agree.
I owe Tom. I owe Tom a karaoke stream at some point in the future, because tonight it ain't happening. Because I
want to sing a duet with Tom. So.
You should. I think you should sing. I had the time of my life.
You guys should sing "Baby It's Cold Outside."
The time of my life. I can do the low bit. I can't do the high bit.
Oh God, I love that
Time
word.
of my life.
Thank you, Tom.
No, I never felt like this before, and I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you. Oh, time of my life.
Sing it, Tom.
Sing it.
Do it.
Waiting
Look,
for so long
before
for someone
we
to
end,
come along and stand by me.
we have to say this out loud in front of all the humans in the
80s ass
world.
movie right here. I love it.
I don't have a chick to sing with me though.
No, dirty.
you did
Matt will do. Matt will do.
Just remember.
Let me get my dress out of the closet.
Here's the thing. I want to say this. I think we can all agree that Dirty Dancing is the greatest film ever made in history.
Well, next to the Garbage Pail Kids, perhaps.
I do love when people aggressively dance.
This could be love. What? Because I'm doing the fucking dance too. You know, right?
Me too. The time of my life. And the synthesizer bits.
All right, Max was like, "This sucks. I need off this show."
Hey,
Max
baby.
a baller.
This place is great.
Speaking of which, since we're wrapping up, Max, why don't you go ahead and plug your channel for us, brother?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, thank you so much.
Just watch out, Matt's not from behind, okay? So...
All right.
Watch out for Max. Max, don't let Matt plug you. That's all I have to say about
don't let Matt plug you, okay?
Ooh. No,
I apologize.
No, thank you guys so much for having me on tonight. It's always a pleasure. I haven't gotten a chance to hang out with you guys for a while. I forget the last time I was on a stream. So thank you all for having me. You guys can find me at Maxfield Von Priestley. I do a ton of different comic reviews and just different topics on comic books and stuff. That's kind of my medium, my realm. So this week I look to be coming out with a video on the top 5 crowdfunding comics that you guys can get. So if you're going to your local comic shop and you can't really find anything you're looking for, the top 5 crowdfunding are Indiegogo and Kickstarter. And I think this is going to be the new future and the new way of what comics are looking like. So we'll see. But thanks again, guys. I always appreciate you guys having me on, and the topics that are always brought up here are extremely interesting. So I always love hearing what you guys have to say. So thanks.
Yeah,
again.
and if you guys have not cared, you guys have not watched Maxfield Von Priestley's video about why we care, do yourself a favor and check it out. That's a fucking excellent video.
It's great.
I just looked it up. It's got 143 views. It needs more than that because it's
have
really intense and it's deep and it's exactly what all of us here give a shit about. It's a hell of a video. I really respect what you put out there, man, and it was powerful. So it's only two minutes. So if you guys haven't watched it yet, do yourself a favor, check it out because it was awesome.
Thanks, man.
So,
I appreciate it. I tried to get everything packed in there, whether it was because I know everyone really comes together through whether that's Star Wars or comic books or video games, and because all that stuff is so important to us, I was trying to pack it all in there. But
and you laid in some personal stuff, which I really respected. It was
absolutely.
It was exactly what I think. Your personal story is different than all of ours, but what you put out there was exactly, I think, why it resonates so deeply with us to give a shit about all this. We talk a lot of shit and we get mad about Kathleen Kennedy, whatever. But it's there really is more to it than just that. There is a human story behind all of us and why we give a shit. So it's I thought you did a terrific job of really wrapping it up and weaving in your personal story. So it's
thanks,
give that video a look. 2.5 minutes. It's not it's not gonna break your day, and it's a great video. So give it a look for sure.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Fucking A. Jedward, you got a new channel, baby. What's the deal?
Oh yeah. Here is the link right here. I'll put it in there. I also gave it in reverse. There's the link to the new one. We haven't done that much yet because I still need some help on it.
But you just started.
I know. I need to get a banner and
You need a lot of help, really.
Jed, we'll work on it, bro.
Yeah.
We'll work on
What
it.
made you start a new channel? What happened with the first?
Because I want. Well, okay. I took a little inspiration from Matt and the Thursday Night Throwdown and other things. So I was just there's some things over in the pop cult on the Archivist channel that I'd been wanting to do, but people didn't want to do it over there. And I was just okay, so me and Retro were okay, let's start it. And we've been thinking about doing a new channel for a while. So me and Retro just split off and let's do some other stuff. And Wes and Drew and a bunch of Culture and a bunch of other guys are the Rogues are gonna come over there. Some people from Cotton Connection. It's gonna be a mixed bag of everything. So yeah, it's so I'm just that's what you want to do.
Yeah, it's all the things you wanted to say.
I wanted to do
culture.
that. I literally wanted to do a lot of the stuff that we couldn't do. Because we got pop culture, and I was oh shit, we can't do that over here because we're stuck in that now. And I'm fuck. So fuck it. Let's just make a new one. And I hated being called Pop all the time too. So fuck that shit. Like I hated that.
So it's Jed Screwball.
Yeah. So yeah. So well, you know,
The activist.
we got foul ball and screwball. You
That's
know
right.
the connection now. So you know.
There we go. There we go.
And so yeah. And tomorrow I don't know if anybody wants me on the stream tomorrow because I think T-shirt's sick. So I don't think he's going to be streaming. So, you know.
Well, maybe you and I should do something, buddy.
Yeah.
I got a day off tomorrow. I got a day off tomorrow. So.
Okay. And then on Saturday, tomorrow night, I will be on Cot Connection, like always, on Saturday night. And if somebody else wants me on some other stuff tomorrow night, you know, any rogue stuff, I'm always open for them.
Who's going to be putting their hand up your ass if you're on Cotton Connection?
Oh, no, I just do. I either do Wicked or some other character I come up
just
with.
kidding.
Yeah.
Right
But then on Sunday I will be on Cultures because
There
we're
you
not
go.
going to be doing like you know Sunday streams for a bit over there. So
Speaking of which, Mr. Culture, would you plug your channel, please?
Certainly, Culture Casino is my channel. I have Culture Casino here on YouTube. I have Culture Casino on Odyssey. I have Culture Casino on Minds, Twitter, and now Twitch. I'm doing gaming streams, including tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. PST or 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST, where right now I restarted Cyberpunk 2077, which Matt seems to hate a lot. And I'm playing as a corpo this time through, so you can check it out. I haven't done any of the real story missions yet, so you can see the game all the way through and see that it's actually an RPG, unlike what Matt said recently. So you can check that out. It's a lot of fun. And I have a good time. I get to interact with the chat. By the way, that's my favorite thing, which is why Sunday at the Sunday Culture Review, we're having Lady Gravemaster. And apparently Matt is joining us from Foul Ball
Matt
Productions
is
for
coming over?
Woohoo! Yeah. And
that's awesome then, dude.
Jed will be there, but Matt and Lady G will be in the thumbnail. And we're going to dive deeply into everything that happened over the course of the last week and what could possibly happen in the future week. And I'm hoping to have Tom on there soon. I have a commitment from RK Outpost. There's several of the people that are going to show up. You're coming on the Sunday Culture Review.
You're involved, Tom.
Yeah.
Sure.
Fucking A. Well, that's culture.
Yeah.
And I
well, fuck
promised
you. I guess I'm done. Jesus Christ.
I thought you were done. I'm
sure
sorry.
you do other things, but
Tommy.
For a place to hide. What?
Well, I was just giving everyone the opportunity to learn about more of Tom's musical musical predilections. You Midnight's After Dark radio.
I do that.
He does that.
Love
so sub to that, I guess.
I'm listening to music. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Tom, I love you guys.
Check out Mead Radio. Love you too, Tom.
Yeah, Tom's awesome, by the way. And he doesn't get cut off, unlike me. What a dick.
Oh, jeez.
I don't talk for like 10 years.
Golly gosh.
I love you,
sorry.
Culture.
I'm sorry.
And you do owe me some karaoke.
Basket or something, man.
And sub to my man Vigilante.
He needs some
just
aloe
sub to
vera
me.
for all those sick burns.
Yeah, man. I don't really have much to say. I do a stream tomorrow. I'll do a stream tomorrow night since I fixed my fucking sound card. Watch the Culture Crime Fires Wednesday.
Fuck yeah.
It was a crazy episode because I had technical issues, but Matt did a carry job. Culture Crime Fires next week. Maybe Primetime Kings. My schedule at work sucks. But if you haven't subbed to me, do it. And if not, I appreciate you just being here. Seriously, this has been a crazy episode.
It's amazing. But I thought last week's show was much better than you're giving it credit for. I listened back on it and I really dug it. And I think, me and Vigilante do a terrific show. The Culture Crime Fighters, I have a lot of fun doing that show. And it's just me and Vig and occasionally a guest. And I think it's a great show. So if you want to see 50% of those shows, you got to sub to Vig.
And we're big in Barbados.
We're huge.
Internationally fucking famous.
That's
like
right.
top 40.
Are you serious?
Something like that. Yeah.
Nice. That's sweet.
You know what I found out
about it?
It was in comedy.
Ours is like United States, UK, Canada, and Germany for some reason. So
hey,
cool.
But not Barbados. Which
yeah,
is,
not
which is
Barbados.
cool. That's nice. Maybe you'll get an invite there.
Rock fan, I don't want to forget
That'd
about
be
you, buddy.
awesome, brother.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you, Matt, for letting me come on here again. I really appreciate it, and it's so great to be on here with this fantastic panel. I have to pinch myself, or I could pay someone else to do that, I guess. But seems much easier. And the chat. What can we say about the magnificent chat once again?
Hail.
So yeah, I'm that 70s rock fan. I work not with commitments notwithstanding. I do have a couple of new videos. I'm almost finished. If I can get Power Director to behave and do what I want it to do, which is a bit of a struggle. And I also appear on Pop Culture Archivists. I don't know if I'll be on Jed's new channel.
Yeah, he'll be on the new channel for sure. He's already he's ready for that one.
I wrestle my way into a lot of people's channels.
Yeah.
And I try work notwithstanding and work commits to be on Toxic Tuesdays on the wonderful 32 Flavors of Nick Visor's wonderful YouTube channel. That man is an amazing gentleman. Toxic Tuesdays is a lot of fun. And Matt is very gracious to allow me to appear on here too, and occasionally pop up on other channels. And I promise you, Culture, as soon as I finish working Sundays, I will be, if you'll have me, I'll certainly come on the Culture Review. So
that sounds awesome, man.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Fucking A. And don't forget about your wrenches. Just another red shirt. Eric K. And Draco just joining us at the very last second.
Give me my wrench back, please, for this one.
Oh, I got to add you. That's right.
You got to, you got to add me.
Yeah, you're a different channel.
Yeah.
But no, make sure you give your wrenches their love. Red shirt, Eric K. Hi, Draco. How's it going, buddy?
What's up, brother?
I heard there was karaoke.
I'm trying to get karaoke on. It would have been.
When I find myself in
town. Oh, no, Gordon Lightfoot, Canadian.
Mary comes to me.
Speaking
where is wisdom, let it be.
I feel like Midnight Sage After Dark radio.
I would leave you. It wouldn't be in springtime. Knowing you in spring.
Like I said, I think Need Radio is the right. All right. I'm just going to end the broadcast. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you, another Gem 42. Hail all the wrenches. One rough girl. Thank you. Sentient Dildo. Thank you for all your contributions as always. Everyone's hanging out. Michael Hickson. You guys are terrific. Love you. I got to get out of here before these boomers sing me to death. I'll see you all in the next one.
I'm Gen X, man. Fuck you.
Every Friday, same time, same channel. See y'all. All right. It's been real. Bye, everybody.